Oregon City is a small town located approximately 30 kilometers from Portland, Oregon, in the United States. It is generally a peaceful place, but some areas face issues with disorder and high crime rates. The town has a population of about 30,000 residents, including families like the Ponds and the Gaddis's. In 2002, the town's reputation was severely harmed by a series of shocking incidents. On the morning of January 9, 2002, 12-year-old Ashley Pond was getting ready for school. She had breakfast with her younger siblings and left her home at 8 a.m., heading for the school bus stop, an 8-minute walk from her apartment complex. She lived with her family in a low-income neighborhood, known for its industrial areas and frequent police presence due to domestic conflicts, burglaries, and other crimes. Ashley was a vibrant and talented girl who loved dancing and had plans to attend dance lessons after school that day. Her mother thought she would be home late because she had to attend dance class. However, by 6 p.m., Ashley still had not come home, which caused her mother to worry. First, she called the dance studio and found out that Ashley had not shown up for class. Growing increasingly alarmed, she began contacting Ashley's school and her friends. No one had seen her all day. Her friends mentioned that she hadn't even made it to school. This was unusual, as Ashley was a responsible and obedient student with no history of skipping school or running away. After exhausting all other options, her mother contacted the police to report that she was missing, providing a detailed description of her daughter. She was convinced Ashley hadn't run away and feared she had been abducted. However, detectives were initially skeptical. Ashley's mother had a troubled past. She struggled with alcoholism, had given birth to Ashley when she was only 16, and had several other children she often found difficult to care for. Some people viewed her as a bad mother, which may have influenced the initial reaction to Ashley's disappearance. Investigators initially assumed Ashley might have run away from her troubled home. However, many people who know Ashley do not believe that she would do that. At 12 years old, she is too young to make such a bold decision. Despite this, detectives did not treat the case as urgent. It was only after a week had passed that they began to suspect something serious had happened to Ashley. At that point, they started working on the theory that she had been kidnapped. Police reached out to her classmates, and, confirming their worst fears, they learned that she had neither been at school nor made it to the bus stop on the day she vanished. Over the following days, police searched the area around her apartment complex, utilizing trained dogs. Neighbors were questioned to gather any clues about her disappearance. Search teams, including community volunteers, were assembled, and detectives reviewed a list of approximately 90 local individuals with histories of abuse offenses. They also investigated suspicious residents known to have mental health issues and closely examined Ashley's online activity. Despite these efforts, no significant leads were uncovered. Complicating the matter is the fact that locals began reporting sightings of Ashley after she went missing. These claims were thoroughly investigated and dismissed as false. After a week of fruitless searching, authorities recognized the need for outside expertise. On January 18, 2002, 9 days after Ashley went missing, the police sought assistance from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. By this stage, investigators feared Ashley might not be found alive. The FBI immediately recognized the complexity of the case. There was no physical evidence, no witnesses, and no clear suspects. Ashley had seemingly vanished without a trace. A dedicated task force was formed to expand the scope of the investigation beyond the local area. Thousands of flyers featuring Ashley's photo were distributed, while law enforcement continued interviewing teachers, neighbors, and relatives to gather any potentially useful information. These efforts successfully raised public awareness, generating new tips from the community. Unfortunately, many of these tips ultimately led investigators down several dead ends. During the investigation into Ashley's relatives, detectives uncovered a disturbing incident involving her biological father. A year before her disappearance, her father had been charged with abusing her. For 3 years prior to the charges, he had been abusing her. Initially, Ashley did not even know her biological father, as she believed her stepfather, who lived with her mother, was her real dad. However, after her mother ended her relationship with the stepfather, she discovered the truth and decided to meet her biological father. Upon reconnecting with him, he took advantage of the situation and began abusing her. She visited him on weekends, but each time she returned home, she was visibly distressed. After enduring these visits for 3 years, she finally refused to meet him. Eventually, she confided in her mother, revealing what had been happening. Her mother immediately reported the abuse to the police. The case never went to trial because her father accepted a plea deal, which resulted in 10 years of probation. Investigators also considered him a suspect in Ashley's disappearance, but he was later ruled out after providing a solid alibi. Since April 2001, police have been called to Ashley's home several times for domestic conflicts and disputes. As the problems in her household escalated, she began spending more time at a neighboring house. Her classmate, 13-year-old Miranda Gaddis, lived there with her family. The two girls became close friends, attending the same school and frequently sleeping over at each other's homes. In August 1997, a man named Ward Weaver moved into a rented house on South Beaver Creek Street in Oregon City. His 12-year-old daughter, Mallory, became friends with Ashley and Miranda. All three girls were students at Gardner Middle School and attended the same dance class. Mallory's father, Ward, often drove them to school in the mornings. He is a 39-year-old man with a criminal record. He had previously served 3 years in prison for assaulting a nanny's child with a piece of concrete, and both of his ex-wives had accused him of domestic violence. At one point, one of Ashley's teachers noticed an alarming interaction. Ward kissed Ashley on the lips after giving her a ride. Concerned, the teacher reported the incident to the school principal. However, the matter was dismissed after the explanation that Ward likely viewed Ashley as a daughter and that the gesture was innocent. Over the summer of 2001, Ashley began spending even more time at Ward's house, sometimes staying there for extended periods. She even joined the Ward family on a 2-week trip to California. Upon returning from the trip, she confided to friends and teachers that Ward had harassed her. However, he denied the accusations, claiming that Ashley was lying and trying to defame him. He stated that he no longer wanted her in his home. Despite her allegations, no charges were filed against Ward. During the investigation, witnesses reported multiple instances of Ward behaving inappropriately toward Ashley. His daughter, Mallory, said there were times when he wouldn't let Ashley leave the house even if she wanted to. Despite these reports, authorities claimed there wasn't enough evidence to take action against him. Although Child Services received reports about the situation, Ashley refused to follow through with the complaints, making further legal action nearly impossible. After Ashley was eventually prohibited from visiting Ward's house, her emotional well-being, behavior, and school performance improved significantly. However, a few months later, she began visiting Ward's house again to spend time with her friend Mallory. By late December 2001, Ward's wife, frustrated with the circumstances, decided to leave their home. Less than 2 weeks after her departure, Ashley disappeared unexpectedly. Her sudden disappearance immediately raised suspicions. Ashley's close friend and classmate, Miranda, was a lively and outgoing girl who had spent most of her life in Oregon City with her family. From a young age, Miranda was considered attractive and dreamed of becoming a model. However, like Ashley, she faced significant challenges growing up. She had been abused as a child. Her biological father, although he never directly harmed her, had a criminal history involving the abuse of minors. Following their divorce, Miranda's mother entered a relationship with a new partner who faced numerous difficulties, such as coming from a marginalized background, having only a 9th grade education, and being illiterate. Tragically, this man was accused of abusing Miranda and 2 other girls. She bravely reported the abuse to authorities, leading to legal action in 1999. When Ashley went missing, Miranda became a key source of information. She showed immense courage by informing the police about the suspected abuse Ashley had endured, although her account was insufficient to clarify what had happened to her friend. Miranda and Ashley often confided in each other, sharing personal stories about their experiences with the Ward household and Miranda's biological father. Investigators suspected a connection between Ashley's disappearance and the allegations involving Ward. However, no solid evidence supported this theory. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate that he had abused her. This led to the bullying and harassment of his daughter, Mallory, at school, deterring her from attending. Ward, angered by the accusations, denied the rumors. However, his ex-wife provided police with critical details, describing him as aggressive and difficult to handle. On March 8, 2002, 2 months after Ashley's disappearance, tragedy struck again when 13-year-old Miranda vanished. That morning, she said goodbye to her mother around 8 a.m. as her mother left for work. She planned to take the school bus, which arrived at 8:20 a.m., but she never made it to the bus stop. Her disappearance shocked the community. Just months earlier, Miranda had appeared on a TV broadcast discussing Ashley's case, pleading for her friend's safe return. Now, she had also disappeared. Family members clung to the hope that both girls were still alive and would come home safely. Miranda's case bore striking similarities to Ashley's. She was supposed to walk to the bus stop, but no one saw her on her way there, on the bus, or at school. By evening, her mother, panicked, contacted teachers, classmates, and the police. Detectives quickly noticed troubling parallels between the two cases. Both Ashley and Miranda were the same age, had similar physical features, and shared common interests, such as attending school dances. Miranda's mother insisted her daughter would never willingly talk to a stranger or run away. Known for being strong-willed, she was believed to have resisted an abduction unless the perpetrator was someone she knew. The disappearance of Miranda plunged the community into chaos. Residents demanded action, and the police were flooded with calls urging them to find the person responsible. Fear spread across the town as people began to feel unsafe, realizing a potential predator might be at large. In response, police formed a special task force and assigned 2 teams of investigators to the case. By March 15th, officers were actively following leads. However, it was revealed that a significant number of potential suspects were initially overlooked. Many individuals who temporarily or semi-permanently lived in the apartment complex where Ashley and Miranda resided were unknown to the landlords. Investigators identified 150 such people, some of whom were registered criminals. Authorities also conducted more thorough checks on local offenders with histories of abuse, about 900 in total, analyzing their possible connections to the disappearances. As weeks passed, one name repeatedly surfaced: Ward. His wife claimed that Miranda had angered him by warning local girls to steer clear of him due to his behavior. She suggested this might have been a motive for him to harm her. What is suspicious is that he gave a television interview in which he dismissed the cases, claiming that Ashley and Miranda simply ran away. Despite his questionable behavior, investigators consistently ruled him out because no evidence or witnesses directly linked him to Ashley and Miranda's disappearances. The property surrounding Ward's house had already been inspected by a dog handler and a specially trained dog. Later, an independent investigator requested permission to conduct a further investigation. Permission was granted by the homeowner, but the owner specifically asked the investigator to avoid a concrete slab that had been poured in a distant section of the property. Importantly, when the dog trainer brought the dog near the area, the dog indicated that there might be a body buried nearby. This information was submitted to the city police department in a report. However, since the dog handler was independent, further verification was required. Upon reviewing records, detectives discovered that Ward's father had a history of violent crime. He had buried one of his victims under a concrete slab in his yard. Despite this revelation, detectives did not launch a large-scale search of the property. Months have passed since Ashley went missing, and there are still no clues as to her whereabouts. Many began to fear that the mystery of the 2 missing friends, Ashley and Miranda, would never be solved. Throughout this period, Ward consistently refused to provide any information. Unexpectedly, on June 30th, Ward agreed to speak with the media. He stated that he had no knowledge of what had happened to Ashley and Miranda, but admitted that he had become the primary suspect. The FBI identified several reasons for this. First, Ashley had previously accused Ward of molesting her. Second, he failed a polygraph test. Additionally, during questioning, he revealed that his father was on death row in California for murdering a girl and her boyfriend. Ward also shared details about his troubled childhood, stating that his father abandoned him at the age of 4 and subjected him to severe abuse. When Ward grew up, he reportedly directed his anger toward his younger siblings. Detectives suspected that he might have followed in his father's criminal footsteps. His media interview led investigators to reevaluate the evidence, reinforcing suspicions of his involvement in both disappearances. This prompted public outrage, with many questioning why Ward had not yet been arrested. Despite the failed polygraph test, the motives, and various suspicious circumstances, detectives felt they lacked enough evidence to charge Ward. Others had also failed polygraph tests, and Ward had allowed police to search his property multiple times, appearing cooperative. These factors contributed to the lack of action against him. By midsummer of 2002, police investigators were still hard at work, examining over 1,200 men for potential links. However, the case ultimately reached a standstill. The FBI announced a $50,000 reward for any information that could aid their investigation. The city administration contributed $10,000, and the owners of the residential complex where Ashley and Miranda lived added another $5,000. Despite these efforts, the search did not progress. Agents repeatedly appeared on television, urging citizens to report suspicious activity and highlighting the possibility that the girls might still be alive. However, these appeals yielded no significant leads. The breakthrough occurred on August 15, 2002. Meanwhile, Ward, who had been planning to leave town since early summer, packed his belongings and asked his son's 19-year-old girlfriend to help him move. After she helped carry his bags into his new home, he attacked her. He dragged her into the shower, forcibly removed her clothing, and abused her. He then attempted to strangle her, but she managed to escape. Wrapped only in a curtain, she fled the house. Realizing his plan had failed, Ward quickly packed his belongings and fled in his car. Terrified and aware of what had happened, his son, Francis, immediately called the police. Authorities stopped Ward before he could leave the city. He was arrested and charged with first-degree abuse. Due to concerns that he might flee if released, bail was set at $1 million. A week after the arrest, a significant breakthrough occurred. Francis, Ward's 24-year-old son, went to the police station and revealed that his father had confided in him before fleeing. Ward admitted to having done bad things and expressed a desire to escape. Francis suspected this was related to Ashley and Miranda but wasn't entirely certain. Following Francis's statement, authorities determined they had sufficient evidence to obtain search warrants and conduct an extensive investigation of Ward's home and the surrounding property. On August 23, 2002, a judge authorized a search warrant for the Ward property. Police sealed off the area and began a meticulous search, which was expected to take several days. On Saturday, August 24, law enforcement discovered a cardboard box containing human remains in a shed behind the house. Due to the condition of the remains, it was unclear how long they had been there, and identification would take additional time. Meanwhile, approximately 40 FBI and state police agents continued to examine the property. During the search, investigators determined that special construction equipment was necessary to excavate a concrete slab that appeared to have been poured after Ashley's disappearance. The following day, beneath the slab, they uncovered a barrel containing another set of human remains. Upon hearing this development, Ward's ex-wife expressed her outrage. She asserted that she had been convinced from the beginning that Ward was responsible for Ashley's death. Months before Ward's arrest, she had contacted the FBI, urging them to investigate him more thoroughly. She expressed fury that the delay in taking action may have allowed another victim, Miranda, to be killed. Authorities now believe that both Ashley's and Miranda's remains had been discovered on Ward's property. Ward's ex-wife also pointed out suspicious circumstances surrounding the concrete slab. She explained that the slab had been poured hastily in the middle of the night, immediately after Ashley's disappearance, which seemed unusual. Ward had claimed he planned to install a jacuzzi on the slab, but the jacuzzi never materialized. He never offered an explanation for the urgency of the construction. Within days, the remains that were found were identified as those of Miranda, Ashley's missing friend. The barrel contained Ashley's body. The hopes of their loved ones for their safe return were shattered instantly. Charges, including murder with aggravating circumstances, abuse, and second-degree abuse of a corpse, were filed against Ward in the weeks that followed. These charges were added to an existing case related to the abuse of his son's girlfriend. It also came to light that Ward might be linked to another abuse case dating back to July 2002. Prosecutors argued that the death penalty was warranted in this case. After analyzing the remains, investigators determined that both Ashley and Miranda had endured brutal violence, though the exact cause of death could not be established. Beatings, gunshot wounds, stabbing, poisoning, and strangulation were all ruled out. Ashley's body, mummified and frozen in a fetal-like position, was found fully clothed. A white rope had been tied in a specific manner around her arms, legs, and neck, resembling the position in which Miranda's body was discovered. Both bodies were wrapped in multiple layers of plastic and tightly bound. Investigators speculated that Ashley and Miranda had been kept in a freezer at the house for an extended period. Ward's fingerprints were found on the materials used to conceal their bodies. A toxicology report revealed that Ashley had a high level of alcohol in her system, equivalent to consuming 5 servings of whiskey or similar liquor shortly before her death. Miranda's body contained a lower concentration of alcohol. However, the exact amounts consumed remained unclear, as decomposition naturally produces alcohol over time. Ashley might have lost consciousness due to drinking, and it was believed that Ward had forced her to consume alcohol. It was later revealed that, just before Ashley's disappearance, Ward had attempted to get both Mallory's daughter and her friends Ashley and Miranda drunk. While the exact cause of Ashley's death could not be determined, the task force had to examine several possibilities to present in court. These included alcohol poisoning, suffocation, using a pillow, hand, or a technique that cut off blood flow to the brain, asphyxiation, confinement in a sealed container, or the use of rare illegal substances or poisons that were difficult to detect in toxicology tests. Following Ward's arrest, he continued to speak to reporters, proclaiming his innocence. He presented autopsy reports to support his claims, arguing that since prosecutors could not identify the exact cause of Ashley's and Miranda's deaths, they would not be able to prove his guilt. He also suggested that someone else might have buried the bodies on his property to frame him. However, the prosecution had substantial evidence against him, including accusations of abuse, Ashley's previous statement about harassment, testimony from other victims, and circumstantial evidence. Key pieces of evidence included Ward's fingerprints on the ropes and bags used to bind the bodies. Furthermore, prosecutors pointed out that Ward's father had been on death row for committing a similar crime. When the judge became aware of Ward's interactions with the media, a gag order was issued to ensure a fair trial. Despite this, Ward contacted a reporter, claiming that the judge could not stop him from exercising his free speech, a statement some interpreted as defiance. On April 22, 2004, shortly before the trial, Ward's lawyer submitted evidence suggesting that he had been mentally unstable at the time of his arrest. Ward had carved his daughter's name into his arm, inflicted injuries on his chest, and repeatedly banged his head during altercations. He maintained that he was being imprisoned simply for disciplining his daughter. A defense psychiatrist diagnosed him with severe depression and narcissistic personality disorder. However, the prosecution's psychiatrist argued that Ward was exaggerating his symptoms. Ward's erratic behavior in jail eventually led to his placement in solitary confinement. He was prescribed high doses of antidepressants and, due to his mental state, was transferred to a psychiatric hospital. The trial was temporarily suspended while professionals evaluated whether Ward was feigning his symptoms. By late summer of 2004, psychiatrists deemed him mentally competent to stand trial for murder and other charges. Fearing a death penalty conviction, Ward's lawyer negotiated a plea bargain with the prosecution, a choice supported by Ashley's and Miranda's families. On September 22, Ward pleaded guilty to 7 of the 17 charges against him, including murder with aggravating circumstances, abuse, and abuse of a body. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. As part of the plea agreement, the death penalty was dropped. After the sentencing, Ward's son Francie expressed relief, stating that he was grateful his father would never harm anyone or destroy lives again. However, Ward refused to disclose where and how Ashley and Miranda had died, leaving their families desperate for answers. In 2009, Miranda's younger sister visited Ward in prison twice in hopes of obtaining the truth. She believed this was the only way to find closure and peace. During the second visit, Ward admitted to killing both girls, describing how he had strangled them with his bare hands and buried their bodies on his property. Disturbingly, he boasted about successfully hiding their remains to avoid detection by authorities. Shockingly, he told Miranda's sister that if she had been older at the time, he would have likely killed her too. Ward was incarcerated at the East Oregon Correctional Facility, along with 4 other inmates. This section of the prison is specifically designated for individuals convicted of severe crimes, with inmates kept isolated from one another for safety reasons. Despite these precautions, the measures proved insufficient. On March 4, 2007, an inmate working as a barber attacked Ward. Inmate barbers in correctional facilities are required to use electric razors for safety, but he wielded a homemade razor and stabbed Ward in the neck. Security intervened, apprehending him and saving Ward's life. The exact motive for the attack remains unclear, though it is believed to be connected to Ward's criminal history. On February 14, 2014, Ward's son, Francis Weaver, who was 31 years old at the time, was arrested and later convicted of murdering prohibited substance dealers in Canby, Oregon. He was sentenced to life in prison. This crime marked yet another act of violence linked to the Weaver family, making it the third consecutive generation of men in the family associated with murder. In 2019, following an executive order from California's governor imposing a moratorium on the death penalty, Ward had his death sentence commuted to life imprisonment and was transferred to the general prison population. On February 24, 2023, at around 7:40 a.m., a 911 call was made from a home in Virginia. The dispatcher could only hear muffled moans before the call ended abruptly. 15 minutes later, another call came in from a man who said he had attacked an intruder attacking his wife. When police arrived, they discovered a shocking scene. A woman had been stabbed multiple times, and a man was dead from 2 gunshot wounds. What initially seemed like a home invasion quickly unraveled into a complicated case of deceit, manipulation, and murder. Investigators uncovered forensic evidence, digital trails, and personal connections that raised many questions. Why would a husband plot with the family nanny to kill his wife, the mother of his child? Who was the intruder, and why did he end up dead? As they delved deeper into the lives of those involved, the story only grew more complex. Juliana Perez Magalhães was born in Brazil and grew up with her mother, who worked as a house cleaner. At 21, she moved to Virginia through a cultural exchange program that allowed her to work as an au pair, providing childcare and sharing her culture with an American family. In late 2021, she began working as a live-in nanny for Brendan and Christine Banfield. Her duties included taking care of their young daughter and helping with household tasks. As she adapted to her job, Brendan developed a personal interest in her, leading to a relationship that went beyond a professional one, which would later impact the events that unfolded. Brendan Banfield, born in February 1985, has been an IRS agent since 2009, where he has significant responsibilities related to sensitive financial investigations. His wife, Christine Banfield, born in September 1985, is a pediatric ICU nurse, a role that demands both extensive medical knowledge and emotional strength. They had one daughter, born in 2019, who is central to their family life. They then relocated from Long Island, New York, to Virginia, purchasing a 5-bedroom home for $799,000 to accommodate their growing family. This move demonstrated their commitment to creating a stable environment for their daughter. On February 24, 2023, at 7:47 a.m., the first 911 call was made from the Banfield home in Virginia. Juliana made the call, but communication was poor. The dispatcher could only hear moaning before the call ended suddenly. 15 minutes later, at 8:02 a.m., a second call was made. This time, Brendan stating that he had attacked an intruder who attacked his wife. When police arrived, they found Christine Banfield, 37, in the master bedroom. She had multiple stab wounds to her upper body. Nearby, they discovered Joseph Ryan, 39, who had died from gunshot wounds, one to the head and one to the chest. Christine was taken to a hospital in hopes of saving her life, but she was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. Joseph Ryan was already declared dead at the scene. Following these tragic events, investigators began to question Juliana's version of that morning. She said she left the Banfield home after Brendan went to work to take their 4-year-old daughter to the National Zoo. However, she claimed she returned home after realizing she had forgotten the packed lunches in the refrigerator. Detectives found her story suspicious due to its timing and the circumstances of her return. As Juliana approached the house, she observed an unfamiliar vehicle parked in the driveway and saw a man entering the home carrying a bag. This observation was pivotal, It indicated that someone unexpected was inside the residence at that time. Juliana attempted to contact Christine but received no answer. She then called Brendan to inform him of her observations, prompting him to return home. Upon Brendan's arrival, he and Juliana entered the house together with their daughter. Juliana placed the child in the basement for safety before following Brendan upstairs. When they reached the master bedroom, they discovered Joseph Ryan leaning over Christine, holding a knife to her throat. This alarming scene led Brendan to draw his service weapon and shoot Joseph once in the head. After this initial shot, Brendan instructed Juliana to retrieve a Glock semi-automatic pistol from a gun safe in the bathroom. Juliana complied and fired a single shot at Joseph, claiming uncertainty about whether she hit him. However, forensic evidence later confirmed that her shot did strike him in the chest. The conflicting accounts provided by both Juliana and Brendan raised significant doubts among investigators. Their narratives contained inconsistencies regarding their actions and observations during critical moments leading up to the attacking. As the detectives delved deeper into these discrepancies, they began to question the authenticity of their claims, setting the stage for further investigation into the events of that morning. One important question that needed answering was, who was the intruder, Joseph Ryan, and what was his purpose for visiting the Banfield residence? Investigators on the case started digging for information to find any links between the two parties. What they discovered made the entire case more complex. Joseph was an active user of FetLife, an online BDSM community, and he often utilized this platform to connect with others who shared similar interests. He participates in various discussions, sharing his experiences and interests related to deviant physical preferences and alternative intimate lifestyles. His profile indicated a willingness to explore unconventional relationships, which was a significant aspect of his life. Investigators later uncovered that Ryan had been communicating with a user named Anastasia9, a profile that featured Christine's photo as the profile picture. This interaction proved critical to understanding the events leading up to the tragic incident at the Banfield residence. The messages exchanged between Ryan and Anastasia9 suggested he was lured into a situation under false pretenses. Ryan believed he was meeting Christine for a consensual encounter, but evidence indicated that this was not the case. The profile of Anastasia9 was maintained on Christine's computer, which raised immediate red flags for investigators. They needed to determine whether it was Christine operating this profile or if it was someone impersonating her. Thus, they decided to match the content of the conversations between Ryan and Anastasia9. To everyone's shock, they found that the content of the messages exchanged between Ryan and the impersonated profile was inconsistent with Christine's typical writing style. This discrepancy suggested that someone had deliberately crafted these communications to mislead Ryan into believing he was engaging with Christine. The impersonation played a crucial role in the investigation, indicating a predetermined effort to lure Ryan into the Banfield home. The messages contained details that made them appear authentic to Ryan, further complicating the narrative surrounding his presence in the house on February 24, 2023. As detectives pieced together this information, it became clear that Joseph Ryan had been manipulated into a dangerous situation, believing he was meeting someone he trusted. This revelation not only highlighted the complexity of the case, but also raised questions about the motives behind the impersonation and how it fit into the larger context of events leading to the double homicide. As investigators continued their work on the case, they discovered startling forensic evidence that changed the direction of the investigation. One of the most shocking revelations was that someone had manipulated blood at the crime scene. It was found that blood from Christine's body had been intentionally smeared onto Ryan's body after he died. This act indicated an effort to make it look like Ryan was the attacker, complicating the story about what happened. The significance of this evidence was huge. It suggested that someone had gone to considerable lengths to fabricate a false narrative about why Ryan was in the Banfield home. Investigators realized that the situation was far more complex than it first appeared, with all evidence pointing towards Juliana and Brendan, who both claimed their actions were acts of self-defense. In October 2023, after months of complicated investigations, law enforcement turned their focus to Juliana. She was arrested, charged with second-degree murder and illegal use of a firearm related to the deaths of Joseph Ryan and Christine. The decision to charge her was based on various pieces of evidence and her involvement in the case. Investigators found that Juliana was at the scene during critical moments leading up to Ryan and Christine's deaths, gave conflicting statements about what she did that morning. Her story claimed she left to take the Banfield's daughter to the zoo and returned for forgotten lunches, which raised doubts among detectives. They discovered inconsistencies between her account and the physical evidence from the crime scene. Furthermore, forensic analysis indicated she tried to frame Ryan using Christine's blood, strengthening the case against her. Juliana was arrested on October 20th, 2023, without incident at her home. Officers informed her of the charges and her rights during the arrest. Juliana consistently maintained her innocence, claiming she was acting out of fear for her life, trying to defend herself against an intruder. After her arrest, she was taken to a local detention facility where she awaited processing. Her first court appearance happened soon after her arrest, during which prosecutors presented evidence, including forensic findings and details of her communications from the day of the incident. As the legal proceedings unfolded, prosecutors argued that Juliana's actions showed a reckless disregard for human life. They asserted that she had played an active role in escalating a situation that led to violence. The investigation continued as prosecutors gathered more evidence and prepared for trial. The law enforcement officials believed Brendan's shooting of Joseph Ryan was an act of self-defense. He claimed that Ryan, the intruder, had threatened him and that if he hadn't acted quickly, Ryan would have killed his wife with the knife he had against her neck. In contrast, Juliana's intentional attempt to attack Ryan after he had already been attacked by Brendan was considered second-degree murder. After Juliana was arrested, attention turned to Brendan, but there wasn't enough evidence to charge him. Investigators continued their work and uncovered something shocking. In August 2022, Juliana began living in the Banfield home as a nanny. This led to an affair between her and Brendan. Their relationship developed rapidly as they were both attracted to each other while navigating family duties. In October 2023, investigators started to uncover evidence of an affair while looking into the deaths of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. The revelation of this relationship raised strong suspicions about possible motives for the murders, suggesting that personal interests could have influenced actions taken that day. While searching Brendan's bedroom, law enforcement discovered several significant items that linked him more closely to the case. Among these were framed photos of Brendan and Juliana, which indicated their relationship was personal, not just professional. They also found Juliana's lingerie in the room, providing direct evidence of their intimate relationship. The relationship between Juliana and Brendan was affecting how detectives conducted their inquiries and shaping the story related to both individuals' actions. On February 24, 2023, just weeks before the tragic events, Brendan made a notable decision to buy a Glock pistol from a shooting range. This raised immediate concerns for investigators, particularly given the timing and the murders that occurred shortly afterward. The fact that he purchased a firearm right before such a violent incident hinted at possible premeditation, prompting authorities to closely examine Brendan's behavior. Furthermore, it was discovered that both Brendan and Juliana had swapped their phones for new models just before the incident. This change in communication devices raised additional suspicions. The timing of these exchanges, taking place only days before the murders, suggested they might have been trying to erase evidence or communication records that could connect them to any premeditated plans leading up to the incident. Investigators began to suspect that Juliana and Brendan were involved in a larger plan as they tried to piece together a timeline of events leading up to the confrontation with Ryan. Despite having solid evidence against Brendan, law enforcement needed more information. Following Juliana's arrest, officials decided to monitor her communications while she was in jail. This included listening in on phone calls between Juliana and Brendan, a common tactic in high-profile investigations where understanding the suspect's relationship could uncover valuable evidence. The goal of tapping these calls was to gather insights into their relationship dynamics and any potential premeditated actions regarding the murders of Christine and Ryan. During a recorded call from jail, Deputy Commonwealth's attorney Eric Klingen disclosed at a bond hearing that Juliana expressed worries about her relationship with Brendan. She asked him, she hoped Brendan were not just staying with she because he were afraid of her turning against him. This suggested that she was aware of the serious nature of their situation and was reflecting on the consequences of their actions that day. Brendan's response was equally revealing. He allegedly told her to keep her mouth shut during the recorded call. This instruction was a clear attempt by Brendan to control the situation and prevent Juliana from sharing information that could link him to the crimes. In September 2024, Brendan Banfield was arrested by law enforcement after an extensive 11-month investigation into the deaths of Ryan and Christine. Detectives collected significant evidence connecting Brendan to the crimes, such as forensic evidence and discrepancies in his statements. Following his arrest, he faced serious legal consequences, including charges of aggravated murder and using a firearm during the commission of a felony. Prosecutors argued that Brendan showed a reckless disregard for human life and that his actions indicated he had planned the incident, as he supposedly set up the events that led to the confrontation with Ryan. Brendan was also charged with using a firearm during the commission of a felony, specifically connected to his service weapon in this case. In preparing their case against Brendan, the prosecution paid close attention to every detail. They highlighted significant inconsistencies in Brendan's account. Initially, they pointed out that Brendan left his house around 7:10 a.m. but did not go straight to work as expected. Instead, he parked at a McDonald's and stayed in his vehicle, apparently waiting for a call from Juliana. This raised questions about whether he was anticipating the events that would unfold rather than simply heading to his job. There is a strange issue regarding two 911 calls that were made about 15 minutes apart. In the first call, the dispatcher only heard moaning. Juliana did not indicate that she was injured or in immediate danger during the confrontation. This raises the question, why was the first call silent? Brendan only requested help from the authorities after a 15-minute delay. If their situation was truly as urgent as they claimed, why wasn't it reported right away? Perhaps it was because they hadn't finished dealing with the two victims yet. Another significant mistake noted by the prosecution involved Brendan using a second weapon after he attacked Ryan. Juliana stated that Brendan asked her to get a pistol from a gun safe in the bathroom. This request is puzzling. If Joseph was still a threat after being shot in the head, why would Brendan need Juliana to attack him again? This inconsistency raises doubts about the urgency of their alleged self-defense. The prosecution argued that Brendan was not just an innocent bystander, but an active participant in a deliberate scheme that led to Ryan and Christine's deaths. Investigators found evidence indicating that Brendan created a fake profile on the fetish website FedLife, using the name Anastasia9. He initially used this profile himself, then had Juliana use it to trick Ryan into coming to the Banfield home. The prosecution claimed this showed Brendan's willingness to use deceit to achieve his objectives. Additionally, there was a clear motive and direct evidence connecting him to Christine's murder. Witnesses testified that Brendan expressed a desire to be free from his marriage shortly after starting his affair with Juliana. This desire for freedom was seen as a key motive for his actions that day. After the murder, he tried to manipulate the evidence by smearing Christine's blood on Ryan to frame him. On October 29, 2024, an important development took place in the case involving Juliana. She was charged with second-degree murder and use of a firearm related to the deaths of Joseph Ryan. As the investigation unfolded, more evidence gathered against her, leading to talks about a possible plea deal. Ultimately, Juliana agreed to a plea deal that changed her charges. She pleaded guilty to voluntary manslaughter, which is a lesser charge than second-degree murder. This decision was reached through negotiations between her defense attorney and the prosecutors. This process involved discussions about the evidence against her, potential sentencing outcomes, and any cooperation she might provide regarding Brendan Banfield or other aspects of the case. By pleading to a lesser charge, Juliana aimed to reduce her potential sentence compared to what she might have faced if convicted of second-degree murder. This strategic move was intended to mitigate her legal consequences. The turning point in the plea agreement came when Juliana agreed to cooperate with law enforcement, providing information about Brendan and other relevant details related to the case, especially what transpired on the day of the murders. This cooperation was beneficial for both parties, offering Juliana a more favorable outcome while assisting prosecutors in building their case against Brendan. October 29, 2024, was the day when months of negotiations between the two parties came to an end. Juliana agreed to cooperate with the authorities. As for her new sentence details, she could face 10 years in prison but may be released with credit for time served. Do you think it was the right decision for her to take the plea agreement, or should she have fought the case? Drop your thoughts in the comments section below. As the legal proceedings continue, significant upcoming trials are on the horizon for both Juliana Perez Magalhães and Brendan Banfield. Juliana's sentencing is set for March 21, 2025, where she faces up to 10 years in prison, potentially with time served considered. Meanwhile, Brendan's trial is scheduled for February 3, 2025, as he confronts serious charges of aggravated murder and the use of a firearm in the commission of a felony, which could result in life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The complexities of the case remain under scrutiny, as ongoing investigations may uncover further details about the events leading up to the tragic deaths of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield. Both defendants' legal statuses are critical as they navigate their respective charges and prepare for what lies ahead in the courtroom. The outcomes of these trials will be pivotal in determining justice for all parties involved. The murders of Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan reveal a web of deceit, betrayal, and calculated violence that shattered a family and claimed the lives of two innocent people. Juliana Perez Magalhães' guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter and her cooperation with authorities set the stage for Brendan Banfield's upcoming trial, where the full extent of his alleged orchestration may come to light. As the courtroom awaits Juliana's sentencing on March 21, 2025, and Brendan's trial on February 3, 2025, the pursuit of justice depends on uncovering the truth behind the manipulated evidence and hidden motives. This case highlights the devastating consequences of unchecked ambition and the relentless search for accountability, leaving a community and a young daughter struggling with its profound consequences. On June 9, 2008, in Mesa, Arizona, concerns grew among Travis Alexander's friends when they realized they had not heard from him in 5 days. This was unusual for the outgoing young man who typically stayed connected. After several ignored calls and messages since June 4th, concerned friends decided to visit him. When they arrived at his home, everything outside looked normal. They rang the doorbell several times but got no answer. Before leaving, one of the friends recalled that a mutual acquaintance knew the garage door code. After explaining the situation, that friend agreed to come over and assist. As soon as they entered the garage, a strong, unpleasant smell overwhelmed them. Initially, they thought it might be from Alexander's dog. However, as they climbed the stairs, the smell grew worse, indicating something was seriously wrong. They knocked on Alexander's bedroom door, but got no response. Inside, they discovered a large pool of blood soaking into the carpet, leading to the bathroom. In the shower, they found Alexander's body. He had 29 stab wounds, a deep cut across his throat that severed major blood vessels, and a gunshot wound above his left eyebrow. His fingers and toes had darkened, indicating he had been dead for several days. They immediately called 911. The dispatcher asked Alexander if he was suicidal or if someone was angry enough to hurt him. Alexander's friends mentioned Jodi Arias by name as a possible suspect, saying Alexander had told them she had stalked him, accessed his Facebook account, and slashed his tires. When the authorities arrived, there were no signs of forced entry, and the house appeared undisturbed, suggesting that the killer was someone Travis knew and trusted. Blood spatter covered the hallway and bathroom walls. A bloody left-hand palm print was found on the wall. The bathroom sink was stained. Long strands of dark hair, likely from a woman, were discovered in the shower and on the floor. Police also found a digital camera inside the washing machine, which was soaked and seemingly damaged. Forensic technicians were able to recover several images from its memory card. The photos taken on June 4th show Travis and Jodi Arias, his ex-girlfriend, in intimate poses, with the final image, time-stamped at 5:29 p.m., capturing Travis alive in the shower, followed by accidental shots believed to have been taken moments after the attack began. DNA samples were collected from all individuals who had contact with Alexander. Jodi's name surfaced frequently during the investigation. Alexander had ended their relationship months prior, citing her obsessive and controlling behavior. Before the police could contact Jody, she reached out to authorities herself. She expressed her devastation and offered to assist, claiming that the last time she saw Alexander was in April. Jody Arias was born on July 9, 1980, in Salinas, California, to William and Sandra Arias. She grew up in what seemed to be a stable household. However, Jody later claimed that she was physically abused by her parents starting at the age of 7. From a young age, she developed a strong interest in photography, which she continued to pursue throughout her teenage years. In the fall of 2001, she began working as a waitress in Carmel, California. In September 2006, Jody met 29-year-old Alexander at a company conference in Las Vegas, Nevada. They felt an immediate attraction to each other. Alexander, a successful motivational speaker, had a challenging upbringing. He was one of 8 children raised by banned substance-addicted parents and later lived with his devout Mormon grandmother after his parents divorced. He embraced the teachings of the church and used his difficult experiences to motivate others. Despite the challenges he faced, Alexander worked hard to create a stable life and became an example of personal growth. After the conference, they exchanged phone numbers, even though Alexander lived in Arizona and Jody in California. A week later, they met again and became physically intimate that night. After maintaining constant communication through texts, calls, emails, and daily interactions, Jody was baptized into the Mormon Church on November 26, 2006, hoping this would make her more compatible with Alexander. 3 months later, they officially became a couple, and Jody moved to Mesa, Arizona, to be closer to him. However, things soon took a turn for the worse. Jody found messages from another woman on Alexander's phone and accused him of infidelity. This led to a dramatic change in her behavior. She became more jealous, possessive, and emotionally unstable. She often checked his phone, questioned where he was, and expressed her anger frequently. Alexander, who had initially been hopeful about their relationship, started to feel trapped. He shared with friends that Jody was distancing him from his faith, and he began to doubt if she was the right person for him. Their relationship officially ended just a few months later, but they continued to have secret intimate encounters, often traveling together for work. Jody believed they had a future together, while Alexander started dating other women. He believed that Jody had vandalized his car by slashing his tires twice, sending anonymous threatening emails to him and his new partner. Friends remembered him mentioning that she had once broken into his house by crawling through the doggy door. Despite these warning signs, their physical relationship persisted. They shared intimate photos, and Jody continued to obsess over him. By mid-2008, Alexander told his friends that Jody had hacked into his social media accounts. He expressed feeling haunted by her and was unsure how to escape the situation. Alexander and Jody's relationship ended when he invited another woman to join him on a trip. Initially, Alexander intended to take Jody, but he changed his plans at the last minute. When Jody found out she had been replaced, she was furious. On May 28, 2008, there was a reported burglary at Jody's grandparents' home in Yreka, California, where she was staying at the time. A handgun was among the stolen items. On the morning of June 2nd, Jody left her grandparents' house at 5:39 a.m. and traveled to Redding, California, where she rented a car at 8:04 a.m. She opted for a discreet colored vehicle instead of a red one. Jody also brought gasoline containers with her, which was unusual and indicated her plan to hide her travel route. She told friends she was going to Utah to meet a colleague who worked with her in prepaid legal services. In reality, her destination was Mesa, Arizona, an 11-hour drive away. The gas canisters allowed her to refuel without stopping at public gas stations, avoiding security cameras and leaving no digital payment trail. On June 3, 2008, between 1 a.m. and 3 p.m., Jody Arias called Travis Alexander 4 times, but he did not answer. Later, he returned her calls, leading to an 18-minute conversation followed by a 41-minute chat. The content of their discussion is unknown, but events that followed were significant. On June 4th, Jody arrived in Salt Lake City to meet her colleague, Ryan Burns. He immediately noticed something unusual about her. her hands had cuts. When he asked about her injuries, she casually claimed they were from broken glass at work. Despite, she appeared cheerful and even more energetic than usual. That same day, Alexander missed a scheduled conference call, which worried his friends as he was known for being punctual and professional. Days went by without any contact from him. On June 9th, his body was found in his home in Mesa, Arizona, in a horrific scene that shocked his community. On June 17th, Jody voluntarily provided her DNA and fingerprints to the investigators. At that time, she was not considered a primary suspect. Her willingness to cooperate and calm demeanor seemed at odds with the description of her as an erratic, possessive person by Alexander's friends. However, this perception changed just 2 days later. Forensic technicians were able to recover deleted images from Alexander's damaged digital camera. One of the final images revealed his bloody body on the bathroom floor, while another image seemed to show Jody's foot. When police reached out to Jody again, she denied being in Mesa at the time of the murder, claiming she was in Salt Lake City and that Ryan Burns could confirm her alibi. Burns supported her story but noted her unusual hair color and the cuts on her hands. However, lab results revealed more incriminating evidence. A bloody palm print at the crime scene contained DNA from both Jody and Alexander. By July 15, 2008, investigators had gathered enough evidence to formally question Jody. Detective Esteban Flores led the interrogation, challenging her timeline and pointing out an unexplained 18-hour gap during her trip from California to Utah. Cell phone records indicated that her phone had been turned off for an extended period, likely to prevent leaving a digital trace. Despite being confronted with forensic evidence, blood, fingerprints, and photos, Jody continued to deny any involvement. She claimed the images were altered and that she was unaware of what had happened. Eventually, she broke down in tears. What happened next astonished everyone watching the surveillance footage. When Jody was left alone in the interrogation room, her behavior became strange. She knelt on the floor, sang to herself calmly, and talked as if someone else was present. When informed she would be photographed for booking, she asked if she could put on makeup, smiling and asking, "How do I look?" before the camera captured her image. In the days that followed, her account changed. Initially, she admitted she was with Alexander the night he died, but then she created a new story. She claimed that 2 masked intruders, one male, one female, broke into the house, killed Alexander. They threatened her by saying they would harm her family if she spoke. She said she had hidden in a closet during the attack and left only after the intruders were gone. However, despite her tears and shaky voice, her story had inconsistencies. Eventually, Jody changed her narrative again. This time, she confessed to killing Alexander but claimed it was in self-defense. She stated that he had attacked her in a fit of rage, prompting her to fight back. She couldn't remember the details, only that she later found herself driving with blood on her hands and no clear recollection of what had happened. After killing Travis Alexander, Jody Arias fled into the desert. During her escape, she stopped her car, changed her clothes, and threw the blood-stained clothes into a dumpster. She then continued driving toward her destination. Soon after, she appeared in front of the media, confidently claiming her innocence. Jody told reporters that the evidence would prove her guiltlessness and insisted that no jury could ever convict her. Despite her efforts to create an alibi, carefully plan her route, and eliminate any evidence of her actions, the reality of the situation was much worse than she expected. As investigators pieced together the events of June 4th, a disturbing sequence of actions unfolded. That afternoon, Jody and Alexander were intimate, as they had been many times before, and took several pictures together. Afterward, Alexander went into the shower. While he was showering, Jody retrieved a knife she had hidden in her clothing. Under the guise of continuing their photo session, she entered the bathroom. The last photo captured Travis sitting in the shower just moments before she attacked him. Jody struck him with brutal force. He put up a struggle, as evidenced by defensive wounds on his hands. Bloodied and disoriented, he stumbled out of the shower towards the sink, coughing up blood and staining the counter. Despite his attempts to call for help, he couldn't get the words out. As he tried to escape down the hallway, Jody followed him and repeatedly stabbed him in the back. She ultimately pulled his head back and slit his throat, leaving a large pool of blood on the carpet. In her attempt to drag his body back to the bathroom, Jody pressed her bloody hand against the wall for support, leaving a crucial palm print that contained both her DNA and Alexander's. During the struggle, the camera they had used earlier fell over, capturing a blurry image of Jody's foot next to Alexander's blood-soaked body. After witnessing him convulsing from his injuries, she fired a final attack into his forehead. The entire attack lasted approximately 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Jody Arias's trial started on January 2013. Her defense argued that she acted in self-defense. She admitted to killing Alexander but claimed he attacked her after she accidentally dropped his camera. According to her, he became furious, hit her, and broke her finger. Fearful for her safety, she said she ran to his closet, took a gun she said was his, and fired in desperation. When he continued to approach her, she said she stabbed him but could not remember how or when it happened. The prosecutors disagreed, arguing that the evidence suggested her actions were planned and deliberate. Witnesses testified that she had borrowed gas canisters, indicating she intended to drive a long distance without stopping to avoid detection. Audio recordings and text messages showed a complicated and toxic relationship between Jody and Alexander. While Jody portrayed herself as a victim of abuse, the prosecutors pointed out her obsessive behavior and manipulative history. At one stage, she even accused Alexander of being a child abuser, a claim that lacked evidence and complicated the emotional context of the trial. To support her defense, Jody's lawyers claimed she experienced memory loss due to severe psychological trauma. A clinical psychologist testified that she might have had an acute stress response, which could have triggered a fight or flight reaction that affected her memory. He indicated that she showed signs of anxiety resulting from long-term trauma. In contrast, the prosecution's psychologist diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder, describing her as emotionally unstable, manipulative, and prone to extreme, unpredictable behavior. During the trial, Jody spent 18 days on the witness stand, often contradicting herself and displaying exaggerated emotions. The jury found her guilty of first-degree murder on May 8, 2013. All 12 jurors found her guilty of first-degree murder. 7 of the 12 found her guilty of felony murder. As the verdict was read, Alexander's family smiled and hugged each other. The crowd outside the courtroom began cheering and chanting. However, during sentencing, the jurors were unable to agree on whether she should receive the death penalty. The trial's aggravating phase began on May 15, 2013. The only witness was the medical examiner who performed Alexander's autopsy. Jody's attorneys, who had repeatedly asked to withdraw from the case, gave only a brief opening statement and a closing argument in which they said the adrenaline rushing through Alexander's body may have prevented him from feeling much pain while he died. Prosecutor Martinez showed the jury photos of the body in the crime scene, then paused for 2 minutes to illustrate the time he claimed Alexander died. On May 23, during the sentencing phase of Jody's trial, the jury could not reach a unanimous decision, leading the judge to call for a retrial for that part of the case. The jury eventually voted 8-4 in favor of the death penalty. After being dismissed, jury foreman Zavakos expressed that the jury found the decision regarding the death penalty to be very challenging and were frustrated that their work resulted in a retrial. On October 21, 2014, Jody Arias's retrial started with opening statements and an evidentiary hearing. During the first trial, the prosecution's witness, Amanda Webb, had been called to counter Jody's claim that she returned a tank of gas to Walmart on May 8, 2007. However, she admitted she was unsure if all the store's records had been transferred after its relocation. The trial resumed in January 2015. Experts from the Mesa Police revealed that Alexander's laptop contained viruses and adult content, which contradicted testimonies from the first trial in 2013. Jury deliberations began on February 12, 2015. On March 2, 2015, the jury informed Judge Stevens that they were unable to reach a unanimous decision. Jody's attorneys requested a retrial. Judge Stevens denied this request, provided the jury with additional instructions, and instructed them to continue their discussions. By March 5, 2015, Judge Stevens declared a retrial because the jury, after deliberating for about 26 hours over 5 days, had reached a deadlock with an 11-to-1 vote in favor of the death penalty. The 11 jurors who supported the death penalty tried unsuccessfully to have the lone dissenting juror removed, claiming she was biased. By this time, the total cost of Arias's trials had reached approximately $3 million. Sentencing for Jodi Arias was set for April 7, 2015. Judge Stevens had two options: life in prison without the possibility of parole, or life with the possibility of parole after 25 years. On April 13, Stevens chose to sentence Arias to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In June 2015, after a restitution hearing, Jodi was ordered to pay over $32,000 to the siblings of Alexander. Her attorneys argued that this amount was about one-third of what had been requested. On July 6, 2018, Jodi's current attorneys, Margaret M. Green, also known as Peg Green, and Corey Engel, filed a 324-page appeal to the Court of Appeals, seeking to overturn her murder conviction. On October 17, 2019, her attorneys argued that the conviction should be overturned because the prosecutor, Martinez, had acted improperly during the trial, contributing to a media frenzy that affected the trial's outcome. However, on March 24, 2020, the court ruled that despite the prosecutor's egregious misconduct, Jodi Arias had been convicted based on overwhelming evidence of her guilt, and they upheld the conviction. Finally, on November 4, 2020, the Arizona Supreme Court decided not to review the case. As of 2023, Jodi is incarcerated at the Arizona Department of Corrections, located at the Arizona State Prison Complex Perryville. She began her sentence at the complex's maximum security Lumley unit. Victor Tarkov was one of the most prominent figures in Samara's elite. His name was well known across all social circles, from government officials to influential figures in the criminal underworld. More than just the city's leader, he controlled a significant portion of its economy. He rose from being a Soviet-era chemical engineer to a successful businessman, eventually becoming a high-ranking official and ultimately the mayor of Samara. This position increased his power but also caused him to face many dangerous enemies. Victor's family is not only wealthy but also considered a prosperous dynasty thanks to their power and lavish lifestyle. Victor owned opulent estates, extensive land holdings, and a collection of luxury cars, all while ensuring his family enjoyed the privileges of his position. However, beneath their prosperity lay a series of hidden problems. Ekaterina, Victor's granddaughter, was born in 1995 in Samara. She was raised in a wealthy and influential family where affluence and power were commonplace. Her mother, Ludmila, had always been raised as the heir to a powerful lineage, while her father, Sergei Loganov, carried a shadowy reputation and was known by the nickname Lord. From an early age, Ludmila was attracted to questionable groups. Despite having access to the finest education and numerous advantages provided by her father, Victor, she chose to lead an extravagant and carefree lifestyle. By the 1990s, Ludmila had fully immersed herself in the underground world, associating with influential members of organized crime, where she felt completely at ease. Her first husband, Konstantin Sherbakov, was connected to a notorious gang in Samara but was killed in 2001. After his death, Ludmila became involved with Sergei, who was not only a figure in the criminal world but also a key player in large-scale oil fraud schemes worth millions. In 2010, Sergei was arrested for allegedly masterminding an attack on a federal agent, an act that ultimately led to his imprisonment. Despite this, Ludmila continued down the wrong path. She became increasingly involved in organized crime, engaged in fraudulent activities, and eventually found herself in legal trouble. In the summer of 2021, she became the focus of a highly publicized case. She attempted to blackmail Alexander Maliev, a regional parliament deputy, by threatening to reveal damaging personal information unless he paid her a large sum of money. However, her plan failed when Alexander reported the incident to the authorities. In December 2022, she was arrested, convicted, and sentenced to 7 years in a general regime correctional facility. Meanwhile, Ekaterina had a childhood filled with freedom and little supervision. As the granddaughter of Victor, a powerful political figure, she had never faced financial hardship and lacked an understanding of the true value of money. Unlike her peers, she had no limits on her spending and was not subject to academic or disciplinary pressures. This absence of rules fostered a sense of entitlement that only grew stronger over time. From an early age, Ekaterina lived a life of luxury, drawn to high-end fashion, exclusive parties, and influential social circles. At the time, Samara's nightlife scene was thriving, and she quickly became part of the city's elite youth, mingling with the children of wealthy families for whom extravagance was a way of life. In this environment, alcohol and illegal substances were readily accessible. Ekaterina never worried about her future because her maternal grandfather, Victor, provided for all her needs, while her mother, preoccupied with her own criminal activities, paid little attention to her. Trouble began when Ekaterina became heavily addicted to illegal substances, which drastically affected her behavior. She became more and more dependent on them and had difficulty living normally without them. Her social circle also changed, and she began to associate with people who were willing to provide her with illegal substances in exchange for money, favors, or influence. Despite her grandfather's financial support, her reckless spending habits soon exceeded the allowance she received. By 2016, Ekaterina's reputation in Samara had already been tarnished when she met an Israeli man during a trip to Cyprus. Their relationship progressed quickly, culminating in marriage. She adopted his surname, becoming Ekaterina Belskaya, and in 2017, they welcomed a son. However, married life did little to curb her destructive behavior. She continued her partying, heavy drinking, and emotional outbursts. Eventually, her husband reached his limit and, after 2 years, filed for divorce. Then, Ekaterina returned to Samara and left her son in the care of his grandparents. Back home, her family continued to support her. Her maternal grandfather, Victor, provided financial aid despite her conduct, but even his generosity could not keep up with her lifestyle. Ekaterina's spending spiraled further out of control, with much of her money going toward parties and illegal substances. By 2020, her financial situation had become dire, as the funds from her family started to dwindle. She attempted rehabilitation but quickly relapsed, resuming her destructive habits. Her behavior became increasingly erratic, and though she continued to maintain expensive tastes, she no longer had the means to sustain them. In desperation, she began selling her possessions, designer handbags, jewelry, phones, and even religious icons gifted by her grandparents. By that point, family heirlooms held no sentimental value for her. Her only focus was obtaining cash. Over time, Ekaterina began borrowing money from friends and acquaintances, but people quickly lost faith in her and refused to lend her more. Her debts piled up, and creditors became relentless in their demands for repayment. With no legal income and no intention of finding a job, she became stuck in an unrelenting cycle of debt. Seeing that his granddaughter had no desire to change, Victor decided to reduce her financial support. However, she saw this not as an act of tough love but as a betrayal. She firmly believed he was obligated to provide for her. Family tensions grew worse, escalating into outright hostility. She openly expressed her resentment, blaming her grandparents for all her problems. Her hatred grew, and she finally came to a cold decision. The only way to completely solve her financial problems was to eliminate those who stood in the way of her inheritance. By 2023, Ekaterina's financial situation had reached a critical point. Her debts had grown significantly. She had borrowed from numerous sources, including friends, high-interest lenders, and even individuals known for their harsh collection methods. Despite promising her creditors that she would repay them soon, she had no means to do so. The pressure mounted as creditors became increasingly aggressive, bombarding her with persistent calls and threats. Desperate for money, Ekaterina began attempting to sell her family's valuables. She sought buyers for antique religious icons, jewelry, and even her grandmother's car. According to investigators, she managed to sell some of these items, but the funds were still insufficient. Her desperation led her to consider selling real estate under her maternal grandfather Victor's name. However, her maternal grandfather, being a cautious and experienced man, maintained strict control over his assets and refused to grant her access to his properties. Ekaterina realized that, as long as he was alive, she would never gain full control of his wealth. In early January 2025, Victor and his wife, Natalia, suddenly stopped responding to calls. Concerned, their relatives, friends, and business associates made repeated attempts to contact them, but their phones remained switched off. Their abrupt silence was troubling, especially since Victor had a reputation for staying in touch, even with former colleagues and business partners. When he failed to respond to birthday wishes on January 3, 2025, those close to him grew increasingly worried. The first person to raise the alarm was Victor's former deputy. After several unsuccessful attempts to call Victor, he suddenly received a strange text message, "All questions for KI." This message raised suspicions, as Victor was known for his proper grammar and precise communication, which were noticeably absent in the message. Continued attempts to contact Victor and Natalia were unsuccessful, prompting Victor's assistant to file a missing persons report with the authorities. Once the report was filed, the police promptly launched an investigation. Detectives searched Victor's home, reviewed recent financial transactions, and examined surveillance footage. Disturbing details quickly emerged, particularly regarding Ekaterina's suspicious behavior. Investigators uncovered unusual financial activity in the days leading up to Victor and Natalia's disappearance. Ekaterina had made strange purchases and appeared to have tried to erase all traces of them from the apartment. When investigators inspected Victor's home, they discovered an unsettling scene. Although there were no obvious signs of a struggle, the residence was eerily spotless. Forensic specialists detected traces of chemical cleaners commonly used to destroy biological evidence. Using advanced equipment, they conducted a thorough examination of the apartment and uncovered hidden biological traces in the bathroom and kitchen. Laboratory tests revealed the presence of blood, which DNA analysis confirmed belonged to Victor and Natalia. The small quantities of blood indicated that the cause of death likely did not involve heavy blood loss. Investigators focused on the suspicious purchases Ekaterina had made in the weeks prior to Victor and Natalia's disappearance. Transaction records revealed she had bought plastic containers, chemical substances, heavy-duty bags, and protective suits online, items with no apparent use in an ordinary household. These purchases were particularly notable given her precarious financial situation and inconsistent spending habits. Further inquiries revealed that Ekaterina had also begun rapidly selling off her grandparents' possessions. The assets, including antique religious icons, jewelry, and her grandmother Natalia's Toyota RAV4, were all put up for sale. The speed of these transactions raised alarms, especially since there was no evidence that the rightful owners had willingly ceded control of their property. Meanwhile, law enforcement analyzed Victor and Natalia's phone records and discovered that their devices had remained active after their disappearance. Text messages sent from their numbers to friends and family claimed they had left town. However, linguistic analysis revealed inconsistencies in the writing style, strongly suggesting that someone else was using their phones. Another critical discovery involved Ekaterina's access to her maternal grandfather Victor's online banking account. Investigators found multiple attempts to execute financial transactions using Victor's accounts after his disappearance. Although she failed to fully access the funds, her attempts to use his accounts while his whereabouts were unknown became a key piece of evidence. Once the authorities had gathered sufficient evidence, they arrested Ekaterina at Victor's apartment, where she had been living since his disappearance. During her arrest, she remained unusually calm, showing no resistance, no shock, and no questions about the reasons for her detention. Her lack of visible distress was striking, given the gravity of the situation and the serious accusations against her. After being taken to the police station, Ekaterina was interrogated. During the initial questioning, she refused to provide testimony, claiming she felt unwell. Investigators continued their work and presented her with the evidence they had collected. Instead of providing a consistent explanation, she changed her version of the incident, making contradictory statements. As the investigation progressed, new evidence emerged that helped reconstruct a timeline of the crime. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage, witness statements, and digital traces from her phone and computer, which provided a clearer understanding of what might have occurred. Ekaterina's main defense was to deny any involvement altogether. She claimed that she knew nothing about her grandparents' whereabouts and accused her of selling their belongings at their request. However, the evidence told a different story. Investigators continued piecing together the incident, gathering more incriminating evidence against her. Although the exact sequence of the incident remains uncertain, several theories have been explored. One theory suggests that Ekaterina planned the crime in advance, possibly by adding a toxic substance to her grandparents' food or drink. This may explain why there was no struggle and very little blood was found in the apartment. However, forensic testing has not yet confirmed the use of poison. Another possibility is that Victor and Natalia were quickly attacked, potentially with blows to the head. The limited blood at the scene suggests the crime could have been carried out in this manner. A quick and forceful attack may have caused instant fatal injuries, followed by an attempt to conceal the remains. Strangulation is also considered a plausible scenario. If the perpetrator wanted to avoid drawing attention, this method would make sense. However, investigators have yet to present sufficient evidence to substantiate this theory. After committing the crime, Ekaterina is believed to have taken extreme measures to dispose of the remains. Surveillance footage captured her bringing a large blue plastic barrel into the apartment, which was later seen outside the building. Investigators suspect it was used to transport Victor and Natalia's remains. Chemical substances were also discovered, which may have been used to accelerate decomposition. Some media reports claim that human remains were found in the apartment's refrigerator, though officials have not confirmed this. Despite intensive cleaning efforts, forensic specialists detected microscopic traces of blood throughout the apartment. As the investigation progressed, each new piece of evidence further substantiated the theory that Ekaterina was directly involved in the disappearance, and likely the deaths, of her grandparents, Victor and Natalia. One peculiar detail stood out. Shortly before the incident, Ekaterina claimed to have broken her leg and was seen walking with crutches. Yet, on the day she was spotted carrying bags in a barrel, the crutches had disappeared, and she appeared to walk without difficulty. Neighbors also reported seeing an unidentified man near her at the time. It is believed he may have helped her move the container, but his identity remains unknown, and authorities are still attempting to confirm his involvement. Investigators suspect that Ekaterina disposed of the remains in pieces, scattering them in dumpsters across various parts of Samara. The garbage collected from these locations was later transported to the Privalza landfill. The authorities have launched a search at the dump, but it has been challenging due to the amount of time that has passed and the vast quantity of garbage, amounting to tens of tons. Alternatively, some body parts might have been destroyed by chemicals or other methods. However, there is currently no concrete evidence to support this hypothesis. After completing their investigation and reviewing all collected evidence, prosecutors formally charged Ekaterina. She was accused of a double murder and of desecrating the remains, with the alleged motive being to seize her grandparents' assets. The trial attracted significant public attention, not only because the suspect, Ekaterina, was the granddaughter of a former mayor, but also due to the heinous nature of the crime. After her arrest for killing her grandparents, investigators considered whether her mother, Ludmila, might have been involved. A reasonable question arose: could Ludmila, despite being in prison, have influenced her daughter or had a motive for the murders? However, no concrete evidence linked her to the crime. At the time of the incident, Ludmila had already been incarcerated for several years and lacked the means to orchestrate it. Nevertheless, her influence on Ekaterina's mindset was undeniable. From a young age, Ludmila had instilled in Ekaterina the belief that power and wealth could be achieved through deceit, manipulation, and crime, a worldview that ultimately shaped Ekaterina's actions. The prosecutors claimed that Ekaterina had committed the crime with a high level of cruelty and financial motives, and they proposed a life imprisonment sentence for her actions. A critical question during the trial was whether Ekaterina acted alone, Investigators theorized that such a complicated crime might have required an accomplice. Their primary suspect was a man named Vitaly, an inmate Ekaterina had met while visiting her mother in prison. Evidence uncovered that she had maintained frequent contact with Vitaly. Phone records revealed she called him often before the crime and even transferred money to his account. Despite these findings, no direct evidence linked him to the murders. Although the court considered the possibility that he had participated in coordinating the actions, the evidence was not strong enough to convict him. At the time of her sentencing, Ekaterina's case became one of the most shocking criminal stories in recent years. Public opinion has clearly mixed opinions. Some viewed her as a cold and calculating criminal who acted out of greed, while others suggested she may have been manipulated by more powerful forces. Regardless of these differing perspectives, most agreed that the crime was horrific and deserved the harshest punishment. Currently, the trial is ongoing and aired on national television. Meanwhile, journalists have uncovered new details about Ekaterina's troubled life, including her struggles with substance abuse and significant debts. The public was stunned to learn that the granddaughter of a prominent figure could commit such a brutal act against her own family for financial gain. Recent reports reveal that Ekaterina has stopped speaking, likely due to severe psychological stress. During interrogations and court hearings, she has remained silent and appears emotionally detached. Experts have speculated that she may be suffering from mutism, a condition in which a person loses the ability to speak, or a stupor-like state, indicating impaired consciousness while retaining basic physical reflexes. In the coming days, Ekaterina is scheduled to undergo a psychiatric evaluation at the Samara Psychiatric Hospital to determine her mental state and rule out the possibility of feigned symptoms. This assessment is expected to last at least 30 days. Following the murder of Victor and Natalia, questions about their inheritance arose. Preliminary estimates assessed the value of Victor's property at about $54 million. However, Ekaterina was disinherited because the law prohibits individuals who commit crimes against the deceased from inheriting. This leaves only one potential heir, Ekaterina's young son, who was placed in the care of social services after her arrest. The boy's father, an Israeli citizen, learned of the situation through news reports. Although the court is considering granting him custody, Russian authorities have not yet finalized their decision. In the meantime, Victor's estate remains unresolved, as Ekaterina has been disqualified from the inheritance. The ownership of the property awaits the court's decision to determine the rightful heir. As of February 19, 2025, Ekaterina's trial has not yet concluded, and no verdict has been issued. She remains in custody until at least April 2, 2025. Investigators are still examining the possible involvement of other individuals, including Vitaly, an inmate with whom Ekaterina had been in contact. However, no concrete evidence has been found linking him to the crime. According to Ekaterina's attorney, she continues to refuse to speak and has not commented on the charges against her. Brooke Bennett was born on July 12, 1995, in the small town of Randolph, Vermont, USA, which had a population of about 4,000. At the time of the key events in her life, Brooke was 12 years old and attending 7th grade at the local school. She enjoys watching TV in her free time and has a passion for basketball and lacrosse. She also loves animals and often spends time with her cat and dog. From an early age, Brooke was part of the Girl Scouts, where she made many friends and developed strong social connections. She was born at a time when the internet and computers were just starting to emerge. By the early 2000s, the digital world began to expand rapidly, with platforms like instant messengers and social networks becoming highly popular among young people. Like her peers, Brooke embraced this new technology. Her mother gifted her a personal computer during her elementary school years. Not long after, she created a MySpace account, unaware of how significantly this decision would impact her life. For Brooke, MySpace became a way to stay connected with friends, meet new people, and build relationships, even over long distances. Her open and friendly nature made her active on the platform and eager to socialize. However, this technological innovation coincided with difficulties in her personal life. After her parents divorced, her mother quickly entered a relationship with a man named Raymond Gagnon. As Brooke grew older, the internet also became a dangerous space. Criminals and predators began exploiting the anonymity and reach of the online world to manipulate and harm others, taking advantage of its rapid adoption. On June 19, 2008, Brooke received a message from a boy at her school whom she admired. They began exchanging texts, and after a brief conversation, he invited her to a party on June 25th. Brooke happily agreed. On the day of the party, she met her cousin Jessie, and the two visited a store together. Afterward, they went their separate ways, hiding their plans from Brooke's mother. That evening, Brooke's mother grew concerned when her daughter didn't return home. She contacted all of Brooke's friends, including Jessie, but everyone claimed they hadn't seen Brooke that day. Brooke wasn't answering her mother's phone or responding to messages, so her mother reported her disappearance to the police. Unbeknownst to them, the answer to the mystery was closer than they realized. The person responsible for Brooke's disappearance was part of her family. As soon as the police received the report, they began searching for Brooke. Through CCTV footage, they traced Brooke's movements to the store where she and Jessie had parted ways. Initially, investigators believed the two girls had met again that day. However, Jessie remained silent during the search efforts, withholding key information about what had happened. During the investigation, police found Brooke's underwear and shoes near a pond close to the store. These items were sent to a lab for DNA testing. The discovery raised alarms, leading detectives to suspect that Brooke might no longer be alive. A public notice was issued, mobilizing local law enforcement and volunteers to conduct an extensive search, but no significant leads were uncovered. Meanwhile, investigators turned their focus to Brooke's close acquaintances. Their main suspect was her uncle, Michael Jacques, who was known for his lengthy criminal record. He had a dark history of violence, beginning when he married Brooke's aunt in 1985. At just 18 years old, he was already involved in criminal activity. His first legal case involved indecent behavior and the corruption of a minor. His victim, a 15-year-old girl, had been in a long-term relationship with him that resulted in a pregnancy and subsequent abortion. Although the girl initially accused him, the charges were dropped after she refused to testify, insisting their relationship had been consensual. In 1996, Michael committed another serious crime. At the time, he was living in an apartment above a local bar. Investigations revealed that he had been running an illegal operation, selling alcohol and banned substances. This business thrived due to its proximity to a nearby factory, where tired workers would visit after their shifts to drink or purchase stronger substances. Michael was frequently monitored by the police, and during an inspection, they found a woman dressed in a school uniform in his house. After that, she revealed that Michael had forced her into intimacy, handcuffed her, tied her up, and frequently strangled her. As a result, he was charged with corrupting a minor. It was also discovered that Michael had faced similar charges in the past but had managed to avoid serious punishment. Unfortunately, this lack of consequences emboldened him to continue his predatory behavior. In 1992, Michael kidnapped a coworker from the bar where they both worked. He ambushed her after her shift, dragged her to his apartment, and restrained her with handcuffs, tying her to the bed. He then abused her and tightened a rope around her neck, threatening to kill her. After subjecting her to a night of abuse, he appeared to have a moment of clarity, claiming he needed psychiatric help, and released his victim. She immediately reported the incident to the police, leading to Michael's arrest and subsequent charges of kidnapping, unlawful detention, and aggravated abuse. He was sentenced to 6 years in prison for his crimes. Prison records described Michael as a model inmate who avoided criminal behavior and violence during his incarceration. He even voluntarily participated in a rehabilitation program for violent offenders, which worked in his favor when he applied for early release. Despite not completing the program, he was released early. However, this early release did little to rehabilitate him, as his law-abiding behavior was short-lived. After his release in August 1996, Michael violated the conditions of his probation. A year later, in August 1997, he faced legal action again for living with a woman and her minor daughter. His probation strictly prohibited him from being in the presence of children under 18 without supervision. Even in the presence of other adults, he was only allowed limited interaction with children, including a 16-year-old. Despite this serious breach, he received an unexpectedly mild punishment, just 4 days of correctional labor. After this incident, Michael seems to be trying to reintegrate into society. He found work as an operations manager at a real estate company in New Hampshire. Despite his criminal record, the company offered him favorable conditions. He earned a steady income, used his savings to buy a small house, and later rented it out. His income supported his family, and he maintained good relationships with them. Financially, he seemed to be stable and successful. But was it possible that someone with such a history of violence against minors could have been involved in Brooke's disappearance? He soon became the prime suspect in Brooke's case. Disturbed by her cousin Brooke's disappearance, Jessie approached the police and shared a shocking account that stunned investigators. She revealed that, in 2003, Michael had acquired a personal computer and discovered that the internet and social networks allowed him to manipulate minors anonymously. Using fake identities and voice-changing software, Michael exploited these tools to commit crimes while masking his true identity. Michael's first attempt targeted a 10-year-old girl, whom he intimidated using a fake name. The girl, however, quickly told adults about the incident, preventing further harm. Michael learned from this failed attempt and became more calculated in his predatory behavior. Around this time, he devised an even more sinister plan, revealing both his cruelty and cunning. Michael's next target was Jessie, who was only 9 years old at the time. He deceived her by impersonating someone else and began threatening her. He warned Jessie that if she reported him or disobeyed his demands, he would kill her family. Exploiting her fear, he forced the girl to join an organization he referred to as the Breckenridge Project. It was a malicious organization he had fabricated himself, and he threatened that there was no escape and that she would be executed if she did not comply. Michael created numerous fake identities, linking them to various email accounts, to further disorient Jessie. Soon, she began receiving threatening messages. Over time, he broke her will and started dictating her actions. His threats escalated, ultimately leading to horrific criminal acts. He referred to Jessie as J1 and introduced her to a system in which participants were assigned identification numbers. Initially, she resisted, particularly his demands for abusive actions. However, he increased his threats, even warning that he would kill her pet. Tragically, 2 of Jessie's family pets were indeed killed as part of his coercion. Living in constant fear for her life, Jessie was forced to comply with Michael's demands. He recorded the criminal acts on video and involved another man, Raymond, Brooke's stepfather, in his depraved plans. This harrowing situation highlighted the unimaginable abuse experienced by Brooke and Jessie, who grew up surrounded by predators. Michael manipulated Jessie into believing in a violent program that required her to complete dangerous quests. He met her in secret multiple times, picking her up at various locations and transporting her in his car to carry out these acts. His methods were highly calculated to cover his tracks. Worst of all, Raymond, Brooke's stepfather, also participated in these heinous crimes. After abusing Jessie, Michael targeted Brooke next. Michael initially tried to manipulate Brooke by persuading her to participate in his perverse fantasies. However, she refused his advances. Frustrated, he turned to the same intimidation tactics he had used on Jessie. Using the internet and other forms of communication, Michael tried to manipulate Brooke, yet, unlike Jessie, she resisted and did not fall for his schemes. By this point, Jessie was so intimidated by the program that she felt entirely brainwashed, believing she had no choice but to follow every demand given by her manipulator. Michael convinced her that the ordeal would only end if she successfully completed all stages of the program. The next stage involved Brooke. Jessie's task was to help manipulate her. Jessie and Brooke were not just sisters but also close friends, communicating openly. This bond made it easier for Michael to advance his sinister plan. In May 2008, Michael began carrying out his scheme. He managed to gather personal information about Brooke, his next target. He learned that the 12-year-old had a crush on a boy at school. Exploiting this, he created a fake online profile of the boy. Using authentic photos, likely found online, and copying parts of the boy's friend list, Michael made the profile appear genuine. After brief online chats, the fake boy invited Brooke to a party. Unaware of the danger, Brooke eagerly walked into the trap set by Michael. She was extremely excited by this interaction and excitedly shared the news with Jessie, telling Jessie that the boy she liked asked her out. For Brooke, this seemed like her first romantic experience, exciting and magical. Little did she know that Michael was behind the scheme. A later discovered diary entry revealed her innocent excitement, with hearts drawn around her name and the boy's name. Jessie knew everything that was happening but, under intense fear and manipulation, remained silent. On June 20th, 2008, Jessie received a letter, supposedly from another program participant, that questioned her willingness to comply. Feeling desperate and overwhelmed, Jessie expressed her desire for everything to end. Under immense pressure, she was coerced into supporting Michael's plan to ensnare Brooke. Investigators later uncovered purchase records from Michael's computer dated June 16th. He had spent approximately $1,000 on items, including handcuffs and ropes, suggesting he was preparing a location to torture his victim. On June 23rd, one of Michael's fake accounts instructed Jessie to get intimate with her boyfriend and provide a DNA sample. Jessie complied with this horrific demand, using a napkin to collect the sample and packaging it as instructed. She then dropped off the package at an address Michael had provided. His goal was to use the DNA to fabricate evidence and frame Jessie's boyfriend for a crime he was planning. Clearly, his schemes were carefully designed to mislead investigators and cover his tracks. On June 25, 2008, Brooke was supposed to attend a party as part of Michael's planned plan. On that day, she and Jessie traveled to the location using different routes. When they arrived at the house where the party was meant to take place, Jessie informed Brooke that the others weren't ready yet and offered her a drink to help her relax. Feeling nervous, Brooke drank the beverage without realizing it had been drugged. After Brooke lost consciousness, Jessie believed her role in the plan was over and asked for permission to leave. Michael allowed her to go. Brooke was then taken to a bedroom and, tragically, was never seen alive again. Later, Jessie expressed deep remorse for her involvement in helping Michael lure Brooke into the trap. She claimed she had been deceived into believing that Brooke would only engage in consensual encounters with older men as part of an initiation. Jessie insisted she was unaware of Michael's sinister plan to kidnap Brooke. She also revealed details of her own abuse, sharing that she was abused by her uncle from the age of 9. Jessie provided investigators with her computer, which contained her communications with Michael. Ultimately, Michael's scheme fell apart. Investigators obtained a warrant to search his computer, uncovering incriminating evidence of his crimes. Michael, 41, was arrested, ending his criminal activities. During the investigation, police uncovered disturbing evidence, including videos in which Jessie was abused. At Michael's house in Sochi, authorities found sneakers belonging to Brooke, written instructions he had given Jessie, and a detailed plan outlining how Jessie should deceive the police. Fortunately, Jessie cooperated with the authorities and revealed the truth. Michael's attempts to mislead investigators failed, and they even discovered the book he had used to develop his manipulative tactics. This case was not the first horrifying instance involving a manipulative criminal. In Nevada, Tom Soria committed equally appalling acts. A ruthless manipulator, he abused his own son and coerced him, under threats of death, into luring other teenage children to him, whom Tom would then torture. In 2008, the body of one of Tom's victims, a 9-year-old girl, was discovered in a shallow grave in the woods, just a few kilometers from Michael's torture site. Evidence revealed that she had endured prolonged torture and abuse before being strangled with a plastic bag from Umart. Tom hadn't even removed the bag from her head, leaving her face frozen in a terrified expression, a haunting reminder of her final moments. Even in prison, Michael attempted to manipulate the incident. On July 8, he wrote to Garcia, a lawyer and friend, instructing him to help fabricate evidence by altering Jessie's messages to frame her boyfriend. Michael planned to use these fabricated messages to support his claims of innocence. He also urged Garcia to travel from Arizona to Vermont for a face-to-face meeting about sensitive details, warning that phone or mail communications were being monitored. Garcia was horrified after reading the letters and alerted the police on July 10th. Law enforcement saw this as an opportunity to gather more evidence against Michael while pretending Garcia was cooperating with him. They arranged for recorded phone calls between Garcia and Michael to use as court evidence. However, Michael, aware that prison calls were monitored, refused to reveal significant details. Lest Michael become suspicious, investigators devised a plan to accidentally put a cell phone in his hand while he was in prison, tricking him into believing that he could now communicate safely. On July 16th, the FBI and Garcia coordinated the next steps. During their first phone call, Garcia focused on earning Michael's trust, avoiding any direct questions about the crime. In this conversation, Michael blamed the crime on unidentified bad guys and avoided providing specifics. Instead, he instructed Garcia to deliver letters to authorities to falsely implicate Jesse's boyfriend. He also suggested involving Jesse by having her delete or alter messages related to the NRI program. On July 22nd, Garcia called Michael again, and this conversation was also recorded. During the call, Michael expressed urgency, stating that Jesse needed to act quickly because time was running out and the police were closing in on him. He claimed that he had been framed but believed he could still avoid a capital punishment charge, as no official indictment had been made yet. Michael provided Garcia with detailed instructions, advising him to use internet cafes for communication to avoid detection. Through these calls, Michael inadvertently revealed critical details of his scheme, offering investigators additional evidence against him. On July 24th, during another recorded conversation, Michael, still insisting on contacting Jesse, provided her with a detailed set of instructions to follow. He also gave her access to online accounts under the names Eric and Charles, which he had used to manipulate her. These accounts were designed to guide the teenager and help ensure Michael's release. His demands included having Jesse spread a false narrative to the media, claiming that the Breckenridge program was legitimate. According to Michael's fabricated story, other participants had conspired against him by planting evidence, such as handcuffs, ropes, and sneakers, at his house. Further investigation revealed that Michael had sought assistance shortly after Brooke's disappearance. He approaches her stepfather, Raymond, and forces Raymond to participate in his cover-up. Under pressure, Raymond accessed Brooke's MySpace account and altered her correspondence based on Michael's instructions. He manipulated the messages to frame Jesse's boyfriend, even planting the boyfriend's DNA on Brooke's underwear. Michael's plan appeared foolproof, but he failed to anticipate Jesse's reaction. Traumatized by Brooke's disappearance, Jesse and her boyfriend began speaking out. Fortunately, Jesse was not harmed, and despite the initial evidence implicating her boyfriend, Jesse's testimony in correspondence ultimately exposed Michael's conspiracy. Due to the overwhelming evidence, a trial was avoided. In August 2013, Michael Jacques admitted guilt to all 6 charges, including the abuse, torture, and murder of a minor. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, in addition to an extra 70 years. This ensured that he would never regain his freedom. Moreover, he was stripped of his right to appeal. Initially, he planned to resist, but upon learning that prosecutors were seeking the death penalty and that he had no chance of proving his innocence, he decided to cooperate with the investigation. Brooke's stepfather, 40-year-old Raymond, was also brought to justice after investigators confirmed his involvement. He was arrested for the possession of adult content and involvement in the abuse of a minor. Following his trial, Raymond received a 17-year prison sentence. Detectives repeatedly offered him a deal to testify against Michael in exchange for a reduced sentence, but he declined each time. This horrific crime caused widespread public outrage and left the citizens of the state deeply disturbed. Brooke's parents were particularly devastated because the crime had been planned and carried out by a relative. Local residents demanded stricter punishments for Michael. In response to public pressure, the governor spearheaded a reform of the criminal justice system to impose harsher penalties for crimes involving minors and abuse offenses. The lieutenant governor alone gathered 52,000 signatures from Vermont residents in support of the initiative. These reforms, referred to as Brooke's Law, were passed into legislation, requiring a minimum prison sentence of 25 years for cases of abuse. Megan Bills, born as Megan Smith, faced challenges early in life. At just 4 years old, she was placed in foster care, which can be a difficult environment for any child. However, her life changed for the better when she was 7 years old. Dawn and Martin Bills, a kind and caring couple from Starbridge, adopted her and brought her into their family. The Bills already had a son, James, and in 2007, they officially adopted Megan, giving her the last name Bills. Her adoptive parents have shared that the early years of their family were filled with joy. Megan was full of energy and always eager to bring happiness to others with her laughter and singing. She loved music, played the flute in a local orchestra, and sang in her church choir. Swimming was another activity she truly enjoyed. Megan grew up in Starbridge and was a bright student, though her teenage years brought natural changes. By the age of 16, like many teenagers, she sought more independence and started distancing herself from home as she tried to find her own way in life. In 2014, Megan met Josh Edwards, a local boy, and their relationship grew serious. By 2016, she moved in with Josh's family, a decision her adoptive parents, Dawn and Martin, supported, though staying in touch proved challenging. Since she did not have a cell phone, their communication was limited. Nevertheless, her parents remained optimistic, as she planned to return home in 2017 to reunite with them. After finishing school, Megan enrolled at Dudley College and completed a year-long hairdressing course in 2016. However, living away from home presented its own challenges. She faced the struggles of independence in an environment where not everyone had good intentions. Still, she had no legal troubles, no arrests or police issues. Her struggles were personal, similar to those many teenagers face while seeking independence and trying to balance family relationships. As Megan's 18th birthday drew near, her family planned a special trip for her to swim with dolphins, an experience she would, tragically, never have. In early May 2017, a hostel on Highgate Road operated as usual. This wasn't a typical boarding house. It was a supported living facility for former offenders working to rebuild their lives after prison. Residents mostly kept to themselves, some were looking for jobs, while others were trying to stay out of trouble. The staff, a mix of managers and volunteers, kept the facility running by managing rooms, maintaining order, and ensuring that the rules were followed. However, over the last few days, something unusual has been happening. A strange, very strong smell has started to permeate the area. It is not the musty smell typical of old buildings, but a much more unpleasant odor that grows stronger every day. By May 3rd, the smell had reached an unbearable level. The staff started discussing it and trying to find the cause. Was it a clogged drain? Leftover food spoiling in a room? Messes like these weren't uncommon, but this felt different. One of the volunteers, Sarah, noticed that the odor was strongest near a specific ground floor bedsit. The room's occupant hadn't been around, but that wasn't unusual, as residents often came and went. Sarah noted her observations in the logbook and informed the hostel manager during the morning meeting, knowing that such smells couldn't be ignored in a place housing vulnerable people. By May 4th, the stench had worsened, becoming sickening and unbearable. The manager gathered a small team, Sarah, another staff member, and a trusted resident who helped with maintenance, to investigate. The room's occupant still hadn't returned. After knocking and calling out with no response, they used the master key to unlock the door. As they opened it, the smell hit them immediately, so overpowering that they covered their noses with their sleeves. At first glance, the room looked ordinary: an unmade bed, a few scattered clothes, and a purple quilt draped over a wardrobe in the corner. However, the source of the odor was clearly the wardrobe. Sarah approached it cautiously, feeling nauseated as she noticed something unusual. The wardrobe doors were tied shut with cloth, and the entire piece of furniture had been tightly wrapped in layers of cling film, as though someone had tried to seal it completely. A small fan buzzed softly above the wardrobe, directed toward an open window, seemingly intended to push the smell outside. The team exchanged uneasy glances, realizing the situation was far from normal. The manager hesitantly pulled back the quilt, revealing even more cling film. With trembling hands, they began cutting through the plastic. As the wardrobe was finally opened, something fell out, a human leg, so severely decomposed it was barely recognizable as human. At first, they thought it might have been an animal due to the state of decay. Then, the horrifying truth became clear: it was a body. Panic set in immediately. The manager quickly ordered everyone to leave the room and contacted the police without delay. West Midlands police arrived at the hostel at 11:30 a.m. and commenced their investigation. Officers promptly began asking questions. Who had been living in this room? When was this person last seen? Had anyone else been inside recently? The staff shared what they knew, pointing to logbook entries that mentioned the strange odor and the room's occupant being absent. The body was so decomposed that immediate identification was impossible. It had been wrapped in a curtain and placed inside the wardrobe, adding yet another layer of concealment. The forensic team carefully removed the body, documenting the cling film and cloth used to seal the wardrobe. Detectives began piecing together a timeline. Reports indicated that the smell had been lingering for days, possibly even a week, suggesting the body had been there for some time. Investigators collected fingerprints from the cling film, swabbed for DNA, and bagged items such as the quilt and a torn shirt found nearby for evidence. The hostel's CCTV system became a critical focus of the investigation. Cameras monitored the hallways, the garden, and the building's entrances. Officers requested footage from the preceding weeks, hoping to trace movements in and around the room. As the case advanced, the police learned more about the room's occupant. The tenant was someone who had only been staying at the hostel for a short time but was missing when the body was discovered. Detectives began tracking his last known whereabouts and attempting to locate him. They also interviewed other residents, questioning whether anyone had noticed unusual activity, arguments, visitors, or anything suspicious that might explain what had occurred. Days later, forensic experts confirmed the victim's identity using dental records. It was Megan Bills. The revelation deeply affected the hostel staff, who had no idea that a young woman was connected to their facility. Megan's family was devastated, struggling to come to terms with their unimaginable loss. The West Midlands police began reconstructing the incident that led to Megan's tragic death. The hostel, housing former offenders, presented a challenging environment where every resident could represent a potential lead. Police started with the most obvious connection: the bedsit's occupant, Ashley Foster. He, a 24-year-old man, had been staying at the hostel for only a few days following his recent release from prison. His absence when Megan's body was discovered immediately raised suspicions. However, the police refrained from publicly accusing him, as they needed solid evidence rather than assumptions. Within hours, they located him and brought him in for questioning. His account was vague, claiming he hadn't spent much time in his room. Detectives identified inconsistencies but kept their observations to themselves. To strengthen their case, they expanded the investigation, interviewing every resident and staff member at the hostel. Investigators started asking key questions. Had anyone seen Megan at the hostel before? Was there any sign of an argument, a strange visitor, or unusual behavior? The interviews presented a fragmented narrative. One resident recalled seeing a young woman matching Megan's description around mid-April, possibly Easter weekend, chatting in the hostel's garden. At the time, he didn't think much of it. A staff member mentioned overhearing an argument in the hallway during the same time frame, although it was unclear who was involved. While these details were compelling, they were not enough to build a case. The police turned to the hostel's CCTV system, a network of cameras that monitored the hallways, entrances, and garden for more concrete leads. CCTV footage provided a key lead in the investigation. Detectives analyzed hours of video from mid-April to early May, focusing on Easter Sunday, April 16th, the last day Megan was seen alive. Around 11:52 a.m. on April 16th, footage showed she entering the hostel. Just 4 minutes later, she was seen leaving with Ashley. The investigation then expanded to cameras from a nearby supermarket, which captured Megan and Foster later that day, laughing and joking as they bought cans of soda and blue Rizla cigarette papers. These videos provide a haunting glimpse into the final hours of her life. She appeared relaxed and unaware of the danger she was in. One video, recorded at around 2 p.m., shows Megan entering the hostel with Ashley. They appear casual, even friendly, as they walk toward his room. The footage is unsettling. Megan, unaware of what awaits her, walks through the door, which then closes behind her. The cameras never capture her leaving. 2 hours later, Ashley is seen exiting the hostel alone, walking away quietly. This timeline is important, as it establishes that Megan was in his room at the time of her possible murder, and his actions afterward raise suspicions of a cover-up. 25 hours later, Ashley is seen returning to the hostel with several bags, one of which contains a quilt. On May 2nd, security footage shows him hanging the quilt on a washing line and spraying it with cleaning fluid from a white bottle with a nozzle. These actions strongly suggest an attempt to hide evidence, cleaning, airing out, and removing any traces of something sinister. To uncover why Megan had gone to the hostel, the police contacted her adoptive parents, Dawn and Martin. They explained that Megan had been living with Josh's family in 2016 but had been planning to return home. They hadn't seen her since early April because she didn't have a phone, making communication difficult. When asked about any connection Megan might have had to the hostel, they were baffled. According to them, Megan had no reason to be in that environment. They mentioned her ex-boyfriend, Josh, whom the police questioned next. Josh explained that Megan had started associating with the wrong crowd. He admitted they had argued, after which he moved out of their shared bedsit, leading to their breakup. When asked about their intimate relationship, he described it as normal. A key lead emerged from Ashley's half-sister, Carly, who recalled a peculiar conversation that took place on April 26th. She testified that Ashley had asked her to buy cling film. When she questioned him about why he needed it, he smirked and told her it was none of her concern. At the time, she assumed he wanted it to wrap a banned substance, but the timing, 10 days after Megan was last seen, raised suspicions. Police later connected this detail to the cling film used to seal the wardrobe, which became a crucial piece of evidence in the case. Ashley later sent a letter to Carly expressing regret and acknowledging his mistake. In the letter, he apologized, saying that he couldn't live with what he had done. He mentioned it was an accident, but also admitted that it did not matter because the fact was he had done it. This cryptic yet incriminating note suggested that Ashley knew more than he was admitting. When detectives confronted Ashley during another interview, he stuck to a vague story, claiming he barely knew Megan and was not in the room when anything happened. His calm demeanor faltered slightly when investigators presented CCTV footage of him spraying the quilt. The forensic evidence against Ashley continued to mount. Partial fingerprints matching his were found on the cling film wrapped around the wardrobe. Analyzing DNA from the quilt and a shirt in the room proved challenging due to Megan's body's state of decomposition. On June 21st, after weeks of building their case, police charged Ashley with preventing a lawful burial, using it as a preliminary charge while they continued their investigation. They suspected there was much more to the story. Questions remained. Why was Megan targeted? What exactly had happened in that room? Investigators dug deeper into Ashley's background, examining his phone records and internet activity to search for a motive. They re-interviewed witnesses like Carly and scrutinized the CCTV footage in even greater detail. The investigation was thorough but faced obstacles, including the difficulties posed by Megan's body's decomposition and the reluctance of some locals to cooperate out of fear of self-implication. In Ashley's initial statement, he was evasive. He admitted knowing Megan but described their interaction as brief and consensual, asserting she left his room alive. When questioned about the wardrobe, he denied knowing her body was inside and suggested someone else must have used his room. However, detectives did not believe his story, as it conflicted with surveillance footage and the forensic evidence timeline. Ashley was born in 1993 in the West Midlands, a working-class area with limited opportunities. Carly revealed that Ashley had been staying with their mother in Brearley Hill before moving into a hostel. He had a history of criminal activity, which painted a pattern of repeated offenses. His legal troubles dated back years before Megan's death. At the age of 20, in 2013, He was convicted of battery after a physical altercation. In 2014, he faced a more serious charge of witness intimidation, suggesting that he had attempted to silence someone involved in a legal case. These offenses led to time served at HMP Birmingham, a prison for short-term offenders. By 2017, Ashley was frequently in and out of custody, often for violating probation tied to earlier crimes. His most recent release from prison was on April 13, 2017, just 3 days before Megan was last seen in his rented room, creating a chilling coincidence. Following his release, Ashley was expected to rebuild his life at a supported living facility. However, instead of doing so, he meets Megan, leading to a series of disturbing events. During the investigation, police discovered Ashley's obsession with violent and graphic media. Prosecutors revealed that he had searched for snuff films, videos depicting real deaths, while Megan's body lay decomposing in his wardrobe. These searches were not isolated incidents but were part of a pattern that alarmed investigators. Although no evidence linked Ashley to creating such content, prosecutors argued that his preoccupation with extreme material influenced his behavior, turning what might have been consensual into something deadly. Detectives confronted Ashley about this during interrogations, but he dismissed the connection, claiming his internet history had no relation to Megan's death. By late June, the police had gathered sufficient evidence to increase the charges against Ashley. On July 5, 2017, he was officially charged with murder, in addition to the earlier charge of preventing a lawful burial. Although Megan's decomposition made it hard to determine the exact cause of death, the prosecution focused on Ashley's efforts to conceal the body as evidence of intent. A significant piece of evidence came directly from Ashley. In a letter to his half-sister, Carly, written before his arrest, he admitted to making a mistake and referred to it as an accident. Detectives viewed this as a partial confession, directly contradicting his claim of being unaware of Megan's body in his wardrobe. When shown the letter during questioning, he dismissed its relevance, stating that it referred to a personal matter unrelated to Megan's death. The jury, however, interpreted the letter as an admission of guilt. Carly played a crucial role in the case, not only by testifying about purchasing cling film for Ashley but also by describing his behavior in the weeks following Megan's death. Despite the horrific incident, he seemed normal and even celebrated his birthday with his family. Carly's testimony was crucial in the trial, although it may have caused great tension in the family because of her decision to speak out against her younger brother. On January 8, 2018, Wolverhampton Crown Court was filled to capacity as the trial began. Ashley Foster, 25, stood accused of murdering Megan Bills by strangling her in his hostel room on April 16, 2017. He was also charged with preventing her lawful burial by concealing her body in a cling film-wrapped wardrobe. Prosecutor Chris Alette concluded that Ashley's actions were deliberate and driven by wrongful desires. Meanwhile, the defense sought to present an alternative perspective in Ashley's favor. Meanwhile, Megan's adoptive parents, Dawn and Martin, watched the trial with anguish, hoping for answers to the burning question, why Megan? The prosecution presented a strong case, backed by evidence gathered by West Midlands police. CCTV footage showed Megan and Ashley laughing together in a supermarket just hours before her death. It later captured them entering his room at 4 p.m. on Easter Sunday, with Megan never emerging alive. Additional evidence detailed Ashley's cover-up, cling film with his fingerprints, a quilt doused with cleaning fluid, and a fan used to mask the odors of Megan's decomposing body. Prosecutor Chris Alette argued that Ashley's actions indicated he knew Megan was dead but chose to hide her body instead of seeking help. The prosecution highlighted his behavior following the incident, celebrating his birthday, enjoying a family roast dinner, and acting as if nothing had happened, while Megan's body decomposed. This indifference, Alette contended, revealed Ashley's intent to cause serious harm or even kill. Ashley's defense admitted he hid Megan's body but denied committing murder. They claimed her death was a tragic accident that occurred during consensual intimacy, during which Megan had allegedly asked to be choked. Ashley stated he complied with her request without any intention of causing harm. The defense also emphasized the lack of definitive forensic evidence to establish Megan's cause of death, as advanced decomposition had rendered the post-mortem examination inconclusive. The defense used Ashley's letter to Carly to argue that his actions stemmed from remorse rather than malice. Ashley confessed early on to unlawfully concealing Megan's body and maintained his version of events, that he panicked after what he claimed was her accidental death, wrapped her body in fear, and hid it in a wardrobe, insisting he acted without malicious intent. The defense portrayed Ashley as a troubled young man, recently released from prison, who felt overwhelmed and frightened by the situation. In a letter to his mother, he described Megan's death as an accident, explaining that she liked being strangled, so he complied. However, when he released her, her eyes closed, and he thought she had passed away. In a state of panic, he put her in the wardrobe, comparing it to what people do in the movies. After 7 days of testimonies, a jury of 6 men and 6 women deliberated for only 6 hours, a notably short period for a murder trial. On January 17, 2018, they returned the unanimous verdict, guilty of murder. Judge Burbage sentenced Ashley Foster to life in prison, with eligibility for parole after a minimum of 26 years. The judge condemned Ashley's conduct in the aftermath of the crime as beyond belief. Megan's family was devastated. Having been adopted by Dawn and Martin at age 7, Megan had been looking forward to celebrating her 18th birthday and marking a decade since her adoption in 2017. Instead, her parents were confronted with the horror of her untimely death and the graphic details that emerged during the trial. In a statement, they expressed their profound sorrow, sharing that losing Megan had already been a tremendous shock, but understanding that her body had decomposed to the point of being unrecognizable revealed the level of cruelty beyond words and human imagination. As of 2025, Ashley remains in prison, serving his life sentence. No appeals or significant updates have occurred since his 2018 conviction, and the West Midlands Police consider the case closed. This tragic case serves as a haunting reminder of how quickly trust can be shattered and how one moment can irrevocably destroy lives. Megan Bills deserved a future full of possibilities, and her family deserved the chance to see her thrive. Robert Ackerman was born on May 9, 1968, in Stockton, California. From a very young age, he displayed extraordinary intelligence. Even as an infant, he amazed those around him by forming complete sentences, leaving his mother in awe as she witnessed her son's abilities unfold. His brilliance and exceptional grades during elementary school made him stand out. However, during this time, his parents' relationship began to deteriorate. Eventually, his mother, Darlene Bradshaw, decided to leave his father and take him with her in search of a fresh start. The family relocated to Visalia, a city 2 hours from Stockton. This change not only meant a new home but also a new school for the children. Even so, Robert maintained his high academic performance and continued to excel. Meanwhile, his father Kenneth, who lived alone in Stockton, became a bartender. An arrangement led to the brothers being separated for the next 8 years. Robert stayed with his father, while his younger brother, Ken, lived with their mother. Robert's father was not a man who showed affection through warm words or gestures. Instead of expressing his love with hugs or care, he chose to encourage Robert through material rewards. Every time the boy got a high score, his father would give him a gift, which made him always strive to achieve excellence in order to receive recognition from his father. Over time, this method of parenting deeply influenced Robert, instilling in him a strong desire to be recognized and rewarded for his achievements. Even though they lived far apart, Robert's younger brother, Ken, always admired his brother. Ken saw Robert as a leader and a source of inspiration. During his teenage years, Robert set a clear goal for himself, to fulfill his dream of joining the U.S. Air Force. Despite frequently changing schools, which affected his academic performance, Robert still graduated from high school at the age of 17. He then joined the U.S. Air Force and reported to Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico, dedicating himself entirely to military training. While others used their free time for leisure and socializing, Robert stayed focused on his training and poured all his energy into self-improvement. His dedication didn't go unnoticed. He became a role model for others struggling to stay motivated and committed to their goals. Robert's determination and abilities earned him significant recognition, and he exceeded the high expectations placed upon him. After 2 years, Robert earned a bachelor's degree while simultaneously studying in the medical field. Having served actively in the Air Force and receiving an honorable discharge in 1988, he continued serving in the reserves until 1993. At the age of 25, he enrolled at Golden Gate University in San Francisco to pursue a master's degree in business administration. He had ambitious plans and envisioned working for another 10 years before retiring at 35. After completing his master's degree, Robert accepted a position with Roadway Trucking, located in San Bernardino County, northwest of Los Angeles. Advent was well known for its convenient location and high reputation. Robert quickly distinguished himself as an outstanding employee in his division. Within 2 years, his boss recommended him for a promotion to efficiency expert. In this role, his job is to evaluate the company's operational performance and improve service quality from end to end. Although Robert enjoyed his job, he felt the financial compensation was inadequate. His boss paid him $40,000 a year, but he felt that this was 20% less than he deserved. Despite some disappointment, he was determined to develop his career with confidence. His parents were immensely proud of his accomplishments, and his brother, Ken, also found success, managing a bar and purchasing a cattle ranch. Their father showed his support by inviting both sons home for a special gathering, where he gifted Robert a cherished family heirloom, a diamond ring he had saved since he was 16. This heartfelt gesture reflected not only his deep love but also his unwavering belief in Robert's ability to achieve all his dreams. By 1994, Robert had always lived according to societal standards and norms. However, he began craving new experiences and decided to visit Las Vegas. While there, he became intrigued by the legendary Palomino Club, a historic venue for celebrities and influential figures during the 1950s and 1960s. At the club, Robert met Alla Kosova, who was originally from Moldova in the former Soviet Union. When she was 14, her family immigrated to the United States in search of a better life. In America, she discovered her passion for dancing and turned it into a profession. She eventually began working at the Palomino Club under the stage name Ecstasy. She loved her job, which provided her both personal fulfillment and financial independence. Robert was mesmerized by Alla's dancing and paid $500 for a private performance. To Alla, it was simply part of her work, and she viewed Robert as just another client. But for Robert, it meant something more. Lacking experience in relationships, he began to believe there could be a deeper connection between them. Captivated by her, he started to visit the club regularly, spending substantial amounts of money just to watch her perform. He also showered her with expensive gifts, including diamond earrings, and took her to luxurious dinners. In his mind, he considered Alla his girlfriend. In early 1995, Robert's workplace underwent restructuring, and his job was at risk. Instead of waiting for the outcome, he decided to quit and focus on developing a computer program, hoping to sell it and start his own business. Despite his financial uncertainty, he continued spending extravagantly on Alla, ignoring the mounting debts on his credit cards. Desperate to keep her in his life, he sought quick ways to earn money, but his efforts only worsened his financial troubles. In an attempt to maintain a presence in Alla's life, Robert calls her and makes up a story about being robbed in New York, thinking she would be more interested in him than material matters. However, he was mistaken. Once Alla realized there was nothing more she could gain financially from him, she severed all ties, even changing her phone number. Alla's departure left Robert deeply devastated. To make matters worse, his software project failed, leaving him without income and an uncertain future. By the summer of 1995, Robert was still struggling with depression and decided to seek help from his loved ones. His first step was reaching out to his mother, Darlene. After explaining his financial difficulties to his mother, she invited him to stay with her family at their home in Visalia, believing their support would help him recover. In early September, Robert moved into his parents' house. At that time, his younger brother Ken was employed at a motel. Upon hearing about Robert's struggles, Ken hoped to rebuild a strong bond with him and began spending more time with him. Ken greatly admired Robert and believed he could overcome any challenge. Meanwhile, Darlene had started dating a man named Art George, who was raising his son, Scott. Scott had grown up in a small community and was known for his cheerful personality and positive outlook on life. He loved water skiing and also enjoyed dancing. Ken and his girlfriend often spent time together on weekends, and Darlene hoped this would give Robert and Scott a chance to connect. Since they were of similar age, she hoped they would find common interests, which might help Robert recover from his depression. Scott turned out to be a great source of support for Robert. The two began spending time together in the evenings, boating, taking walks by the lake, and water skiing. They quickly developed a close friendship, which delighted both Darlene and Art. However, Robert couldn't stop thinking about his desire to win back his ex-girlfriend, Alla. He became convinced he needed money urgently to regain her affection. This belief led him to contemplate committing a robbery. Shockingly, the idea took hold in his mind, and for the first time, Robert, who had always followed the law, decided to obtain a firearm. In October 1995, Scott was going through a tough time. His girlfriend had just left him, and he desperately wanted someone to talk to about his pain. On October 3rd, he asked Robert to meet him at a bar. Throughout the evening, Scott talked non-stop about what was troubling him. Robert, however, only pretended to listen as his mind remained preoccupied with his own financial and relationship problems. Later that night, while the two were walking home, Robert, overwhelmed by frustration, suddenly pulled out a weapon and attacked Scott. To cover up the crime, he transported the body to a wooded area and disposed of it by throwing it into an abandoned mine shaft. When Scott failed to respond to calls and remained out of contact for several hours, his mother, Art, grew worried, as this behavior was unusual for her son. After waiting until morning, she reported Scott missing to the police. Investigators interviewed Scott's family and friends, including Robert. During questioning, Robert claimed that he and Scott had spent time at the bar before heading home. Over the next month, Robert was interrogated 3 more times. Realizing he was at risk of being arrested, he decided to act. He traded his car for a rented truck and persuaded Darlene to move with him to Medford, Oregon. After arriving in Medford, Robert and Darlene began searching for a place to live. While searching for a suitable house through real estate brokers, they got in touch with a real estate agency owned by Roxanne Ellis and Michelle Abdil. Roxanne was born on November 4, 1942, in Amarillo, Texas, to Roy Charles Wagner and Mary Cameron Wagner. She was known as compassionate and always willing to help others. She had previously been married and, in 1965, had her first child, a daughter named Lori Alice. They also had a son, though little information is available about him. In the early 1980s, she divorced her husband and decided to start fresh. She moved to Colorado with her children and soon secured a job at a prestigious medical clinic specializing in obstetrics. It was there that she met Michelle, marking a turning point in her life. Michelle was born on July 8, 1953, in Roseburg, Douglas County, Oregon, to George Abdil and Ninette Jins. Her parents raised her with love and care. According to her relatives, she grew up to be kind, optimistic, intelligent, and energetic. She brought joy to those around her. After starting her job at the clinic, Michelle developed a close friendship with Roxanne. Over time, this bond grew stronger and eventually led to their engagement. However, their relationship faced disapproval from the residents of Colorado Springs, who were opposed to same-sex relationships. After much thought, they decided to move to Medford with Lori, as Michelle's mother had recently opened a real estate agency there. Although some friends had warned them that Medford was even more conservative than Colorado Springs, they thought that the atmosphere of a small town, where everyone knows each other, would promote friendly and supportive relationships. Michelle and Roxanne quickly earned the respect of Medford residents with their dedication and strong principles. They were soon elected to the city church council. Wasting no time, they renovated an old house they had purchased, transforming it into a beautiful home. Later, when Lori had her first daughter, they embraced their roles as loving grandmothers while continuing to manage the real estate agency, creating a warm and welcoming environment for their clients. When Robert approached Roxanne looking for housing, She offered him a free house in the Shirton Court complex. However, they couldn't come to an agreement, and Robert and his mother rented a different house. This brief interaction, however, planted a dark idea in Robert's mind. On December 4th, 1995, Robert contacted Roxanne again, requesting to see the house she had previously shown him. He didn't identify himself, and Roxanne didn't ask for his name. The agency usually kept records of appointments, but this time Roxanne only recorded the time and place of the meeting. Around 11 a.m. that day, she arrived at the specified location and found Robert waiting for her. Once inside the house, Robert pulled out a weapon he had recently purchased and began threatening her, demanding a $50,000 check. He tied her up but soon realized his plan wouldn't work since the check required Michelle's signature for approval. Frustrated, Robert pressured Roxanne to call Michelle and lie, claiming her car battery was dead, to lure Michelle there. His plan worked. When Michelle arrived, Robert ambushed her and tied her up with tape, just as he had done with Roxanne. Unable to obtain the money, he forced them into a car and took them to a garage. There, he made them get into Roxanne's silver pickup truck and attacked them with a silenced gun, killing them instantly. He then placed their bodies in the trunk of a Toyota. Acting quickly, Robert drove to a location linked to a house that Roxanne had recently shown to a client. Meanwhile, Lori noticed her mother Roxanne's car parked near the property, but as she approached, the driver sped off, raising her suspicions. Concerned, Lori followed the car, determined to find her mother. The car eventually stopped, and as Lori got out of her vehicle to investigate, Robert restarted his car and sped away, leaving her alone and filled with worry. Lori returned to the parking lot and found Michelle's car. Michelle's belongings were still inside, but there was no sign of her, which terrified Lori. Realizing something was seriously wrong, she immediately reported the situation to the police. Just 5 meters from where the car containing the bodies was abandoned, Robert returned home to his mother. That evening, detectives visited the rental property and inspected Roxanne's car at the scene. However, they found no evidence of violence, no blood, biological traces, signs of a struggle, or any indication of what had happened to Roxanne and Michelle. Neighbors reported seeing a strange man entering and leaving the vacant property that night. They described him to the police, who used the information to create a composite sketch that was later published in newspapers and aired on television. Worried that his crime might soon be exposed, Robert told his mother he had found a job in Los Angeles and would be leaving shortly. The disappearance of Roxanne and Michelle was solved on December 7th. A cable repair worker noticed a thick, reddish liquid dripping from under the chassis of a pickup truck. Curious, he approached to investigate and found the bodies of the 2 women in the trunk, partially concealed by cardboard boxes. Shocked by the discovery, he immediately reported the incident to the police. When the police arrived at the scene and conducted their investigation, they found that the repairman closely matched the sketch of the suspect. He was promptly arrested. Upon searching the vehicle, detectives concluded robbery was unlikely, as nothing valuable was missing. Blood tests confirmed that Roxanne and Michelle had been shot inside the truck, and 4 bullet casings were found. No fingerprints were found, but male footprints were spotted near the scene. Forensic analysis revealed green polyester fibers around the wounds, indicating that the shooter used a blanket or similar material to muffle the gunshots. Additionally, Roxanne had a cut on her leg from tape used to tie her up. Using this evidence, investigators pieced together the sequence of incidents from Roxanne's home to the garage and, ultimately, to the truck. Believing fingerprints might still be present on the tape, investigators examined it using infrared light and chemicals. They successfully retrieved 2 clear prints, which did not match the detained electrician, clearing him of suspicion. While one team investigated the crime scene, another traced phone calls made to Roxanne. The calls were linked to the Tiki Lodge Motel. However, issues with the motel's phone records made it impossible to determine the exact room or caller. With 30 occupied rooms, most paid for in cash by transient guests, identifying the perpetrator became an exceptionally difficult task. At that time, Darlene, Robert's mother, began to worry that her son might be involved in the murder that had shocked the public. Her fears were confirmed when she saw a composite sketch of the suspect on television, which left her horrified. Choosing to fulfill her civic duty, Darlene decided not to shield her son and contacted the police. She provided her address, which was near the location where the car in question had been found, and informed authorities that Robert had left for California. Investigators began running a background check on Robert but found no immediate signs of trouble. However, upon reviewing his purchases, they uncovered a link to the Tiki Lodge Motel. This discovery prompted detectives to alert California authorities, noting that Robert had previously been questioned in connection with another disappearance. As the investigation progressed, Robert attempted to evade capture, aware that he was being followed. He moved from town to town, from Wythe to Stockton, to stay ahead of the authorities. However, Oregon Police Lieutenant Tim Doney kept a close eye on his credit card transactions. His most recent transaction was eventually traced to a motel. At the same time, Kenneth, Robert's father and Darlene's ex-husband, also decided to cooperate with the police to assist in finding their son. On December 13th, Kenneth called the police to report that he had seen Robert in the city. Working alongside special forces, the authorities launched an operation to arrest Robert. They found him in a motel room in Stockton. During the raid, officers confiscated Robert's sports bag, which contained a stun gun, handcuffs, a roll of tape, and a pistol equipped with a homemade silencer. Blood traces were discovered inside the pistol barrel and were sent for forensic analysis. During his initial interrogation, Robert admitted to the crime without showing any remorse. He claimed that his original plan was to rob the victims, but everything went wrong. He confessed to murdering Scott, explaining that he wanted to know what it felt like to take a life. Investigators were shocked by Robert's attitude and lack of regret. He even mocked the victims, only expressing regret about being caught. DNA testing later confirmed that the blood found in the barrel of the pistol belonged to Roxanne and Michelle. Robert's fingerprints matched those found on the tape, and his shoe prints matched those found at the crime scene. Based on this evidence, Robert was charged with aggravated murder, first-degree kidnapping, and robbery. He was held in San Quintin jail while awaiting trial. On December 18th, during a conversation with his father, Kenneth, Robert revealed where Scott's body had been disposed of. Kenneth passed this information to the police, who then located Scott's remains at the indicated site. The discovery devastated Scott's family, who had endured prolonged uncertainty. For those who knew Robert, his transformation from a smart, successful man to someone capable of such terrible crimes was deeply unsettling. Investigators sought to gather more details about his personality as they prepared to extradite him to Oregon for the trial in the Roxanne case. By January 1996, while imprisoned in Medford, Robert suddenly changed his stance and claimed he was innocent. His defense team filed a motion to overturn the death penalty in Oregon. However, several months later, on September 11, 1996, Robert again pleaded guilty to the murders of Roxanne and Michelle, which were committed with particular cruelty, as well as to charges of kidnapping and robbery. The investigation determined that Roxanne and Michelle had died under aggravated circumstances. Robert was sentenced to an additional 6 months in prison for kidnapping and robbery. A separate trial regarding related charges was held on September 23, 1997. During the trial, it was revealed that Robert had committed the murders with extreme cruelty, driven by his desire to continue robbing and killing others to sustain his lifestyle and support Allah. The prosecution argued that the death penalty was necessary. During the defense, Robert's lawyer described him as a man in anguish, trying to find meaning in life after significant losses, sparking heated debate about the application of the death penalty as well as the potential for human rehabilitation and redemption. On October 27, 1997, the jury unanimously found Robert guilty of intentionally murdering Roxanne and Michelle, deeming him a serious threat to society. The trial court concurred, sentencing him to death. He was sent to Oregon State Penitentiary. In 2002, Robert faced another trial in California for the murder of Scott George. He was found guilty and received a second death sentence. Early during his imprisonment, Robert complained about hearing voices and claimed that he had a transmitter implanted that allowed others to control him. In February 2011, an Oregon court deemed him unfit to stand trial due to his inappropriate behavior, commuting his death sentence in Oregon to life imprisonment without parole. However, his death sentence in California remained in effect, keeping him on death row. In 2018, prison staff discovered Robert dead in his cell. A forensic investigation later determined that he had died of natural causes. Robert's transformation shocked those who had known him. Once a talented boy with extraordinary intellect and a model soldier, he became a murderer who showed no regard for human life. A diamond ring, a keepsake from Robert's once successful career, was left at his father Kenneth's house after Robert lost everything and committed murder. To Kenneth, the ring served as a bittersweet reminder of a brilliant past that could never be reclaimed. Ellen Higginbottom was born in 1998 in Boothstown, a suburb of Salford, just a short drive from Wigan. She was raised by her parents, Mike and Kay, in a loving and supportive home. Ellen is the pride of her family not only because of her accomplishments but also because of her kindness. She was a gifted musician who loved both performing and listening to music, and she had a deep passion for horses and equestrianism. Ellen's love for animals was one of her most defining traits. Since childhood, she has dreamed of becoming a veterinarian, which has motivated her to always work hard in her studies. For her, the passion for animals is not just a hobby but also a purpose in life. While studying psychology at Winstanley College, Ellen hoped to combine her interest in animal behavior with her academic pursuits. Ellen lives with her boyfriend of 2 years, Ryan Warren, who affectionately calls her a gem because of her unique and charming personality. The two dream of a future filled with traveling the world, building a home, and starting a family. However, Ellen had some flaws. She joked about getting lost in parks or forgetting her lines during school plays. Those quirks made people love her even more. It was June 16, 2017, in Wigan, a quiet district in Greater Manchester. The sun is shining, and Orrell Water Park is alive with dog walkers, joggers, and families enjoying the warm afternoon. This nature reserve, with its winding paths and tranquil lake, feels like a haven, a place where nothing bad could ever happen. But on this day, something unthinkable did. That day, Ellen walked through Orrell Water Park, perhaps lost in her thoughts or listening to a favorite song. She had been preparing for her A-levels, focusing on the promising future that lay ahead, but she never returned home. At around 1:43 p.m., she sent a playful Snapchat to her friends, joking that she had been in the park for 20 minutes and was already lost. Her message, laced with her trademark wit, made her friends laugh, as she was always up for a joke. However, as the hours passed, that message ended up being the last anyone would hear from her. By 7:20 p.m., her family grew worried. She wasn't the type of person to disappear without saying a word. Her disappearance was so out of character that her father, Mike, contacted Greater Manchester Police. Something was wrong. Very wrong. As police began their investigation, they turned to those who knew her best, trying to reconstruct her final hours. Did she encounter someone by chance? Could clues lie in her daily habits? Ellen's friends confirmed that she had been at Orrell Water Park earlier that afternoon, with her last known activity being a playful Snapchat sent at 1:43 p.m. The police immediately categorized her disappearance as highly unusual and took urgent action. Orrell Water Park, a 70-acre nature reserve with trails, lakes, and wooded areas, was a local favorite for its tranquility. However, as night fell, the vast area became difficult to search. Based on Ellen's Snapchat activity and reports from friends who had seen her walking in the park after leaving college around 1 p.m., police focused their search there. Meanwhile, her friends turned to social media, sharing emotional messages and pleas for information. By midnight, an extensive search operation was underway. Ground teams and a police helicopter equipped with heat-seeking technology combed the park and its surroundings. The helicopter quickly became a crucial tool in the search, but in an unexpected way. While scanning the area, it detected a heat source, not in the park itself but in an adjacent farmer's field near some marshland. The heat signature revealed a person running away. Could it be Ellen? Had she gotten lost or injured? The helicopter crew guided officers to the location of the heat source. When the search team entered the crop field, they made a shocking discovery. Ellen's body was found in tall grass, lying near a fence and partially clothed. Her lower back and legs were exposed, suggesting a hasty or interrupted situation. Ellen's death was caused by two severe and deep wounds, particularly to her neck, either of which would have been fatal. The brutality of the injuries indicated a prolonged attack. Additional defensive wounds on her arm suggested she had tried to fight back. Detective Superintendent Howard Millington led the high-priority investigation to uncover the truth. The wheat field, where Ellen was discovered, revealed disturbing evidence: a spade, a leather belt, and signs of a planned attack. However, her backpack, cell phone, and laptop were missing. This pointed to a calculated perpetrator who may have spent hours, or longer, planning the crime. The police's first task was to piece together Ellen's final movements. She left Winstanley College at around 1 p.m. on June 16th and headed to Oral Water Park. A Snapchat post at 1:43 p.m. confirmed she was there. But what happened in the crucial 20 minutes before the attack, estimated to have occurred around 2 p.m., remained a mystery. The field, located just a short distance from the college, was an isolated area hidden from the park's main paths by dense vegetation. It wasn't a place Ellen would have gone willingly, suggesting she had been lured or forced there. Police cordoned off a large section of the park and set up a forensic tent to protect the scene. As daylight broke, news of Ellen's death spread, prompting local residents to leave flowers at the park's entrance. Investigators turned their attention to the visitors in the park that day, calling for witnesses and asking about anyone who might have been acting suspiciously in recent days. Detective Superintendent Howard Millington, heading the investigation, highlighted a report from June 15th, just a day earlier, of two women being followed in the park. Could the incidents be connected? Given the state of Ellen's clothing and the nature of the attack, police didn't rule out the possibility of an abuse motive. The community was deeply shaken. Winstanley College urged students to avoid walking near the park alone. Detectives canvassed Wigan, knocking on doors and speaking to anyone who might have seen Ellen. They started with those closest to her. Her boyfriend, Ryan, was one of the first to be questioned, not as a suspect, but to help construct a timeline. Ryan was cooperative, sharing texts and memories of their future plans, which included marriage. Ellen's friends described her as cautious, unlikely to go anywhere with a stranger. Her parents, Mike and Kay, said she had no enemies or conflicts. Ellen was known to be kind and gentle, even saving spiders rather than killing them. These interviews ruled out personal motives and led investigators to believe this was likely a random attack, a chilling and rare occurrence. The park itself became a key focus of the investigation. The police issued an urgent appeal, calling for anyone who had been in the park between noon and 3 p.m. that day to come forward with information. During a press conference, Howard emphasized that even the smallest details could prove crucial. One witness, a retiree walking his dog, recalled seeing a man loitering near the wheat field around 1:30 p.m. A major breakthrough came from the police helicopter deployed during the search. Using heat-seeking technology, it detected a person fleeing the wheat field area at around 2 a.m., just before Ellen's body was found. Officers on the ground were guided to the location, but the figure escaped into the night. The timing of this incident raised suspicions, leading the police to hypothesize that the perpetrator might have returned to the scene to remove or hide evidence but fled upon noticing the helicopter. This prompted a forensic sweep of the field, where investigators discovered DNA on the belt and shovel. This was a significant discovery, as these items did not belong to Ellen, and the DNA did not match anyone she knew. Instead, it was a stranger's DNA, and it was fresh. The marks around Ellen's ankles also appeared to suggest that the belt had been used to drag her from the attack site to the field where her body was discovered. Faced with the new evidence, the police appealed to the community for information, especially regarding Ellen's missing items. This tactic proved successful when a local resident came forward with vital information. This led investigators to a nearby woodland area where a fire had been burning. At the site, among the embers of the dying fire, police found some of Ellen's possessions, including her laptop and keys. They quickly determined that the fire was a clumsy attempt to destroy evidence and conceal the fact that the items had ever been in someone's possession. Following the discovery of Ellen's missing belongings burned in a woodland area, the police made a breakthrough. On Sunday, June 18th, they made the first arrest, a 47-year-old man from Billinga, a suburb of Wigan near the park. His name was David Steele, and he lived on Oakley Avenue, close enough to walk to the crime scene. Witnesses identified him trying to set fire to items in the woods. He was known locally and had a minor criminal record for theft. Neighbors described him as quiet but odd, often seen walking alone at night. Police searched his home and seized clothes and electronics, but he denied any involvement, claiming he had been at home all day Friday. Police subsequently made 2 additional arrests in and around the Oral area. David was charged with handling stolen goods and obstructing justice, along with 2 others, 30-year-old Dean Speakman and 30-year-old Vicky Calland, both from Billing. Who were these 3 suspects, and how were they connected to Ellen's death? As police investigated further, they found no forensic evidence linking the trio to the murder scene. However, the suspects were found in possession of Ellen's stolen laptop and cell phone and had attempted to burn them, despite knowing the items were tied to the murder. How did they obtain the laptop and cell phone? That would soon be addressed. Police received the results of DNA testing from the belt, which changed the course of the investigation. The belt found near Ellen had both Ellen's DNA and the DNA of a man. It matched a man named Mark Buckley. Mark Buckley, a 51-year-old man, lives 20 miles from Wigan. He and his mother lived in a house near the park. However, he was moved to Preston after being convicted of arson in 2016 for setting fire to a neighbor's car. The police arrested Mark and informed him of his rights, saying that he was under arrest on suspicion of murder. They also stated that anything he said may be used as evidence. Mark appeared confused during the arrest and asked for help. The officers reassured him they would secure his property and notified him they had a warrant to search his flat. He was then transported to the station for questioning. When police searched Mark's flat, they discovered a bag containing rope, a ligature, an empty condom packet, and lubricant, items that pointed to a disturbing intent. DNA evidence from the belt and spade linked Mark to the crime. Although the arrest marked a major breakthrough, officers remained cautious in their approach. During questioning, Mark was evasive, admitting he had been in the park but insisting that he had merely found Ellen's belongings. His criminal record revealed past crimes such as arson, theft, and minor offenses in the 1990s, but it showed no history of violent behavior, a detail that perplexed investigators. Senior investigating officer Bob Tong later acknowledged that Mark's record didn't suggest this type of crime, but the evidence told a different story. He stated that the contents of the bag suggested a deliberate attack and that Mark had been there that day with intent. To strengthen their case, police revisited witness statements. A dog walker said he saw a man similar in appearance to Mark, chubby, with a shaved head, carrying a bag, appear near the park entrance around noon. Another witness recounted a disturbing interaction. On Thursday, June 15th, a man had approached her and asked if she often walked alone. Although she initially dismissed the encounter, her description matched Mark. These accounts suggested that Mark had spent days in the park, watching and waiting. Despite the forensic evidence against him, Mark continued to deny any involvement in Ellen's murder. However, the police obtained CCTV footage showing Mark heading toward Oral Water Park shortly after 1 p.m. The footage revealed that he had left home early in the morning, dressed warmly in a thick jacket and trousers, while carrying a green shopping bag. Later, the same camera captured him returning home, this time with the bag appearing full and no longer wearing the coat. He was dressed only in a tank top and shorts. Despite being confronted with this video evidence, he continued to deny any connection to Ellen's murder. Meanwhile, other suspects in custody, David, Dean, and Vicky, began cooperating with the investigation. They admitted to being friends with Mark and revealed how they had come into possession of Ellen's belongings. They explained that Mark had visited them and handed over a backpack containing items stolen from Ellen, including her laptop and keys. He had also sold her cell phone to one of them. Police later uncovered additional CCTV footage showing Mark returning to the park late Friday night, likely intending to move Ellen's body. This plan was interrupted by a police helicopter. The court would later conclude that he intended to bury Ellen under the cover of darkness. These CCTV footage recordings, along with DNA evidence and recovered stolen items, have created a clear picture of guilt, although the police are still investigating the possibility of accomplices. The forensic case against Mark continued to strengthen. Blood stains on his clothes matched Ellen's DNA, and fibers from the rope in his bag were discovered on her body. Investigators ruled out any prior connection between Mark and Ellen. There were no text messages, social media interactions, or mutual acquaintances. There was no evidence to suggest they had ever met. Investigators stated that it was a random attack, although questions remained as to why Ellen was targeted. Further investigation revealed that Mark had interacted with other women in the park that day, none of whom reported being harmed. By June 20th, Mark had been charged with murder and ordered to appear in court, while the other suspects were no longer the focus of the investigation. David, Dean, and Vicky faced lesser charges. As the investigation honed in on Mark, unanswered questions remained. Why had he chosen that day? What compelled a man with no prior history of violence to commit such an act? As police prepared for the trial, they visited Mark in prison, seeking answers. They mentioned that he had an incredible loss of memory when it came to the finer details. With growing evidence against him, Mark eventually confessed. He admitted to killing Ellen and recounted how he greeted her before dragging her off the path. He expressed regret for his actions but consistently denied having any abusive motivations. Ellen's boyfriend, Ryan, expressed his heartbreak online, stating that he would never understand why it had to be her and why it had to happen to them. Mark Buckley's trial began at Manchester Crown Court in September 2017. His guilty plea spared Ellen's family the anguish of enduring a lengthy trial. However, it left many questions unanswered about his motives, causing further pain and confusion. The prosecution, led by Peter Wright and Neil Fryman, presented compelling evidence to argue that the attack was premeditated and motivated by abuse. Fryman stated that Mark had been looking for someone to target that day, emphasizing that he had spent 9 hours in the park searching for a lone woman. The court learned that Mark, armed with a large knife, likely a kitchen knife, attacked Ellen around 2 p.m., dragging her into the bushes off a path. He inflicted multiple neck wounds and strangled her in what judge later described as a savage and brutal act. Prosecutors pointed to the rope and lubricant found in Mark's bag as evidence of his intent to carry out abuse. They believed the assault was never completed because he fled when disturbed. He even returned at 2 a.m. to attempt to bury Ellen's body, but his efforts were thwarted by a police helicopter equipped with heat-detecting technology. Mark's legal defense faced significant limitations following his guilty plea. Instead of challenging the evidence, they focused on presenting mitigating factors. They emphasized that Mark had no prior violent convictions, pointing out that his criminal record consisted only of arson, affray, and petty theft. They argued that the attack was an isolated incident rather than a pattern of recurring behavior. The defense highlighted Mark's remorse, evidenced by his early guilty plea, which, they claimed, demonstrated his acceptance of responsibility. They also noted Mark's limited recollection of the event but refrained from citing mental health issues, as no formal diagnosis had been provided. Their efforts were aimed at reducing his sentence, but the judge dismissed their arguments, stating that the guilty plea appeared to be more strategic than genuine. On September 14, 2017, Judge David Stockdale sentenced Mark Buckley to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 30 years and 280 days before parole eligibility, meaning he would be 82 years old before being considered for release. The judge told Mark, who remained emotionless, that he had attacked Ellen in a savage and brutal manner. The judge stated that the victim, Ellen, would not have known that the attack was about to happen. He noted her small stature, her failed attempts to defend herself, and the injuries to her wrists. He also asserted that the attack was abusive in nature, citing evidence from items found in Mark's possession, and condemned his plans to bury Ellen. David Steele, 47, received a 2-year suspended sentence for obstructing justice and was ordered to complete unpaid community service. Vicky Calland and Dean Speakman were sentenced for destroying Ellen's belongings after learning about her murder. Dean received a 20-month jail sentence, while Vicky, a mother of 4, received a 16-month suspended sentence. Both wept in court during their sentencing. Initially, they claimed they believed Mark's story that the items he brought them belonged to a girl he had stolen from at a park bench. When they learned about Ellen's death and realized the items belonged to her, they panicked and burned the evidence to cover their tracks. Dean even returned to the scene the following day to ensure that Ellen's laptop was completely destroyed. In court, it was revealed that Dean had faced significant threats while in prison, requiring placement in protective custody, and Vicky had to move out of her home in Billingate due to hostile reactions from the community. Judge Stockdale considered the damage caused by the destruction of Ellen's laptop, noting that this had caused increased distress to her family and her boyfriend, Ryan. He explained that the loss of the laptop went beyond its monetary value. It contained invaluable memories, such as documents and photographs, that chronicled Ellen's life. On October 30th, 2011, David Swift reported his wife, Karen, missing after returning home from a Halloween party the previous night. That night, Karen had come home, put their daughter Ashley to bed, and slept with her. However, when David woke up the next morning, Karen was gone. Karen Swift was a 44-year-old mother of 4 from Dyersburg, Tennessee. She was cheerful and worked multiple jobs, including cleaning houses and teaching aerobics, to support her family. Friends described her as devoted and selfless, often prioritizing others' needs over her own. Despite her efforts to create a stable environment for her children, Karen's marriage to David was marked by conflict. David's controlling behavior became more evident. Friends observed that he was not supportive of Karen working outside the home, which increased tensions between them. David's actions became more erratic as he dealt with jealousy and insecurity about Karen's independence. Reports indicate that he started stalking her during outings and confronted her about her interactions with friends. This atmosphere of tension and control set the stage for the events that followed. Karen and David's relationship was marked by infidelity from both partners. David had previously had an affair that led to the birth of another child. Although they reconciled, their trust remained fragile. In October 2011, Karen filed for divorce due to ongoing marital issues, just 3 weeks before she vanished. This filing was a significant shift in their relationship, causing increased tension at home. David reportedly reacted poorly to the divorce, feeling threatened by Karen's desire for independence. On the night of October 29, 2011, Karen Swift went to a Halloween party in her small town of Dyersburg. She received a call from Ashley to pick her up from a friend's house late that night and fell asleep next to her when they returned home. In the early morning hours of October 30th, 2011, David Swift called the police to report that his wife, Karen Swift, was missing. He expressed concern for her safety and was worried about where she might be. This call initiated a formal investigation into Karen's disappearance, prompting the police to gather information about her last known activities and interactions before she went missing. Around 3 p.m. on October 30th, police began their search for Karen Swift. They found her car abandoned on the side, about a quarter mile from her family's home. The car had a flat tire due to a rusty screw lodged in it. When officers inspected the vehicle, they found no signs of foul play inside, but noted that Karen's keys and purse were missing. Forensic tests on the car did not reveal any blood or evidence of a struggle. The discovery of the abandoned car raised more questions about Karen's whereabouts and prompted investigators to widen their search in the nearby areas. David stated that he last saw Karen around 2 a.m. when she came home with their daughter, Ashley, after a Halloween party. David told the police that both Karen and Ashley went to bed shortly after arriving home. Later, during additional police interviews, David mentioned that he briefly checked on Ashley to ensure she was safe before going back upstairs to sleep. His version of events raised suspicions among investigators about the timeline of Karen's disappearance and whether he was involved. He also claimed he did not know of any plans Karen might have had for that night and was confused about her sudden absence. Witnesses reported a pattern of controlling behavior from David toward Karen. Friends described his jealousy and possessiveness, mentioning that he would often only call Karen while she was out with friends. They also noted instances of David stalking Karen, leading to serious confrontations in their relationship. These behaviors raised red flags about Karen's safety and were a significant part of the investigation into her disappearance. Detectives gathered evidence and recognized how crucial testimonies were for grasping the complexities of Karen and David's troubled marriage. After Karen went missing, David approached law enforcement and offered to assist in the search for his wife. Notably, he arrived at the local police station using crutches, claiming that he had re-injured his knee, which he had previously operated on a few months prior. The timing of this injury, coinciding with his wife's disappearance amidst their troubled relationship, raised suspicions. On December 10, 2011, the investigation into Karen Swift's disappearance took a significant turn when her remains were found in a cemetery less than 3 miles from the Swift family home. 2 hunters made the discovery and promptly informed the police. Investigators quickly arrived to secure the area, and forensic analysis later confirmed that the remains were those of Karen Swift. An autopsy revealed that Karen had suffered blunt force trauma to the head, which was ruled a homicide. This finding changed the nature of the investigation from a missing person case to a homicide case. The autopsy showed that the trauma Karen suffered would have been deadly. However, because a significant amount of time had passed since her disappearance, figuring out the exact details of her death was difficult. Investigators observed that there were no signs to suggest that the murder took place at the cemetery. It seemed Karen's body had been moved there after she died. Finding her remains brought renewed attention to David Swift as a suspect, particularly because the nature of her injuries and the location of her body raised important questions about his potential involvement. Investigators started to examine David's actions and statements more carefully, looking for any evidence that could connect him to her death. They discovered that Karen had obtained a second cell phone to prevent David from tracking her, which indicated her wish for privacy amid their troubled relationship. During the investigation, David claimed he didn't know about this second phone. However, authorities found that the number was saved in his work phone. During interviews with investigators, David seemed more concerned about Karen's actions than about her well-being. The detective pointed out that David's fixating on his wife's supposed drinking and partying suggested he might be hiding something. However, despite these observations, investigators faced challenges in finding physical or eyewitness evidence that connected David to the homicide, which hindered the progress of the investigation. In the months after Karen disappeared, David moved to Alabama and got remarried. He stayed involved in raising their daughter, Ashley, but did not provide any new information about Karen's case. Ashley wanted to learn more about what happened to her mother, but felt increasingly hopeless about finding any answers. Authorities looked into David's claims about changes in Karen's behavior, particularly regarding her new friendships. Investigators examined this narrative to see if it was relevant to her disappearance. From December 16 to 20, 2011, forensic examinations took place at both the Swift home and Karen's vehicle. Investigators found no evidence of foul play in the house, but noticed some mess in Karen's bedroom. They also found 7 gallons of bleach, which David claimed were for cleaning after a neighbor's dog poisoning incident. As the investigation continued in January 2012, law enforcement made public appeals for information about Karen's disappearance and death, hoping to find witnesses who had seen her or knew where she was last seen. However, the lack of solid evidence against David slowed the progress of the case. Authorities pursued various leads and collected testimony suggesting David's possible involvement in Karen's murder. The investigation remained open throughout 2011 and 2012 as they worked to achieve justice for Karen Swift. On August 8, 2022, David Swift was charged with first-degree premeditated murder in connection to his wife's death, representing a major breakthrough in a case that had been unresolved for over a decade. This arrest surprised many in the community and Karen's family, who had struggled for years with uncertainty surrounding her disappearance. Ashley Swift, Karen's daughter, voiced her confusion and distress regarding her father's arrest. After years without a clear suspect, she found it hard to cope with the sudden shift in the investigation. The arrest also deeply affected the Dyersburg community. For over 10 years, residents had closely followed the case, often discussing it in search of answers about Karen's fate. The investigation's stagnation left many feeling frustrated and hopeless. Danny Goodman, the prosecutor at the time, believed that earlier investigators in Karen's case were waiting for a key piece of evidence that could prove David's guilt. However, as the case developed, it became clear that such evidence did not exist. The investigation was interrupted by global issue, causing everything, including Karen's case, to come to a standstill. Instead of halting their work, the prosecutors seized this time to examine about 30 large bins of files related to Karen's murder. Goodman confirmed that they never discovered any crucial evidence against David, but they did find that the case resembled a puzzle with a clear motive. Goodman was revealed that throughout their relationship, David had managed to control nearly every aspect of Karen's life. However, he began to realize that he was losing that grip. The combination of losing control, Karen's social activities, and the impending divorce increased his frustration, ultimately leading him to plot her murder. The prosecution built a clear case regarding the murder of Karen Swift. Here's how they believe the events unfolded. On October 30th, Karen received a call from Ashley, picked her up, and they both returned home, eventually falling asleep together in bed. While they were asleep, David moved Ashley to another room and then carried out his plan. He dragged Karen to the garage, brutally stomped on her head to make her death look like the result of an abduction. Afterward, he placed Karen's body in the car, drove to the cemetery, where he disposed of her body and covered it up to create the illusion that she had been kidnapped. In the days that followed, David approached the authorities and offered to assist in finding his wife's killer. The prosecution noted that he visited the authorities using crutches to suggest he could not have dragged Karen's body. He explained that he was on crutches due to a knee injury he had sustained after surgery months earlier. The prosecutors dismissed the idea that Karen left on her own or was abducted, arguing that several unlikely assumptions would need to be true for this theory to make sense. For example, if Karen had left voluntarily, she would have needed to have plans to meet someone, but there was no evidence of this. Additionally, if she didn't leave on her own, it was puzzling why she would move Ashley to another room. Another important factor to consider is that toxicology reports showed Karen had taken Benadryl before going to sleep. Benadryl is a sleep aid, so if Karen intended to go out after dropping Ashley off, it's puzzling why she would take a sleeping pill beforehand. To strengthen their theory of an alleged crime, prosecutors presented a substantial amount of evidence, most of which was circumstantial and gathered over 10 years ago. During the trial, it was shown that Karen's secret phone had no activity after she got into bed with Ashley. However, a forensic analysis revealed that the phone had been used and that a voicemail was called at 9:55 a.m. on October 30th. By this time, several hours had elapsed, and investigators had not yet located either Karen or her phone. Additionally, it was discovered that the phone had been connected to the family's Wi-Fi, and the only adult at home when the call was made was David. To support their claim that David faked an injury, the prosecution cited a neighbor's testimony. The neighbor reported seeing David move hay bales weighing around 60 pounds without using crutches. The prosecution put forward a circumstantial case suggesting that David committed murder. However, the defense challenged these allegations. The claims against David were primarily based on the idea that he was a controlling husband. His lawyer, Daniel Taylor, offered a different point of view, arguing that David was not trying to dominate Karen's life but was genuinely worried about his partner. During the trial, it was revealed that Karen struggled with alcoholism and partying. One neighbor reported finding her passed out and naked on their sofa during a party, which led to David being called to pick her up. Testimony suggested that Karen was involved in a buy and sell escort services ring and was interested in dating other men. The defense attorney argued that there was insufficient evidence to support the state's claims about the murder. He pointed out the inconsistency of a murder by stomping if there was no blood found in the garage or the car. He also challenged the prosecution's assertion that David staged an attempted abduction, noting there was no evidence to suggest he left the house that night. Taylor emphasized another critical point: the medical examiner, who originally determined the cause of Karen's death, no longer believed that she had been stomped on the head. The defense maintained that David, who was injured and on crutches, could not have stomped on Karen's head even if it had occurred, as his injured leg could not support his weight while attempting to stomp with the other leg. This argument was further supported by David's physical therapist, who testified that David had significant difficulty walking and lifting. The prosecution had presented a photo of bleach located near the pool, but Taylor argued that this evidence was not strong enough. The defense lawyer dismissed the idea that blood could have been cleaned up with bleach. Ashley contested the prosecution's claims, asserting that it was her mother who moved her to another room. Although her memory of the event was challenged, she insisted she recognized her mother's touch and firmly believed it was Karen who did it. Furthermore, Ashley argued that her father's injury was sufficient to counter the prosecution's assertion that he had attacked Karen. She pointed out that Karen was athletic, and at the time of the murder, her father was physically unable to overpower her. To highlight David's innocence, Taylor pointed out that the phone mentioned by the prosecution was based on unreliable evidence. He emphasized that David's condition made it impossible for him to have committed the murder, especially given the tenuous link between the phone and the crime. It is possible that Karen left her secret phone at her house after taking a sleeping aid, which could explain its presence. Furthermore, the defense argued that David was worried about his partner. So, he has called her to check her voicemail and locate her. The weakest part of the case against David Swift was the lack of physical evidence. Investigators found no incriminating evidence at the house, in the vehicle, or on David himself. There was also no murder weapon, leading prosecutors to suggest that David had used his foot, despite his visible physical limitations. Throughout the trial, David's defense maintained, despite the state's objections, that the charges were influenced by political motives. They argued that the sheriff and district attorney, both up for re-election, felt pressured to pursue the case without any direct evidence linking David to the crime. When the jury finished deliberating, they delivered an unexpected verdict. David Swift was acquitted of first-degree and second-degree murder, as well as attempted first-degree and second-degree murder. However, they could not reach a unanimous decision on the charge of voluntary manslaughter, and ultimately informed the judge of their deadlock. This indecision regarding the voluntary manslaughter allegations resulted in a mistrial in June 2024. Since then, there have been new developments in David Swift's case. His ex-wife, Kelly Essman, has accused him of stalking her. In an interview, Kelly shared that she met David on a dating site 3 years after Karen's death, and they married in 2016. In October 2024, the Tennessee Court of Appeals rejected a request from David's legal team to dismiss the voluntary manslaughter charge related to Karen's case, which he has pleaded not guilty to. This charge will be addressed in a new trial. David is currently in custody, waiting for the trial concerning the voluntary manslaughter charge, while also facing separate stalking charges from his ex-wife in Alabama. The complexities of both cases are being reviewed as everyone involved seeks justice. As for Ashley, she says she wants justice for her mother, but she also wants her father to come home and find a normal life. Meanwhile, Karen's friends are no longer sure what they believe. The tragic case of Karen Swift remains a haunting mystery in Dyersburg, Tennessee, marked by loss, suspicion, and lingering questions. Karen, a devoted mother whose vibrant spirit touched many, was taken too soon. Her life ended by a brutal act that shattered her family and community. The investigation, spanning over a decade, pointed to her husband, David Swift, whose controlling behavior and questionable actions fueled suspicion, yet the absence of definitive evidence left justice elusive. The 2024 trial, ending in acquittals on murder charges and a mistrial on voluntary manslaughter, underscored the case's complexity, leaving Karen's daughter Ashley torn between seeking truth and longing for her father's return. Now, David faces a new trial and separate allegations. Karen's memory endures through those who loved her, a poignant reminder of the fragility of trust and the enduring quest for answers in the face of tragedy. Brenda Michaela Gordillo was born on May 16, 1995, in Catamarca, Argentina. She is the only girl in a family of 3 children, with 2 older brothers, Yvonne and Federico. She also shared an especially close bond with her mother, Florin. She was a bright, organized, and responsible student, known for her friendly personality and ability to mediate conflicts. This aptitude eventually inspired her to pursue a career in psychology. As a child, Brenda participated in activities such as gymnastics, dancing, and acting in school plays, thoroughly enjoying her time on stage. She built many friendships and was well-liked for her helpful advice and understanding. After high school, she was accepted into a prestigious university in Buenos Aires, where she studied psychology with a specialization in negotiation and conflict resolution. A standout student, she consistently earned praise from her professors, who envisioned a bright future for her. She had plans to stay in the capital and build her career there. However, her life took an unexpected turn. During her second-to-last year of college, Brenda received heartbreaking news. Her father had passed away suddenly from a heart attack. The loss deeply affected her family, particularly her mother, who was left alone in their family home. By that time, Brenda's brothers had moved out and started their own families, while she remained in Buenos Aires, completing her degree. After graduating, Brenda returned to Catamarca to live with and support her mother. She found a job and decided to further her education by enrolling in law school at a local university. Returning to student life, she formed new friendships, one of which was with a young man named Naim Vera. Naim was born on June 11, 1999 in Catamarca, into a prestigious and wealthy family with a tradition of practicing medicine. His father was a renowned cardiac surgeon, and his mother ran a private pediatric practice. As the younger of 2 sons, Naim grew up alongside his brother Jamie, who was his complete opposite. While their parents provided the best possible opportunities for both, Jamie was hardworking and aspired to follow the family tradition by becoming a doctor. Naim, on the other hand, was far more relaxed, self-indulgent, and entitled. Naeem impresses with his handsome appearance, modern fashion style, exuding confidence and receiving much love. Many girls at school admired him, and he thrived on the attention. However, in his final years of high school, he began using banned substances and often got into trouble. Thanks to his family's influence, he always avoided serious consequences. Over time, Naeem developed a reputation for being arrogant and confrontational. He was a bully, quarrelsome, and prone to violent outbursts. Despite his privileged upbringing, his volatile nature often overshadowed his advantages. In 2018, after graduating from high school, Naeem decided to turn his life around. He left behind his reckless behavior, sought treatment for his substance issues, and later gained acceptance into law school. It was during this new chapter of his life that he met Brenda. He was immediately captivated by her, and she was equally drawn to his confidence and bold demeanor. At the time, Brenda was 23, while Naeem had just turned 19. The age difference did not bother her, and she embraced his attention. When Brenda and Naeem first met, they spent hours talking at a bar. Later that night, they went to an apartment owned by Naeem's parents, to which he had access. That evening marked the beginning of their intimate relationship, and from then on, they began seeing each other frequently. For the first time, Brenda experienced what she believed to be true love and radiated happiness. Her friends and family noticed this transformation, often commenting on how joyful she had become. However, none of them had ever met Naeem, about whom Brenda talked a lot. Although she frequently mentioned Naeem, she only shared his photos from social media with her mother and brothers, casually hinting that he was her future fiancé. Over time, it became obvious that Naeem had no plans to introduce Brenda to his family or friends. Their relationship remained confined to the same apartment, and they never appeared in public together as a couple. Brenda thought it was unusual but convinced herself that Naeem just needed more time. Privately, she also worried that their age difference made him hesitant. The secret meetings lasted for many months, and she still invested a lot of emotions in this relationship. Even when Naeem began to grow distant, she chose to ignore the change in his behavior, clinging to the belief that their connection was still strong. One day, Brenda received a call from an unfamiliar number. The caller identifies himself as Naeem's cousin and gives her a dire warning. He claimed that Naeem had a violent past and that, if not for the protection of his parents, Naeem would have already faced significant legal trouble for his actions. The caller advises her to end the relationship immediately before things get worse. However, she ignores his advice. In mid-February 2019, Brenda found out she was pregnant. The news took her by surprise, but after the initial shock, she felt genuinely happy. She sees this as an opportunity to improve her relationship with Naeem, hoping that this will make him more serious and willing to commit to her. When they met again, Brenda shared the news. At first, Naeem was silent, but his reaction quickly shifted to anger. He stated that he wasn't ready to become a father and insisted that having a child didn't align with his current plans. He urged Brenda to terminate the pregnancy, promising to cover all expenses. Brenda firmly refused, explaining that she had health issues and that being able to conceive was nothing short of a miracle. Their disagreement escalated, and Naeem ended the relationship, saying it was best for them to separate. For a time, they stopped seeing each other but continued exchanging messages on social media. During this period, Brenda confided in a close friend, admitting how much she missed him and expressing hope for reconciliation. She revealed that she had never loved anyone as deeply as she loved Naeem. Towards the end of February, Naeem called Brenda and proposed they meet to have a calm discussion. Brenda was thrilled, convinced that he had reconsidered. She excitedly shared the news with her best friend, who encouraged her and reassured her that everything would work out. They planned to meet on the night of February 28, 2019. That night, she was invited to a classmate's birthday party. After the party, she went to Naeem's apartment and never left again. The following day, Friday, March 1st, Brenda did not attend her university classes, which was highly out of character for her. She had never missed a lecture without a valid reason, and now no one could contact her or determine her whereabouts. Brenda's mother remembered her mentioning the birthday party and saying in advance that she wouldn't be home that night. However, she did not specify whether she would be with friends or her boyfriend. She had planned to go directly to class in the morning, so her mother wasn't initially concerned. It wasn't until later that afternoon, when the university contacted Brenda's family to ask about her absence, that her mother realized something was wrong. Friends and relatives quickly began searching for her. Everyone knew that she wouldn't just vanish without informing someone. At first, there was still hope. Perhaps she was simply spending time with Naeem and had lost track of time. But as relatives began calling around for information, something shocking occurred that changed everything. In that moment, all hope was lost. Brenda was gone forever. At this time, Naeem entered the Catamarca police station, accompanied by his father and 2 attorneys. He stated that he wished to confess to a tragic incident that had occurred the previous night. He was taken to an interrogation room, where he calmly recounted his version of the events. Although visibly distressed, he remained composed and spoke confidently. Naeem explained that he had arranged for a female acquaintance, Brenda, to visit his apartment that evening for an intimate encounter. He mentioned that they had met in this way before, without any commitments or expectations. However, that night, an argument broke out between them, leading Naeem to demand that she leave immediately. The apartment consisted of 2 levels connected by a staircase, and Naeem claimed that during the confrontation, Brenda stepped backward, lost her balance, and fell down the stairs. He stated that he tried to catch her but failed. When he reached her, she was unresponsive. He said he attempted to help her, but it was too late. She had sustained a fatal neck injury from the fall. Panicked and fearing he would be blamed, Naeem made a rash decision to dispose of the body. He dragged Brenda to the terrace, where a large outdoor grill was located. Finding lighter fluid in a cabinet, he poured it over her body and lit a match. The fire ignited immediately, but the flames grew uncontrollably high, producing thick smoke. At this point, a neighbor from a nearby apartment noticed the activity and saw someone grilling late at night. When Naeem saw the neighbor, he waved and smiled, appearing calm and friendly. Later, the neighbor testified in court that Naeem's demeanor seemed normal, so he didn't report anything suspicious. Realizing that the grill couldn't be used to completely destroy the remains, Naeem abandoned the idea and brought the body back inside. He then packed the remains into garbage bags, placed them in boxes, and loaded them into his car. Driving aimlessly, he decided to discard the lower half in a random dumpster he passed. For the upper half, he drove out of the city to a shallow ravine near the roadway. He threw the remains into the ditch, covering them with dirt, branches, and trash. As he headed back to his car, a passing patrol unit stopped to check why his car was parked by the roadside. Thinking quickly, Naeem lied, saying that his girlfriend had called him, and he had pulled over to talk. The officers believed him and left. Returning to his apartment, Naeem attempted to clean up but found the task overwhelming. In distress, he called his cousin and confessed everything over the phone. Initially, his cousin believed he was hallucinating or under the influence of a banned substance, but the seriousness of the situation soon became clear. The cousin contacted Naeem's father, who, with the help of attorneys, insisted that Naeem turn himself in to the authorities, hoping it would reduce his sentence. During his confession, Naeem disclosed the locations where he had disposed of the remains. Additionally, security camera footage showed him discarding garbage bags into a dumpster, with his car visible in the background. Even if he had tried to deny it, the evidence against him was irrefutable. Investigators quickly found the second box in the ravine, prompting forensic experts to examine the remains. Their analysis revealed a shocking truth that completely contradicted Naeem's account. Although the body had been severely burned, there were no injuries consistent with falling down the stairs, no broken bones, no significant bruising, and, most notably, Brenda's neck was unbroken. Instead, the autopsy revealed a far more sinister cause of death. The cartilage in Brenda's throat had been crushed, not accidentally but by forceful pressure from bare hands. Her official cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation. She had been strangled. The horror didn't end there. Forensic experts found fabric fibers inside Brenda's mouth, later determined to be from her own scarf. This indicates that it had been forced into her mouth to silence her before the strangulation. Additionally, fresh scratches on Naeem's hands suggested that Brenda had fought back fiercely. The evidence made one thing clear: this was a calculated and deliberate act of violence, not an accident. When Brenda's family and friends were informed of the tragedy, a new detail emerged: her alleged pregnancy, which Naeem had never mentioned. Under questioning, he admitted that Brenda had been pressuring him for weeks, using the pregnancy to influence him. He explained that their relationship had been entirely physical, not romantic, and that there had been no discussions about a future together or starting a family. He claimed that when Brenda revealed she was pregnant, he immediately offered to pay for an abortion, but she refused. This disagreement had sparked several heated arguments. On the night of the incident, Brenda allegedly not only insisted on keeping the baby but also demanded that Naeem marry her. According to Naeem, her demands infuriated him, and, in a fit of rage, he ended her life. However, there was a major flaw in Naeem's story. An autopsy revealed that Brenda was not pregnant. If she had used the pregnancy as leverage, it was an empty claim. Investigators uncovered an even more shocking truth. Brenda had a medical condition that made pregnancy impossible, a fact she had known since her teenage years. So why had she told Naeem she was pregnant? One of Brenda's closest friends explained during questioning that Brenda genuinely believed she was pregnant. She had missed her period, experienced symptoms, and was overjoyed, thinking doctors had been wrong about her condition. When she shared the news with Naeem, he dismissed her claim and cut ties with her. Brenda confided in only 2 close friends about the pregnancy, never saw a doctor to confirm it, and didn't tell her mother. According to her closest friend, she had no intention of manipulating Naeem. She truly believed she was going to be a mother and had started imagining a future with him. Naeem was arrested the same day he turned himself in and shared his version of events. He claimed what happened was an accident. According to him, he panicked and, in his shock, made the horrific decision to dispose of Brenda's body in a brutal way. He also insisted that their connection was purely casual, with no emotional commitment or real relationship. In Argentina, crimes within romantic or domestic relationships are classified as aggravated offenses due to the victim's vulnerable position. Victims typically trust their partner, do not perceive them as a threat, and may have a diminished sense of self-preservation. If the court ruled that Brenda and Naeem had a real relationship, he could face life in prison. However, if he convinced the court it was merely a casual arrangement with no emotional ties, his sentence might be reduced to a maximum of 15 years. Naeem and his legal team, hired by his father, focused on proving this. Naeem's lawyers argued that he and Brenda were never seen together in public, had no shared photos, and had not introduced each other to their families or friends. However, Brenda's family and friends described a different reality. They insisted that Brenda was deeply in love with Naeem and believed he felt the same. She avoided pressuring him or pushing for formal introductions to his family, assuming he simply needed time. One of Naeem's classmates later disclosed that Naeem had never taken Brenda seriously. He enjoyed spending time with her but had been leading her on, giving her false hope. When Brenda told him she was pregnant, he reportedly panicked and became desperate to find a way out. The classmate claimed Naeem had said the baby would never be born or he would end his life. At the time, nobody thought much of his words. However, about a week before the crime, Naeem allegedly approached his cousin, asking if he knew someone who could solve a problem in exchange for money. His cousin dismissed it as a joke and didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until the night of the crime, when Naeem called asking for help to cover up what he had done, that his cousin realized the gravity of the situation. After the tragedy, Naeem's family publicly expressed their condolences to Brenda's loved ones, stating that her loss had devastated their own lives as well. Despite this, his legal team worked to minimize his responsibility, alleging that Brenda had been manipulating and pressuring him. They even accused her of faking the pregnancy to trap him into marriage, claiming she had ulterior motives and saw Naeem as a wealthy and promising husband. Naeem also tried to argue that he acted in a moment of extreme distress, but his defense quickly crumbled. During his first interrogation, he provided detailed descriptions of how he disposed of Brenda's remains, details that were inconsistent with someone allegedly in shock. Additionally, a neighbor's testimony proved damning. The neighbor recounted seeing Naeem grilling on the terrace that night and noted that he appeared calm and composed. The neighbor even remembered Naeem waving hello in a friendly manner, as if everything were normal. The psychiatric evaluation concluded that Naeem was fully aware of his actions at the time of the crime and could be held legally responsible. However, specialists diagnosed him with psychopathic traits, borderline personality disorder, and bipolar affective disorder. Despite these diagnoses, none diminished his legal accountability. Naeem's family was wealthy and well-connected, which could have enabled him to avoid full responsibility. His legal team deliberately delayed the trial, hoping public interest would eventually wane. Brenda's family feared that Naeem might receive a light sentence or even evade justice entirely. Determined to prevent this, Brenda's mother took action. She organized numerous protests and marches, demanding justice for her daughter. Feminist activists also joined the effort, ensuring the case remained in the public spotlight. The trial began in May 2021 and attracted widespread media attention. A key focus of the proceedings was defining the relationship between Naeem and Brenda. His defense attorneys argued that, given his young age, he was not ready for a serious commitment and that his relationship with Brenda was nothing more than a casual fling. If the defense managed to convince the court, Naeem could have received a lighter sentence. Additionally, they sought to prove that the crime was not premeditated, which could have made him eligible for parole within 5 to 7 years. During the trial, Naeem remained cold and detached, showing no remorse for his actions. Following his attorney's advice, he apologized formally to Brenda's family, but his apology came across as insincere and even mocking. On May 14, 2021, Naeem was convicted of aggravated homicide and attempting to conceal the crime. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole and was also ordered to pay Brenda's family 3 million pesos in moral damages. Naeem refused to make a final statement and listened to the verdict with an indifferent expression, as if it did not affect him. Immediately after the sentencing, his attorneys announced their intention to file an appeal. As the legal team prepared for the appeal, looking for new witnesses and evidence to support Naeem's innocence, the media uncovered incidents from his past that his parents had previously concealed. 2 former classmates accused Naeem of harassment and aggressive behavior. Both women agreed to testify, describing him as a dangerous individual who could not handle rejection. While he was often pursued by girls, on the occasions when someone rejected his advances, he responded by stalking, threatening, and trying to humiliate them. One classmate described how she had to transfer schools after Naeem tried to force himself on her. When she resisted, he retaliated by spreading malicious rumors and leaking private photos of her online. At the time, his father's legal team had managed to suppress these incidents. In March 2022, a retrial was held for Brenda's case. With the new testimonies considered, the court upheld its original ruling. Naeem Vera was sentenced to life in prison, with no possibility of parole for at least 51 years. Mariana Jocelyn Baltira Valenzuela was born on November 24, 1998, in the city of Ixtapan de la Sal, located in the state of Mexico. She is the older sibling of 2 children from a modest family. Fate decreed that she had to fight for her life from her first days. She was born much earlier than expected, and doctors seriously feared that the child, with a critically low weight, would not survive, which they informed her parents, Syra and Orlando. Mariana spent the first 2 months of her life in a hospital, in a special ward for premature babies. Her mother prayed day and night for her daughter's health, and her prayers were answered. The girl quickly recovered and gained weight. By the new year of 1999, she was discharged home, allowing her parents to celebrate the holiday with their daughter. Fortunately, Mariana had no external consequences of prematurity. She grew up slim and beautiful, but her health was very poor from a very early age. When Mariana was 4 years old, a second child appeared in the family, a boy. Mariana adored her younger brother and helped her parents take care of him. From the earliest age, they were very close and practically inseparable. At the age of 6, Mariana was diagnosed with epilepsy, which required her to regularly take special medications to minimize the likelihood of seizures. The prescribed drugs and constant monitoring by specialists yielded good results, allowing her to lead a relatively ordinary life, not too different from her peers. Moreover, she treated her health responsibly, following the regimen and taking the necessary medications. Mariana studied well at school, drew beautifully, and loved music. She was a very kind, open, and sincere girl. Everyone who knew her personally spoke positively about her. However, she was also modest and shy, especially in her teenage years. She had only a couple of best friends, did not go on dates, did not attend parties, and hardly interacted with boys. Mariana preferred to spend time at home with her family, with whom she had very close and warm relationships. The fragile and petite girl looked much younger than her age. At 16, she seemed no older than 13. Kind-hearted and sympathetic, Mariana always tried to help homeless animals, which she fed, treated, looked after, and then handed over to safe hands. As a high school student, she finally decided to become a veterinarian and provide professional assistance to those in need. Her parents often said that their daughter was too naive and trusting. She didn't perceive evil or danger from other people, as she herself brought only light and kindness into the world. Therefore, her father and mother were always worried that Mariana could be offended or harmed by someone taking advantage of her innocence. The area where the Baltira family lived was relatively calm. Almost everyone who lived there knew each other by sight. However, along their street, there were a large number of shops where many migrant workers worked unofficially. Some of them lived right in the shops, as most did not have their own housing, and some could not even afford to rent a room. Naturally, among these workers were individuals with extensive criminal histories. But, as long as they performed their duties properly, the shop owners usually had no complaints about them. About 50 meters from the Baltira family home was a butcher shop. The shop owner hired 4 workers, 2 locals who sold goods, 2 immigrants unloading cargo, butchered carcasses, and cleaned the store. The shop owner allowed the workers to stay on the second floor of the shop, which was an attic. As Mariana grew older, her parents began to periodically ask her to go shopping for the family, including to the aforementioned butcher shop. There she repeatedly encountered one Cruz Quintero Martinez, a worker of the landlord who lived on the second floor. She felt fear of this man just by his presence. She repeatedly told her friends and her parents that there was something sinister in his gaze that made her blood run cold. At the same time, there was nothing specific she could blame on this man since he did not approach her or attempt to contact her in any way, but merely looked at her. So her parents decided not to let their daughter go to this store anymore and went shopping for the necessities themselves. At some point, Juan Martinez committed a minor theft, resulting in the store owner's decision to fire him. After that incident, they did not hear from him for about a year. However, in early summer 2017, he returned to his former workplace, tearfully begged his former employer to rehire him, assuring him that he would work diligently. Remarkably, he was rehired and moved back into the second floor of the store. Cyrus' niece was visiting the Baltiras while Mariana and her younger brother were on summer vacation, with Orlando being the only one at work. Around 9 a.m., Syra asked her daughter to go to the local supermarket to buy breakfast. She believed her daughter was old enough to handle such a task. Moreover, the street was well lit and crowded. In her opinion, nothing bad could happen. She gave her daughter some money and asked Mariana to buy milk, eggs, and vegetables. Mariana left the house dressed in an old t-shirt and pajama pants. The store was located less than a couple of 100 meters from their house, so the round trip to get there, buy the necessary items, and return should not have taken more than half an hour. However, when an hour passed and Mariana still had not returned, her mother grew concerned, especially since Mariana's phone was left at home. With her little niece in her arms, Syra went to look for her daughter. She walked down the street to the store and asked the cashiers if they had seen a young girl in glasses. They informed her that a girl fitting her description had bought groceries a quarter of an hour ago and had left the store. Panic began to set in. Syra realized that something terrible had happened. Syra returned home, asked her son to look after his niece, and then went out to the street, where she began asking neighbors, street vendors, and passers-by if they had seen her daughter. However, it seemed as if the girl had vanished without a trace. Syra immediately reported the incident to the police and called her husband, who rushed home from work to help find their daughter. By the time the police arrived at the scene, dozens of neighbors, as well as relatives and friends of the Baltira family, had already joined the search. They called all of Mariana's acquaintances, combed the streets, and posted printed leaflets with her photographs. Initially, law enforcement officials were not particularly concerned about the situation. They asked the parents whether their daughter could have gone on a date or visited someone. Syra and Orlando insisting that their daughter would never go anywhere without informing them, especially since she had gone to the store in her home clothes and with a grocery bag, knowing she was expected back home. There were surveillance cameras installed in the area where Mariana disappeared, but almost none of them were functional. The entire day of searching yielded no results, and not a single trace of the girl was found. As night fell, anxiety and panic turned into despair. The parents realized that they would likely never see Mariana alive again. The next day, July 28th, At about 8 a.m., Mariana's parents received a call from a nearby relative who informed them that several police cars had arrived at a butcher's shop. Without hesitation, the Baltira got ready and went to the indicated location. Law enforcement agencies did not allow them inside, but Syra and Orlando had no intention of leaving. Minutes after checking the scene, one of the police officers informed Orlando that the body of a young girl, identified as the missing Mariana, had been found on the second floor of the building, lifeless and badly mutilated. Orlando was invited inside to confirm her identity, but Syra was strongly advised against entering, as the crime scene was truly shocking. Orlando could not believe his eyes as he looked at the body lying in a puddle of blood, his daughter. His world collapsed in an instant, and he did not know how to tell his wife, who was waiting outside. Mariana had been repeatedly abused and brutally mutilated. The cause of death was massive blood loss due to a stab wound to the stomach. The perpetrator cut open her abdomen while she was still alive, leaving her to bleed to death. An expert opinion showed that her death occurred on the night of July 27th, just a few hours before the discovery of her body. Therefore, she was alive for almost 24 hours from the time of her disappearance, during which the criminal abused her until he fatally wounded her. The murder weapon, a knife intended for cutting up carcasses, was found on the floor next to her body. The body was discovered by the owner of the store when he arrived for work that morning. According to him, every last Thursday of the month was designated as cleaning day, during which he did not work. On that day, the owner was engaged in organizational matters, meetings with suppliers, and submitting reports to the tax office while his employees cleaned and disinfected the premises. When he arrived in the morning, he immediately noticed blood stains on the floor. Initially thinking that one of his employees living on the second floor had been injured, he was shocked to find bloody men's clothing, a knife, and the body of a young girl in a pool of blood. In addition, a large sum of money had gone missing from the cash register, which the criminal had evidently taken upon fleeing. Two men who lived and worked at the store immediately came under suspicion. However, one of them showed up for work an hour later, appearing just as shocked as everyone else. He explained that he had to return home to another city urgently, and his colleague, Juan, said Juan would cover for him and clean the store himself. The police concluded that this man was telling the truth, noting that there were no traces of him at the crime scene, and he was excluded from the list of suspects. By that time, CCTV footage from the supermarket, which Mariana had visited on the last day of her life, was obtained. The footage showed she entering the store, followed by one a few minutes later, the man who worked at the butcher's shop and had instilled genuine fear in Mariana. He stalked his victim like a wild animal hunting prey, following her out of the supermarket without purchasing anything. After that, both of their trails vanished. Reconstructing the sequence of events outside the store proved impossible. Although there were cameras on the street, they were non-functional, and none of the numerous passers-by or street sellers reported anything suspicious. Mariana's parents were convinced that their daughter would never have gone with this man, no matter how he might have lured her. They believed he had forcibly taken her to the store. However, they were left wondering why she did not scream or call for help, and why none of the many passers-by or street vendors noticed anything unusual about the situation. 27-year-old Juan Cruz Quintero Martinez was characterized as withdrawn and uncommunicative. Those who knew him said that he was a violent person with sadistic tendencies, which he displayed towards homeless animals. Previously, he had attracted the attention of the police for harassment and causing serious bodily harm. He got a job as a worker in a butcher's shop in early 2015. For a long time, according to the shop owner, there were no questions or complaints about him. Juan did his job conscientiously, but in mid-2016, he was caught stealing money and was subsequently fired. After losing his job, he returned to his parents' home, where his sick elderly mother and his sister, who took care of her, lived. For almost a year, Juan literally sat on their necks, stealing money, selling things from the house, abusing alcohol, and using illegal substances. In addition, he regularly beat his mother and sister. One day, tired of the constant bullying, his sister threatened to call the police if he did not leave the house. Juan, unwilling to deal with law enforcement again, obediently left. Since he had nowhere else to go, he asked his former employer to rehire him. The owner of the butcher shop agreed, providing him with a place to work and a roof over his head, allowing him to continue living on the second floor. It was mid-June 2017, just a month before the tragedy. Juan did his job conscientiously, but about a week later, he met Mariana, who had come of age and literally drove him crazy. She avoided him and never went to that store for shopping. Nevertheless, Juan began to follow her on the streets, discovering where she was going, what paths she was choosing. The second worker who lived with him also noticed his unhealthy interest in Mariana and even tried to joke about it, not suspecting that Juan would soon commit a crime. After Juan became the only suspect in the brutal abuse and murder of Mariana, all available resources were put into searching for him. Initially, law enforcement agencies went to his house, believing that relatives might help him escape. However, his sister insisted that he was not welcome there and that Juan knew his relatives would immediately hand him over to the police. She was not even surprised by the terrible crime her brother had committed. Moreover, she described how he had abused her elderly mother and even attacked the old woman with a knife, threatening to cut her open like a pig if he was not given money for illegal substances. The search for the killer was a priority for the police because Juan was extremely aggressive, violent, and dangerous to others. The money stolen from the cash register would have lasted him a long time, but no one knew how he would behave next or whether he would commit another crime after killing. Throughout the month, the search continued in the Ecatepec area and surrounding suburbs because the police believed that the criminal could not have gone far. However, time passed, and no trace of Juan was found. Soon, information about the abuse and brutal murder of Mariana reached national news, and police from across the state joined the search for the brutal criminal. Juan Martinez's photo appeared daily on television news, was printed on the front pages of newspapers, and was posted on streets all over the country with the note, "Ruthless Killer at Large." A large cash reward was announced for information about his whereabouts, as well as for assistance in his arrest, which was constantly increasing. But even this did not contribute to any progress in the case. The search for the criminal proved difficult, as he had not maintained contact with any relatives and had no friends. Additionally, Juan did not have social media pages and did not even use a mobile phone, let alone credit cards. After 6 months of unsuccessful search attempts, the reward for any information about him was increased to 500,000 Mexican pesos. Even this, however, did not help. Justice for the murder took over 2 years, finally arriving in August 2019 when her executioner was located and arrested. He was found in another state, almost 1,000 kilometers from the crime scene, when he was accidentally recognized on the street by a vigilant elderly woman. He constantly hid his face behind a hood and sunglasses, seemed suspicious to her, so she decided to report him to the police, not suspecting that he was one of Mexico's most wanted criminals. Juan was arrested right on one of the city streets, and to the surprise of law enforcement agencies, he did not even resist. He obediently held out his hands, allowing them to put handcuffs on him. The next day, after his identity was confirmed, the criminal was taken to the city of Ecatepec, where he had committed his crime. He was placed in custody in one of the city's prisons awaiting trial. In May 2022, 5 years after the tragedy, the killer and abuser was finally sentenced. Juan Martinez received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Additionally, he was ordered to pay 1 million Mexican pesos in compensation for moral damages to the family of Mariana. Mariana's parents and brother said the arrest of the killer was a huge relief to them, as he would certainly not be able to harm other girls. However, even life imprisonment and a large monetary compensation cannot erase the pain from their hearts, as their beloved daughter and sister will not return. They will have to live with this for the rest of their days. The tragic case of Dr. Teresa Shivers, a story that illustrates how love can transform into betrayal and how greed can lead to horrific violence. How did a dedicated mother and accomplished doctor become the target of a murder scheme? What concealed truths were hidden behind closed doors? Let's delve into this story. Dr. Teresa Shivers was a physician dedicated to her patients. She graduated from Ross University School of Medicine in 1996 and opened her practice in Bonita Springs, Florida. Teresa focused on integrating traditional and alternative medicine to help patients who had run out of other treatment options. Her husband, Mark Shivers, worked as the office manager in her practice. They married in 2003 and had 2 daughters. Mark was initially seen as a supportive husband, but his behavior came under investigation after Teresa's murder. Financial difficulties faced by the family played a significant role in the subsequent events. The conspiracy to murder Dr. Teresa Shivers began at the wedding of Curtis Wayne Wright in May 2015. Mark, who was a guest, confided in Wright about his mental health struggles and his fear that Teresa would take their children away from him. Mark expressed his wish for Teresa to be killed, driven by financial motives concerning her life insurance policies with a total value of $4,433 million. He thought that her death would resolve his problems and provide the financial security he needed. Although initially hesitant, Wright eventually agreed to help Mark, stating that he could deal with the matter in exchange for a share of the insurance payout. Unbeknownst to Mark, Wright then enlisted the help of a third man to assist in the murder, Jimmy Ray Rogers, whom Wright had paid to help him. During his trial, Wright described Rogers as a violent individual with a background involving other murders, suggesting that he was well suited for the violent act against Teresa. Mark outlined two possible plans for carrying out the murder. The first plan involved killing Teresa at her home on June 28 and making it look like a burglary. To get ready for this, Mark checked how to access their property by climbing over the backyard fence and trimming bushes to clear a path to the garage. He also coached Wright on how to enter the house and disable the security system. The second plan proposed by Mark was to murder Teresa at her medical office on June 29, disguising it as a mugging. He provided Wright with aerial photos of the office, pointing out a hidden stairwell that Teresa often used when leaving late at night. Mark also shared the access codes for this stairwell with Wright, stressing that no matter where the murder happened, it should appear to be a robbery or burglary. On June 28, 2015, Dr. Teresa returned to her home in Bonita Springs, Florida, after abruptly ending a family vacation in upstate New York. She arrived at Southwest Florida International Airport, where security cameras recorded her pulling her suitcase through the terminal. After calling her husband Mark to let him know she was safe, Teresa got into her car and drove home. Unbeknownst to her, two men were already inside her house, waiting to carry out a deadly plan devised by her own husband. Inside the house, Wright and Rogers were lying in wait. Wright had grabbed the hammer from the garage earlier. They had planned this situation carefully over several weeks. When Teresa entered the kitchen, Wright attacked her from behind and struck Teresa once on the head. Shocked by the surprise attack, she turned to face him but received another blow. The violence quickly escalated as Rogers also joined the assault with his own hammer. Together, they violently attacked Teresa, hitting her repeatedly until she collapsed on the floor in a pool of blood. Witnesses later recounted how Teresa fought back, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself from the strikes. Despite her brave attempts to defend herself, she suffered a total of 17 wounds to her head before the kitchen fell silent. Once they were sure Teresa was dead, Wright and Rogers left the scene without triggering the alarm system, which they had previously disabled based on information from Mark. The murder was carried out quickly and left no immediate signs of forced entry, as they had used an unlocked side door to enter. After committing their crime, Wright and Rogers returned to Missouri in their rental car, thinking they had successfully hidden their actions. Meanwhile, Mark received worrying news on the morning of June 29th. His wife, Dr. Teresa, had not shown up for work. Worried about Teresa not being around, Mark called a family friend, Dr. Mark Petrites, to check on her at home. Using the garage code Mark provided, Dr. Petrites entered the home and discovered Teresa lying face down in a pool of blood, with a hammer next to her body. She was cold to the touch, and there were evident signs of a violent struggle. The brutal murder of Dr. Teresa shocked the Bonita Springs community. As a respected physician and mother, her death left many people in disbelief. Friends and patients expressed horror over the violent act against someone who had devoted her life to helping others, marking a tragic loss for the community. After Teresa was found dead, law enforcement launched an investigation. Detectives interviewed her family, friends, colleagues to learn more about her life and any possible threats. They also sought tips from the community, stressing the importance of any information that could help identify the person responsible. Investigators examined various aspects of Teresa's professional and personal life. Initially, they looked into people who had interacted with her or might have held grudges against her, but they did not find any immediate leads. Nearly 2 months later, A major breakthrough occurred when law enforcement received a tip from a source in Missouri. This tip revealed that Wright had confessed to someone about his role in Teresa's murder. Consequently, detectives concentrated their efforts on Wright. They traveled to Missouri to investigate further and gather evidence linking he to the crime. In August 2015, Wright and his accomplice, Rogers, were arrested in Missouri for their involvement in Teresa's murder. Many were surprised by the arrest since neither man was from the local area. A detailed investigation revealed important evidence linking them to the crime. Police carried out search warrants at their homes and collected various items, including clothing and other materials that had been purchased shortly before Teresa's death. The investigation gained traction after detectives received a tip that directed them to Wright. This led to a deeper look into his relationship with Mark, raising suspicions about their possible participation in a murder-for-hire plot. The evidence collected during the arrest was crucial for the trials of both men involved. Initially, Wright denied having any connection to Teresa's murder during police questioning. However, as investigators presented him with evidence, he eventually admitted his involvement. Wright acknowledged that he agreed to carry out the murder for at least $100,000 from Teresa's life insurance policy. In December 2015, Wright accepted a plea deal with prosecutors to avoid a possible capital murder charge. As part of the plea agreement, he confessed to his involvement in the murder and agreed to testify against his co-defendants, Mark Shivers and Jimmy Ray Rogers. In return for his cooperation, he received a 25-year prison sentence for second-degree murder. This deal required him to provide significant assistance to the prosecution in their cases against Mark and Rogers. Wright confessed that he and Rogers traveled from Missouri to Florida with the intention of killing Teresa as part of a plan created by Mark. He revealed that Mark first presented this idea during his wedding in May 2015, citing his financial struggles and the need to eliminate Teresa as a solution. This confession was crucial in proving Mark's direct role in the murder plot. By cooperating with law enforcement, Wright played a key role in the investigation, shedding light on the conspiracy that led to Teresa's tragic death. The investigation uncovered a series of text messages exchanged between Mark and Wright, which clearly outlined their plan to murder Teresa for financial gain and highlighted Mark's direct involvement in organizing the crime. Prosecutors claimed that Mark hired Wright and Rogers to kill Teresa due to financial pressures and fears of losing custody of their daughters. Court documents released during this time revealed serious issues in Mark and Teresa's marriage, such as financial struggles and possible infidelity. The evidence showed that Mark could benefit significantly from Teresa's life insurance policies. On December 4, 2015, shortly after Teresa's funeral, Mark was arrested. He was taken into custody by law enforcement from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. As investigators worked to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to Teresa's murder, they became confident that they had enough evidence to charge him with first-degree murder. Mark's arrest shifted the case's focus onto him as a key figure in the conspiracy. Initially cooperative with investigators, he started to distance himself as more evidence against him was gathered, resulting in a complicated legal battle. After Mark was arrested, investigators stepped up their efforts to gather more evidence regarding the murder of Dr. Teresa. A key part of this investigation was examining digital evidence, especially GPS data from the rental car. This GPS information provided a detailed record of their route and was essential for creating a timeline of their activities before the murder. The data showed they left Missouri, arriving in Bonita Springs, Florida. Wright even posted a Yelp review for a dumpling restaurant along the way. The GPS device was also linked to an email address belonging to Jimmy Ray Rogers, a close friend of Wright's who had his own criminal record. Surveillance footage from a Florida Walmart showed both men in the area at the time of Teresa's murder. The exact timestamps indicated they reached the Shivers' home around 6 a.m., which matched the timeline of Teresa's murder. Additionally, investigators reviewed cell phone records that showed communication between Mark and Wright. These records revealed regular contact leading up to the murder. The fact that Mark and Wright used prepaid phones indicated they were trying to avoid detection, but investigators managed to trace their communications effectively. This digital evidence was crucial in supporting witness testimonies and clarifying how the murder was plotted and carried out. As trial preparations began, prosecutors focused on assembling a solid case against both Curtis Wainwright, Mark Sievers, and Jimmy Ray Rogers. A key piece of evidence emerged from surveillance footage at a Walmart, where Wright and Rogers were recorded buying items later connected to the murder of Dr. Teresa. The video showed them shopping without attempting to hide their identities while purchasing trash bags, flushable wet wipes, black towels, and a lock-picking kit. These purchases were crucial in proving their intention to commit murder and to dispose of the evidence afterward. Additionally, investigators found fibers from a blue jumpsuit that Rogers had discarded along Highway 47 in Missouri. Forensic analysis showed that these fibers matched those on Teresa's clothing at the crime scene, providing a direct connection between Rogers and the murder. This physical evidence strengthened the prosecution's case by confirming that both men were present during the crime. The prosecution collected digital evidence, including GPS data from the rental car driven by Wright and Rogers, surveillance footage, and forensic findings, built a strong case against the defendants. As the trial dates approached, the prosecution prepared to present this evidence, aiming to prove not only the guilt of Wright and Rogers but also to show Mark's role in planning his wife's murder. After Jimmy Ray Rogers was convicted, Mark Sievers faced trial in December 2019. The prosecution prepared a case that relied significantly on the testimony of Curtis Wainwright, who had accepted a plea deal. Wright provided essential information about how Mark orchestrated the murder plot, shedding light on the conspiracy that resulted in Teresa's death. During the trial, prosecutors presented various pieces of evidence linking Mark to the crime. This included text messages exchanged between Mark and Wright that discussed the murder and the financial motivations behind it. The prosecution argued that Mark's desire for financial gain from Teresa's life insurance policies was a primary motive for orchestrating her murder. The defense argued that there was no reliable evidence linking Mark to the murder. They pointed out that the state had only established that Wright and Rogers, not Mark, were responsible for Teresa's death. To weaken Wright's testimony, the defense highlighted his criminal history, which included several felony convictions and mental health issues, such as bipolar disorder. They claimed that Wright had a reason to lie in order to get a lighter sentence for himself. Furthermore, the defense suggested that Wright might have been influenced by law enforcement during his questioning, implying he was just repeating a story given to him by the investigator. They also noted that Wright had not taken a polygraph test, which could have either supported or damaged his credibility as a witness. The defense wrapped up its arguments by asking jurors to doubt the credibility of Wright's statements and to note the absence of direct evidence connecting Mark to the crime. Throughout the trial, jurors were shown consistent forensic evidence, such as fibers from a blue jumpsuit discarded by Rogers that matched those found on Teresa's body. Despite this, the defense continued to argue that Mark was not involved in either planning or carrying out the murder. The prosecution effectively showed that Mark had not only planned the murder but had also enlisted Wright and Rogers to help carry it out. After a brief deliberation of about 4 hours, the jury found Mark Sievers guilty of first-degree premeditated murder and conspiracy to commit murder. After the verdict, Mark entered the sentencing phase, where jurors would decide on his punishment. This decision depended on whether they identified aggravating factors that justified a death sentence or mitigating circumstances that could lead to a lesser penalty. Mark was convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder, and the sentencing phase began on December 11, 2019, shortly after the verdict was announced. The prosecution aimed to prove two main aggravating factors: that the murder was executed in a cold, calculated, premeditated way, and that it was motivated by financial gain. They presented evidence from the trial, including Wright's testimony about Mark's role in planning the murder and the financial incentives involved. Victim impact statements were also shared to illustrate the emotional effects of Teresa's murder on her family and community. The defense sought to provide evidence that would reduce Mark's culpability by emphasizing his lack of a criminal history and his relationships with his daughters. Family members testified about his role as a father and husband, painting a positive picture of him. However, they struggled to counter the strong evidence put forth by the prosecution. On January 3, 2020, after careful consideration, the jury unanimously recommended the death penalty for Mark Sievers. They concluded that the evidence showed he had committed the murder with cold, calculated premeditation, although they found insufficient evidence for the claim that he acted for financial gain. During the sentencing hearing, Mark spoke to the court, insisting on his innocence, expressing his love for Teresa and their daughters. He pleaded for mercy, asking to avoid the death penalty. Despite his pleas and the defense's arguments for a lighter sentence, Judge Bruce Kyle sentenced him to death for orchestrating Teresa's murder. The judge highlighted the importance of the jury's recommendation and pointed out that Mark's actions showed a complete disregard for human life. In addition to the death sentence for first-degree murder, he received a 30-year prison sentence for conspiracy to commit murder, which will be served consecutively. The sentencing phase is complete, and Mark Shivers is now dealing with major legal hurdles as he prepares to appeal his conviction and his sentence. Currently, he is on death row at the Union Correctional Institution in Florida while these appeals are underway. After his sentencing, Mark has consistently claimed his innocence, insisting that he did not arrange the murder of his wife, Teresa. Mark remains on death row, but continues to protest the verdict. In February 2025, a judge granted him an evidentiary hearing, which will determine whether he is granted a new trial. The tragic case of Dr. Teresa Shivers is a heartbreaking tale of betrayal and greed, a testament to how love and trust can be corrupted by dark motives. A devoted mother and a talented physician, Teresa became the victim of a murder plot orchestrated by the husband she once trusted. Secrets kept behind closed doors, combined with financial pressures and moral turpitude, led to a tragic end that took the life of a precious human being and left indelible pain for her family, friends, and the Bonita Springs community. The case not only exposed the brutality of the crime, but also served as a sobering reminder of the consequences of greed and a lack of compassion. While Mark Shivers faces a death sentence and continues to appeal, Teresa's story remains a reminder that justice, even when served, cannot fully undo the damage caused by crime. Is it possible to distort a sober mind so much that a person would take up arms and go on a killing spree? Today's story shows that it is indeed possible. It is hard to find a more merciless and senseless attack. Morgan Metzer and her husband, Rodney Metzer, were inseparable, as often joked by their friends, family. They met when she was 14 and he was 17. From the moment they met, it was love at first sight. What followed was a tender, loving relationship that continued to develop until they decided to tie the knot in 2009. Morgan was just 21 years old at the time. After their wedding, they went on a honeymoon, and upon returning, both continued to build their lives, strengthen their love. However, not everything went as smoothly as they had hoped. Less than a year into their marriage, Rodney suffered his first major loss. His younger brother Kevin, who had just turned 19, died of leukemia. According to Morgan, her husband changed after that, becoming harsher and more rude. She believed that this behavior would gradually pass and that her husband would return to normal. But even after years, he did not change and instead became increasingly cruel. Rodney began to cling to her for any reason, was very demanding, and did not tolerate criticism. Despite this, Morgan remembered the beginning of their life together fondly and did not want to leave her husband, hoping that everything would work out. On March 15, 2011, they had their first child, a boy named Kevin in honor of Rodney's deceased brother. Morgan and Rodney believed that this baby would allow them to restore their relationship and make Rodney more gentle. However, Kevin was born 2 weeks prematurely with a congenital heart defect. The child lived only 18 days before passing away, never having been discharged from the hospital. This tragedy hit the young father even harder and, of course, traumatized Morgan. She later described that moment as one in which she felt as if she had fallen out of reality, so much so that she could barely remember that period. Despite the tragedy, the Metzer coped. 3 months after losing their first child, they learned that Morgan was pregnant again, this time with twins. They welcomed this second chance to become parents and hoped that things would turn out differently this time. The children were born in 2012 and were healthy. However, contrary to expectations, the tension between the spouses only grew. Morgan often communicated with her loved ones and described her relationships with them during this period as psychological abuse. For the first time, she suspected that she had been living in a delusion all these years. She began to realize that her husband was a manipulative person who cruelly controlled her. Looking back, she recognized that Rodney had always been like this. It just took time and significant trauma for his true behavior to manifest fully. Many believed that Morgan had fallen into the trap of a manipulator because of her lack of life experience. She had been with him since she was 14 and had never been in another relationship. In fact, she did not know that it could be different. The situation only worsened when Rodney lost his job. Morgan was on maternity leave and caring for the twins, which meant she could not earn money. Their financial situation became difficult. Rodney soon had to take on 2 jobs to provide for their large family. He became very tired, which only made him angrier. Morgan decided to take action. When the children grew a little, she took matters into her own hands and opened a small interior design business. Contrary to her husband's expectations, Morgan was successful. She began to earn good money. Against the backdrop of her relatives' depressed state, she even became the primary breadwinner in the household. She hired her best friend to work with her. The first confirmation of Morgan's success came in 2020 when she received an award in her hometown for the best interior design. Rodney did not support her during this time. On the contrary, he felt like a failure compared to his more successful wife. He became more jealous and angry. He escalated from psychological violence to physical abuse. This happened for the first time during one of their joint weekends when they went boating together. They had an argument on the water, and when they returned home, Rodney hit his wife several times. This was a shocking moment for Morgan, as Rodney had always spoken out against physical violence and positioned himself as a fighter for women's rights. He had always presented himself as a kind and sensitive person, even refusing to watch films that depicted cruelty to women. His punch was the breaking point. Morgan now realized with horror who she had spent most of her life with. That night, she called her father and asked him to pick her up from their lake house. When her father arrived, Rodney denied hitting her. He then fully demonstrated his manipulative nature, somehow convincing all of Morgan's friends that she had given herself a couple of bruises to make him look bad. According to him, during an argument, she would hit herself, leaving marks on her own face. He claimed that any bruises on her resulted from his attempts to stop her crazy behavior for her own good. The manipulator went further. He had been communicating with his wife for a long time and even managed to convince her that she was partly to blame for what had happened. From that moment on, Rodney began to use this tactic constantly. He influenced her and set his wife up so that she gradually began to believe that the problems and quarrels in their family were her fault. He even blamed her for his career problems. At this point, the violence against Morgan only intensified. In addition to the psychological impact, she also suffered from abuse. But this could not continue forever. In 2020, Morgan decided it was time to put an end to it and filed for divorce. This decision immediately felt like a breath of fresh air. In December 2020, the marriage was officially dissolved. Morgan decided to move on, but she could not completely rid herself of her ex-husband since they had children together. When the decision to divorce was made, they did not go to court to divide custody. Instead, they agreed on everything verbally and remained on good terms in order to spare the younger generation from further hurt. The former spouses communicated closely and even took a joint trip to Florida to visit Morgan's sister before Christmas. Morgan and Rodney insisted that although the marital relationship was over, they continued to get along well for the sake of the children. Suddenly, on New Year's Eve, Morgan was attacked. Early in the morning of January 1st, 2021, Rodney arrived at his ex-wife's house. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. So, he walked around the house, thinking she was still asleep, calling her name. Suddenly, he found her on the back porch. She was lying partially naked on the deck with her hands tied behind her back and a pillowcase over her head. She was obviously badly hurt. Rodney provided first aid and asked her what had happened. He then called 911. Upon arrival, law enforcement officers recorded that Morgan had been subjected to cruel treatment, abuse, and beating. She was very scared and had difficulty explaining what had happened. Morgan stated that a stranger in a black mask had broken into her home that night, attacked her, hit her in the face, strangled her several times until she lost consciousness, and abused her. He threatened to kill her and even mentioned her ex-husband and relatives who no longer lived with her. The police began to investigate what had happened. In the presence of her relatives, who were already there, they recorded Morgan's story. She had intended to spend this New Year's Eve with her best friend. She waited until the new year, drank a glass of champagne, and realized she was too tired from the shocks of the previous month, so she decided to go home and go to bed early. Her friends had argued a little about this, but Morgan insisted that she wanted to rest and regain her strength. At that time, her 8-year-old children were visiting her parents, giving Morgan the opportunity to enjoy her first good night's sleep in several weeks. Morgan returned home, turned on the security system, and went to bed. She woke up during the night, feeling that someone was in the room. Morgan noticed a dark figure in the doorway. At first, she thought she was imagining things. When she looked closely, she realized this was not a dream. The man was dressed in black and wore a mask that looked like Batman's. The tall figure appeared very menacing, standing with his fists clenched as if preparing to attack. A gun appeared in Hai's hand. He pounced on the defenseless woman, hit her with the weapon, and then punched her in the face several times. After that, he turned her over onto her stomach and tied her hands behind her back with makeshift restraints made from plastic zip ties. She begged him to let her go, but the man ignored her pleas, only throwing out a few phrases about how she would regret what she had done. Morgan had the feeling that the stranger was deliberately straining his voice, as if trying to imitate Batman's tone and image. The most horrific aspect for her was the beatings and strangulation. She lost consciousness several times, and each time she regained it, the violence resumed. Morgan was convinced she would not survive the night. The criminal tortured her, bringing her to the brink of death and then allowing her to breathe. This became the worst memory of Morgan's life. She even said she had an out-of-body experience because of the attack, as if she had left her body and was witnessing her own death. She abstracted herself from the events, thinking about her children and what would happen to them. She remembered that she had not even had time to write a will. Meanwhile, the beatings continued. The attacker abused Morgan while continuing to hit her in the face and head. When Morgan later recounted this to law enforcement officers, she expressed disbelief that anyone could want to do such a thing to her. However, she was sure that the voice changes and the dark clothing covering every part of the attacker's body were meant to prevent her from recognizing him, suggesting that he must have been familiar with her. Experienced detectives agreed with this assessment. It is worth noting that the criminal threatened not only Morgan but also her husband. Despite being officially divorced at this time, during another instance of strangulation, the attacker said she would miss her husband. At that moment, Morgan suspected that Rodney himself could be behind the attack. Once this thought crossed her mind, she attempted to play his usual psychological game. Instead of addressing her attacker directly, she began to manipulate his feelings, begging him not to hurt Rodney because she loved Rodney very much. As soon as she said this, the assault immediately stopped. The criminal ceased beating her, left her on the bed, and began walking around the room looking for valuables, likely to steal. When this change occurred, Morgan realized that she had managed to save her life. The criminal had completely altered his behavior and began to act not like a murderer but as a robber. He took the first thing he could find from her locker and then asked for her phone number and password. As it turned out, he was not interested in bank cards but in the security system. There were several video cameras installed in the house that recorded the attack. After rummaging through her mobile phone, he carried she out onto the back porch and left her there, telling her that she should not move until she heard 2 car horns, otherwise, he would return and shoot her. He put a pillowcase over her head so she couldn't see anything. Morgan lay in this state for more than half an hour. She didn't hear any beeps, but she decided it was better not to take any chances and continued to lie still. It seemed to her that the criminal might be hiding nearby and watching her. It is worth noting that Morgan lived in a remote area of the city, where there were few houses nearby, so she could not even call for help. When about 40 minutes had passed in this state, Morgan heard extraneous noises and footsteps. She thought that the criminal might have changed his mind and was now returning to kill her. When the steps got closer and stopped, she heard the familiar voice of her relatives. Rodney had found his ex-wife there, bound in plastic zip ties with a pillowcase over her head. It was about 2 a.m. The very appearance of her ex-husband in Morgan's house at that time seemed strange. The children were visiting their grandparents, and they had not arranged to meet. Despite the strangeness of the situation, Morgan kept herself in check. She pretended to be hysterical, did not chase her ex away, and did not accuse him of the attack. On the contrary, Morgan began to act more cunningly. She tried to persuade Rodney to stay with her, call for help, and not go anywhere. In fact, her goal was to keep the alleged criminal there until the police arrived. When the emergency services were called, several police officers went to Morgan's house. At this time, Rodney was sitting outside in his car. This seemed odd, since he was the one who found his wife tied up and beaten. It would have been logical for him to be next to her, waiting for help. Instead, he was acting cautiously and even somewhat hostile. The law enforcement officers immediately began to ask themselves the same questions that had appeared in Morgan's head. What was her ex-husband doing in the house at 2 a.m. on New Year's Eve, just 40 minutes after the attack? Rodney justified his behavior by claiming romantic feelings and mentioning a strange young man. He said he was celebrating New Year's alone and thinking about his ex-wife. When a stranger stopped in front of the window and wrote the name Morgan on the frozen glass, it seemed alarming, so he decided to call her. After several unsuccessful attempts, he decided to go to the house himself because he felt that something was wrong. Rodney lived 15 minutes away from his ex-wife, so he arrived at her house relatively quickly, and for good reason. She really needed help. Detectives soon began to assess the situation. Morgan was so beaten that one of her eyes was swollen and almost completely shut. It was obvious that she had been the victim of a brutal attack by someone who was emotionally upset or angry at her, rather than by a random stranger or a burglar. Morgan's father and brother soon arrived at the scene. It was decided to speak to everyone present separately. Once Morgan was pulled aside, out of earshot from the rest of the family and her ex-husband, she made a significant confession. She claimed that it was Rodney who had not attacked her and was now posing as her savior to divert suspicion away from himself. The victim described the sequence of events in detail, including the moment when she began to profess her love for her ex, after which the beating abruptly stopped. She insisted that she recognized her ex-husband's touch, for example, when he lifted her from the bed to carry her to the porch. Morgan admitted that all this time she had deliberately kept Rodney nearby by asking him to stay with her. Morgan was afraid that if she directly accused her ex, he could kill her to cover his tracks. From a psychological perspective, this seemed plausible, as the most dangerous period for a woman who has been in a manipulative relationship for a long time is often the breakup. Morgan stated that for a week after the divorce, Rodney continued obsessively trying to maintain contact, seeking her pity. He even claimed that he had cancer, showing her a doctor's report. Considering that his brother had died of leukemia and his father was battling cancer during that period, this strategy evoked sympathy. Naturally, this sympathy did not lead to anything good. He was simply trying to get closer again because of his feelings. Morgan allowed him to spend the night at her house. A couple of days later, Rodney began persistently pushing to restore their relationship through pity and manipulation. By December 31st, she had realized this and finally broke off contact with him, cutting off her support. Rodney returned to his apartment, but less than a day later, she was brutally attacked. Throughout that day, Rodney tried to persuade her to rekindle their relationship, even stating that he had found a new high-paying job for her sake. He slipped a check for $56,000 under her door on New Year's Eve. Curiously, the man who attacked Morgan stole that check. None of this seemed like a coincidence. When Morgan laid out the facts to the police, her greatest fear was that the detectives would believe her manipulative ex-husband instead of her. This had happened multiple times before, even with people close to her. It was a huge relief when one of the detectives remarked that her story sounded quite convincing and that Rodney should be scrutinized closely. The detectives decided to catch the criminal in a lie, and to do this, they needed to verify each of his statements. They started with the calls he claimed to have made to his wife before he arrived. Morgan denied receiving any calls when the bastards took her cell phone. When investigators checked Rodney's phone, not only were there no outgoing calls on it, but there were numerous undressed photos of his ex-wife, taken as if she were unaware. Judging by the dates, the photos had been taken systematically over the week while Rodney was staying at her house after announcing that he had cancer. It appeared he had been filming her secretly. Additionally, Rodney had numerous photos of her phone, which contained conversations with other men. All this looked like stalking and confirmed the words of Morgan. When Morgan was asked about the photos, she stated that she had no idea about them and had not given permission for them to be taken. This alone was reason enough to bring charges, as it was considered a serious invasion of privacy. Rodney was detained and told outright that he was the assailant. He acted as if this was absurd. After checking Morgan's mobile phone, the police discovered that the criminal had deleted all the footage from the CCTV cameras in her home. However, this also indirectly confirmed the guilt of Rodney, since a random robber could hardly know about the security system of a random victim or how to use it. If the criminal was aware of the cameras, he would likely have chosen a less protected target. It was curious that the intruder knew how to enter the house without triggering the alarm. There were special sensors on all the doors and windows of Morgan's home. They were checked, and no signs of a break-in were found. The entire system remained operational, with the exception of one single window leading to the basement. As it turned out, the intruder had entered through this window. The switch was moved so that it did not work. Presumably, Rodney moved it on purpose while living there after the divorce, as he was planning an attack. The day after the arrest, the police received a search warrant for the suspect's home. When checking for sources of information, they found even more circumstantial evidence. Rodney's browser history was full of disturbing queries, such as, how much do you have to strangle a person to make them lose consciousness but not die, and how to change your voice. He had read an entire book about various psychological techniques for influencing women, titled, 7 Ways to Be a Hero to Your Wife. The doctor's note that confirmed Rodney's cancer diagnosis turned out to be fake. He had created a fake email account specifically to send himself a report from a fictitious doctor. During interrogation, Rodney found excuses for every suspicious fact that the police uncovered. After the first interrogation, the detectives decided that they did not have enough evidence against the main suspect. Rodney was released, and the investigation continued. The big problem for him was the plastic zip ties found in the apartment. Rodney had modified and cut them in a special way to make improvised handcuffs that could be quickly put on and secured to the hands. A whole package of such items was found in his apartment, as well as several sets that had been modified in the same way as those taken from Morgan's hands. When asked about the zip ties, Rodney claimed he had never owned any, as if he had never bought them. Perhaps someone had planted them on him to frame him. Even though they were found in his apartment, the police needed to confirm that Rodney was their owner. They then began checking local hardware stores. That same day, detectives found a video recording of the main suspect buying the zip ties. After that, Rodney didn't even know what to say. The most terrifying finding was the note. A farewell letter was discovered in the relative's apartment, indicating that he had planned to kill Morgan and then himself, leaving the children orphaned. Morgan miraculously managed to save herself by using a psychological trick that stopped the criminal and made him change his mind. He probably thought that not all was lost and that he could get back together with his ex-wife. The hope of a reunion actually saved her life. Among the most valuable pieces of evidence was a video of the facade of the apartment building where Rodney lived. No one came to the windows, and no one wrote Morgan's name with their finger. The criminal himself returned scene after the attack, having been inside for about 4 minutes. Presumably, during this time, he changed his clothes and disposed of the evidence. When leaving the apartment, before driving back to his house, he carried a black bag with him, which he discarded. Unfortunately, it was not found, but investigators believed that Rodney had thus disposed of material evidence. Just 1 day later, Rodney was arrested again. This time, in addition to the charges of violating privacy, they added a whole list of charges that included trespassing, damaging someone else's property, possession of a firearm, robbery with a weapon, aggravated assault, kidnapping, and abuse. He was held without bail. During this period, Morgan's children continued to live with her parents. When she took her twins, there was a difficult conversation in which she tried to explain that their father would no longer be around. For months, Morgan woke up from nightmares, dreaming of an attack, a mask, and a threatening voice. Sometimes, she couldn't even muster the strength to send her children to school because she was afraid to be alone in the house. The prosecutor's office had enough evidence against Rodney to put him behind bars. To avoid subjecting Morgan to the hardships of a trial, a plea deal was offered, and they both agreed to it. 8 months after the attack, on August 4, 2021, Rodney Metzer pleaded guilty to 14 counts related to the assault on his ex-wife. He was sentenced to a total of 70 years in prison, but with the possibility of parole after 25 years, it is understood that the remainder of the sentence will be served on probation. In fact, he will never leave the authorities' sight again for the rest of his life. Interestingly, he forbids even his own mother from visiting him in prison. Rodney is expected to be released in 2046. Morgan underwent therapy and has actually recovered from the trauma she experienced. Morgan said she is dedicated to helping women in similar situations as she was. She is also focused on raising her children. Stacy DeGrandchamp, a 17-year-old high school student from Fort Wayne, dreamed of attending Ball State University to pursue a career in computer technology. As an only child raised by a single mother, Stacy was described as confident, beautiful, and popular. However, her popularity often led to jealousy from others. On August 15, 2002, Stacy attended a party with approximately 20 people. Tragically, the night took a devastating turn when a fight broke out outside the house, leaving Stacy severely injured. She was rushed to the hospital but passed away shortly after. It took 17 years to solve the case, as witnesses were initially unwilling to come forward. In the spring of 2002, Stacy met Brandon Muff, a recent graduate of Fort Wayne High School, at a party. Brandon, who was in his early 20s, had a rebellious bad boy persona that Stacy found irresistible. She quickly fell for him and started spending time with his circle of friends. This group included girls Amanda Richards, Whitney McGee, and Holly Boisvert, who often hosted gatherings at Holly's house. Her home, which included a pool, became a popular hangout spot, as her father gave the teens free rein. While Stacy appeared to fit in with the group, her presence reignited old tensions between her and Holly. The conflict between Stacy and Holly traced back to middle school. At an 8th grade pool party at Holly's house, she had mocked and splashed Stacy in front of others, causing Stacy to leave the gathering embarrassed. Although the two seem to have made up over time, old grudges resurface when Stacy joins Holly's group of friends as Brandon's girlfriend. Holly had previously dated Brandon, and while their relationship had ended, she still had lingering feelings for him. Stacy's budding romance with Brandon upset Holly, leading to renewed friction. However, this time Stacy did not let herself be intimidated like before. By the summer of 2002, the tension between Stacy and Holly had escalated. Holly began spreading rumors about Stacy, turning others in the group against her. At the same time, Stacy's relationship with Brandon started to unravel. Realizing she was on the wrong path, Stacy made a pivotal decision just weeks before her senior year of high school. She broke up with Brandon, distanced herself from his crowd, and began focusing on her future. She cut ties with most of the group, apart from a new friend she had made that summer, Abby Oswald. Determined to turn her life around, Stacy began preparing for the college years ahead. Abby, a friend of Brandon, met Stacy through him. On August 15, 2002, they spent the day together. They decided to go to the mall, as Abby was shopping for a prom outfit. Later, Abby suggested they attend a party at Brandon's house, where he lived with his roommate, Justin. Stacy was hesitant at first, but Abby convinced her to go. Around 9:30 p.m., they arrived at the house. Shortly before 11 p.m., the Fort Wayne Police Department, along with firefighters and paramedics, responded to a 911 call from the Guthrie Street area. Earlier, in the early evening, the police were called due to complaints about loud music in a small party. However, they left without further intervention. This time, when emergency responders arrived, they found a young woman lying in the driveway, bleeding from her chest. She was rushed to a trauma center in Fort Wayne, but her injuries proved fatal. Abby later explained to detectives what had transpired. When she and Stacy arrived at the party, Brandon and a woman, Holly, were sitting together on the porch. Stacy confronted Holly, questioning her presence. The argument quickly escalated into a physical fight. They pulled each other's hair, punched, kicked, and rolled on the grass. At one point during the fight, Stacy gained the upper hand and kicked Holly in the head or face. Suddenly, Stacy appeared to lose strength and went limp. At that moment, Brandon intervened. He grabbed Stacy by her ankles and dragged her toward the trash cans. Once in the yard, she managed to stand up and stagger down the driveway, but only a few seconds later, she passed out. Brandon went to check on her, lifted her shirt, and noticed that her bra was soaked in blood. That was when they called 911. Both Holly and Brandon were taken to the police station for questioning. Forensic experts arrived at the scene and taped off the area. They began taking photos and videos of the crime scene. Since Stacy was bleeding from the chest, investigators suspected that a weapon had been used. However, no sharp objects or knives were found in the backyard or driveway. After obtaining a search warrant, detectives entered the house and seized several kitchen knives from the table. Meanwhile, at the hospital, doctors worked in the operating room to save Stacy's life. She had a stab wound to her upper chest and another to her abdomen. Despite their efforts, she succumbed to her injuries. With her death ruled a homicide, the Fort Wayne police began an official investigation. At the station, Holly provided her version of events. She claimed she had no part in Stacy's injuries, stating that they had only argued and fought. Holly denied having a knife and suggested that Stacy might have fallen onto glass in the trash can. Brandon was also interviewed, and his blood-stained shirt was collected as evidence. He claimed he had pulled Stacy by her ankles to break up the fight but didn't realize how hard he had been pulling. He also suggested that she might have been injured by broken glass from the trash can. However, Holly and Brandon's statements didn't align with the evidence. Photos of the crime scene showed no broken glass in or around the trash cans. Moreover, there was no blood near them. The coroner's report confirmed that Stacy's injuries were caused by a sharp knife blade, as they were clearly stab wounds. Nevertheless, no knife was found at the scene or on Holly and Brandon at the time. They were then released, but the investigation into Stacy's death remained ongoing. On August 19, 2002, Stacy was laid to rest, dressed in the outfit she had planned to wear for her prom photo. Her funeral was crowded, with many of her friends from parties attending: Abby, Whitney, and Amanda. Notably absent was Holly, but Brandon attended, drawing everyone's attention. His presence surprised many, as rumors were swirling at Wayne High School that he and his friends had manipulated Stacy into attending the party where Holly could confront her. This raised suspicions among investigators about whether the incident was a premeditated plot by Holly to harm Stacy. Following Stacy's death, Holly became a social outcast as most people believed she was responsible. However, another rumor implicated Whitney. A few days before Stacy's death, Whitney had left a message on Stacy's answering machine, advising her to be careful. When a detective questioned Whitney about the message, she insisted it wasn't a threat but rather a warning. Whitney claimed she knew Holly wanted to pick a fight with Stacy and hoped to prevent the two from encountering each other. While Whitney may have been trying to keep Stacy and Holly apart, Brandon seemed to do the opposite. Whitney revealed to detectives that Brandon had called Holly on August 15th and pressured her to attend the party, warning her that if she didn't come, he would never speak to her again. Investigators began considering whether he had orchestrated the situation to provoke a confrontation between Holly and Stacy. She had just broken up with Brandon, which had hurt his self-esteem. Detectives speculate that revenge, combined with Holly's jealousy, may have led to Stacy's death. Abby, Stacy's new friend, played a significant role in convincing her to attend the party. Abby encouraged Stacy to go because she was friends with Brandon. Investigators later questioned Abby's motives, wondering why she would push Stacy to attend the party at the Guthrie Street house when Holly might be there. They suspected that she could have been involved in a plan to put Stacy in harm's way. However, Abby denied any involvement and claimed that she had actually tried to stop the fight that occurred that night. The investigation eventually shifted its focus to Brandon, leading detectives to speak with his roommate, Justin. On August 26th, Justin was interviewed by law enforcement and became a key witness. He stated that when he had tried to break up the fight between Stacy and Holly, Brandon had stopped him and told him to let them fight, as if Brandon had been enjoying the confrontation. He also revealed that Brandon later asked him to tell the police that Holly hadn't done anything and that Stacy had simply fallen. This statement made detectives extremely suspicious. They believed Brandon might know important details but was either too scared to share them or deliberately trying to hinder their investigation. Brandon was questioned again, but during his second interview, he refused to provide any new information. He claimed he wasn't a snitch and denied seeing Holly with a knife. Detectives were convinced that Holly was responsible for the crime, but no witnesses were willing to admit they had seen anything, and no murder weapon was ever found. Without these crucial pieces of evidence, the authorities were unable to charge or arrest anyone. As time passed, weeks, months, and eventually years, the case went cold. 17 years after Stacy's death, no one had been held accountable, and no progress had been made in solving the case. It remained unsolved, leaving everyone involved frustrated and confused. Stacy's cousin, Jamie McMillan, refused to let the case fade into obscurity. Determined to find justice, Jamie reached out to Detective Brian Martin, who specialized in unsolved cases. In March 2019, Jamie urged Detective Martin to revisit the case. She suggested interviewing Brandon, Holly, Abby, and Amanda again, hoping that, with the passage of time, the witnesses might be more willing to talk and share the truth. Everyone who had attended the party that night was now older, and perhaps they had reflected on their lives and would finally provide new information that could advance the investigation. Detective Martin begins questioning Abby, who continues to deny ever seeing the knife, just as she did 17 years ago. Next, he interviewed Brandon, who appeared deeply remorseful and admitted the incident had weighed on him for years. However, Brandon also stated that he couldn't recall seeing Holly with a knife. About a month later, Detective Martin located Holly in Wisconsin. Holly was initially hesitant to open the door, but when she eventually did, Detective Martin introduced himself and explained that he was investigating an unsolved case. Holly turned visibly pale. When the detective asked whether she remembered the party, their conversation quickly revealed some surprising details. During their discussion, Holly repeatedly referred to Stacy as her friend. Holly admitted they had been difficult teenage girls, but Stacy was still her friend. She firmly stated that she would never intentionally harm Stacy or threaten Stacy with a knife. She then admitted that she had owned a folding knife at the time and usually carried it for protection. When the detective asked if she had the knife with her during the fight with Stacy, Holly left the room and returned with the very same knife in hand. Detective Martin was shocked. He believed it could potentially be the weapon that had eluded investigators for 17 years. Back in Fort Wayne, Detective Martin began gathering additional information. Although initial test results showed that Stacy's DNA was not found on Holly's knife, the detective conducted further analysis. He later consulted Dr. Wagner, the chief pathologist on the case, who reviewed Stacy's autopsy photos. Wagner concluded that the knife was consistent with the stab wounds Stacy had suffered. On March 25, 2020, Holly, who was now 33 years old, was arrested. After years of silence, Amanda, a friend and the main witness, finally decided to speak up. She had been with Holly the night of the party and revealed that Holly had a knife with her that evening. She recalled Holly bringing the knife along when they arrived at the house and asking Amanda to hold it in her purse. Later, as she and another friend, Whitney, were preparing to leave, Holly asked for the knife back. Amanda saw nothing unusual about this and handed it over. As Amanda and Whitney were leaving, Stacy arrived at the house. Although Amanda remained silent for nearly 2 decades, her testimony could have helped the police solve the case much sooner. With Amanda's statement and additional evidence, authorities were able to reconstruct the incident leading up to Stacy's death. At the center of this tragic story was Brandon, a former graduate of Fort Wayne High School. He was the quintessential bad boy and, despite his flaws, attracted Stacy. Their relationship marked a turning point in Stacy's life, as she became involved with Brandon's social circle, a group known for their partying. Holly, who had dated Brandon before Stacy, still harbored feelings for him. Her lingering affection, coupled with Brandon's manipulative tendencies, deepened her resentment toward Stacy. He enjoyed the attention and often fostered rivalry between Holly and Stacy, which fueled his ego. This animosity came to a head on August 15, 2002. Stacy had received an invitation to a party despite her friends' concerns about its location. She chose to attend anyway. When she arrived, she found Holly with Brandon, further escalating the tension. An argument broke out and quickly turned violent. When Holly realized she was losing the fight, she stabbed Stacy twice with the knife. After years of investigation and consultation with Stacy's family, the Allen County Circuit Court offered Holly a plea bargain. She confessed to stabbing Stacy, which caused Stacy's death, and insisted that neither Brandon nor anyone else was involved. She acted alone. On January 14, 2022, Holly Boisvert was sentenced to 25 years in prison as part of the plea agreement, with 5 years suspended and 3 years of probation. Accounting for the time she has already served in credits for good behavior, she could be released as early as 2030. On a hot, humid night in Louisiana, the silence was shattered by screams. A young man, naked and tied up, ran through the streets, desperately calling for help. Pursuing him was an unexpected figure, a man whom neighbors considered quiet and polite. Some residents peeked outside but chose to remain indoors, assuming it was merely a disagreement. He vanished into the darkness, while his pursuer returned to his trailer. At that moment, no one understood the gravity of the situation or realized it was the start of a much darker story. A hidden monster lived among them, and it would take years for the truth to emerge. Ronald Joseph Dominique was born on January 9, 1964, in Thibodaux, Louisiana, a small town located in the swampy southern part of the state. He was one of 6 children in a large family. The atmosphere in the Dominique home was tough. Poverty loomed over them and emotional support was lacking. The family's financial struggles, the challenges of raising so many children created a daily life filled with tension and neglect. From a young age, Ronald was different from his peers, not in ways that earned him approval. He displayed traits that were seen as feminine, such as a gentle walk and a preference for spending time with girls instead of boys. In a community that valued traditional gender roles, these characteristics made Ronald a target for mockery and exclusion, particularly from his father. Their relationship was strained. His father's disappointment in Ronald's lack of interest in typical masculine activities only widened the emotional gap between them. Although Ronald's relationship with his mother was not as hostile, she was overwhelmed by the demands of raising 7 children and struggled to give Ronald the love, attention he needed. This sense of alienation marked Ronald's childhood both at home and in the wider community. His brothers participated in the bullying, often using homophobic slurs, which reinforced his isolation. One troubling detail is that Ronald was made to live in a small trailer on the family's property, separating him from the main house and symbolizing his exclusion. School didn't provide any relief for Ronald. He faced constant bullying from classmates, suffering insults, public humiliation, and physical intimidation. Despite his gentle and reserved demeanor, he became a regular target. A particularly painful memory from high school occurred during a homecoming dance when he attended with a close female friend. Throughout the evening, he spent a lot of time dancing with another boy, which attracted attention. This incident led to an increase in both verbal and physical harassment that he was already experiencing. One of the most painful experiences of Ronald's early life was the abuse he endured from a priest. This abuse occurred on at least 2 occasions and left deep emotional scars. When Ronald bravely told his parents about it, hoping for their support, they did not believe him. Their disbelief not only left him vulnerable to more abuse, but also broke the trust he had in his family. Amidst this chaos, Ronald begins to understand his true gender. He realized he was gay from a young age, but the hostile and homophobic atmosphere he lived in forced him to hide his true self. He feared rejection and violence, which weighed heavily on him emotionally. After graduating high school, Ronald sought a way to escape. He moved closer to New Orleans, a city known for its rich culture and more accepting LGBTQ community. For him, this move represented a desperate quest for freedom and a fresh start, away from the harsh judgments of Thibodaux. In his early adulthood, he bought a small trailer, which became his home. Although modest, it symbolized his first experience of independence, a personal space free from his family's oppressive influence. However, the trailer also highlighted the financial struggles that followed him into adulthood. He has a low-paying job, often relied on public assistance just to cover basic expenses. This economic hardship affected his self-esteem and made him feel increasingly vulnerable socially. In New Orleans, Ronald began to explore his true gender more openly. The city's lively nightlife, filled with gay bars, clubs, and vibrant LGBTQ events, offered him a liberating experience unlike the oppressive atmosphere of his upbringing. For the first time, he felt capable of living freely without the constant fear of rejection. However, adjusting to this new environment proved to be challenging. Ronald was often perceived as socially awkward and, by typical standards, not very physically attractive. These characteristics made it hard for him to build meaningful connections, even within the more accepting LGBTQ community. His feelings of insecurity and social discomfort only intensified his loneliness. In his quest for acceptance, Ronald turned to the local drag scene, an energetic subculture within New Orleans' LGBTQ community. Influenced by his love of music and his admiration for singer Patti LaBelle, he chose Patti as his stage name. However, his attempts at performing were disappointing, lacking the charm and confidence needed to captivate an audience. Ronald's awkward performances resulted in mockery, rejection. What started as a hopeful journey towards self-expression ended up being another humiliating experience, further damaging his already delicate self-esteem. Ronald faced significant challenges in forming lasting romantic and platonic relationships. His appearance, financial difficulties, and introverted nature hindered his ability to connect with others. As he faced a series of rejections, he began to doubt his self-worth. The loneliness he felt grew into feelings of resentment and darker thoughts. His financial situation remained dire. Without a college education or specialized skills, Ronald was stuck in low-paying jobs that barely covered his living expenses. This frugal and stagnant way of life only deepened his sense of hopelessness and social isolation, which steadily took a toll on his mental well-being. Emotionally, Ronald was in a constant struggle. He desired acceptance and love but frequently encountered rejection, loneliness. Over time, the combination of social failures, poverty, and profound isolation created a volatile emotional state. Ronald's first recorded legal issue occurred in 1985 when he was arrested for making explicit harassing phone calls to several individuals in his area. The authorities traced the calls back to him. Although it was a serious matter, it was considered a minor offense at the time, and Ronald avoided jail by paying a $74 fine. Few could have anticipated that this incident would mark the beginning of a troubling pattern of behavior that would lead to more severe crimes. By August 1996, Ronald's criminal behavior escalated significantly. His second arrest marked a pivotal point in his downward spiral. That night, while driving, Ronald spotted a young man walking alone. Ronald approached him, pretending to be friendly, and offered a ride, luring him in with the promise of marijuana. Once they reached Ronald's trailer, everything changed dramatically. In a shocking act of violence, Ronald attacked the young man, tying him up with an extension cord to limit his movement. Ronald then abused him, ignoring the victim's desperate attempts to fight back. During the assault, Ronald showed a violent and aggressive side that was hidden from the public, in stark contrast to his usual polite demeanor. However, in a moment of luck, the victim managed to partially free himself. Despite being naked and still tied up, he made a bold escape by jumping through a trailer window and running into the night. His screams for help echoed through the darkness, drawing the attention of nearby residents. The scene was chaotic. A disheveled man, partially tied up, was running through the streets with Ronald chasing him, trying to stop him from escaping. Neighbors came out of their homes to see what was happening, but most decided not to get involved, thinking it was just a domestic argument or a misunderstanding. Ronald was known as a quiet, respectful neighbor, which made people less suspicious of him. In the end, the young man found someone who could help and reported the incident to the police, providing them with a detailed account of the abduction and assault, naming Ronald as his attacker. Ronald was arrested within days on charges of aggravated abuse and kidnapping. His bail was set at $100,000, which he could not pay, so he stayed in jail while waiting for his trial. The 2 to 3 months he spent in jail were traumatic, leaving him vulnerable and anxious, him a target for severe abuse from other inmates. The attacks were so brutal that he needed hospitalization and surgery. This experience caused him deep psychological scars and a crippling fear of returning to prison. While incarcerated, Ronald became increasingly withdrawn, trying to avoid conflict and keep a low profile to protect himself. When his court date finally came, the prosecution suffered a significant setback. The victim did not show up in court. Without the victim's testimony, the prosecutors had to drop the charges due to lack of evidence. Although it was clear that Ronald had committed a violent crime, the justice system could not proceed without the victim's presence. In 1997, Ronald's violent behavior increased significantly. His first known murder victim was 19-year-old David Mitchell, who went missing on July 13, 1997, after attending a birthday party at his grandmother's house. David, who often hitchhiked, accepted a ride from Ronald that night, a decision that led to his death. He was never seen alive again. The following day, July 14th, David's body was found in a remote drainage ditch. The intense heat and humidity of Louisiana had sped up decomposition, making the forensic investigation more difficult. However, examiners concluded that he had drowned. The lack of defensive wounds and the unusual circumstances surrounding his death indicated that there might be more to the case. 5 months later, on December 14, 1997, tragedy struck again when the body of 20-year-old Gary Pierre was discovered. The cause of death was evident: Gary had been strangled. Similarly to David, he had no defensive injuries, suggesting he was either caught off guard or overpowered. The disturbing similarities between both cases raised alarms among law enforcement. Although there was no solid evidence linking the two incidents, concerns grew that a serial killer might be involved. In the following months, Ronald continued his deadly actions, targeting mostly young men who vanished from the streets of New Orleans and nearby areas. Ronald's victims were typically teenagers and men between the ages of 16 and 46. The community grew increasingly fearful of this hidden predator. Despite rising concerns, police struggled to connect the clues. Without solid evidence, Ronald evaded detection, allowing his violent rampage to persist unnoticed. Although witnesses reported seeing some of the victims in bars and areas known for intimate services, authorities have had difficulty establishing a clear connection between these sightings and a potential suspect. The murders kept occurring. The deaths were of Oliver LeBanks, 27, of Metairie, Joseph Brown, 16, of Kenner, and Bruce Williams, 18. In June 1999, another victim, 21-year-old Angel Mejia. The killer initially tried to throw Maja's body in a trash can, but after discovering that the bin was full, he dumped Maja's on the street. After an autopsy, police investigators determined that the victim had been tied up with rope before he died. Like the previous victims, Maja had been abusively assaulted and strangled. His body showed no signs of struggle, highlighting the calculated nature of the killer. With each new victim, police became more convinced they were up against a highly organized serial killer. Yet, despite the growing apprehension and rising number of victims, the investigation made little significant progress. The community remained in a state of fear while authorities faced an unending cycle of similar crimes without any solid leads. Ronald, who had previously shown caution, started to revert to his old, dangerous ways. After changing jobs and moving homes, he left his job and moved in with his sister. Although it seemed like he was establishing a more stable life by working as a laborer, he still posed a significant threat to the community. In late 2002, Dominique and his sister moved to the unincorporated rural community of Bayou Blue. There, he found work as a power level tester at a local power supply, allowing him to travel periodically. Around this time, Dominique killed 19-year-old Datrell Woods, dumping both him and his bicycle in a reed field. Woods' partially nude and decomposed body was not discovered until May 24, 2003. The cause of death was ruled as asphyxiation, the death being ruled an accident, as the victim was known to have asthma. His next victims were Larry Matthews, 46, his first white victim, Michael Barnett, 21, and Leon Lyrit, 22, who had previously lived with two other victims, Barnett and Anoka Jones. In April, Dominique met August Watkins, 31, whom he lured to his truck. After Watkins was locked in his trailer, Dominique tied him up, abused him, and strangled him. After Watkins' body was discovered, the police finally began to consider for the first time that a serial killer was operating in Kenner and Houma, as the murders in both areas showed a very similar modus operandi. The case was turned over to the FBI. A few days after killing Watkins, Dominique killed Kurt Cunningham, 23. Later that summer, he killed Alonzo Hogan, 28, in St. Charles Parish, and Wayne Smith, 17, in Terrebonne Parish. Hogan was aired by Dominique before the autopsy, while no traces of semen were found on Smith's body because his body had been dumped in a canal, where it was badly decomposed when it was discovered just days later. In September 2005, Dominique killed 40-year-old Chris DeVille, who was trying to hitchhike out of Napoleonville after Hurricane Katrina. He then dumped DeVille's body in a reed field. His remains were discovered the following month and identified by relatives, using only identification cards and other personal items left next to his body. In late November, Dominique killed 21-year-old Nicholas Pellegrin in Lafourche Parish. During the investigation into his death, Pellegrin's relatives told police that shortly before his death, the deceased man had borrowed $400 from local banned substance dealers and had fallen behind on payments, after which he began receiving death threats. As a result, before Dominique was arrested, Pellegrin's death was falsely ruled banned substance related. Dominique's last confirmed victim was 27-year-old Christopher Sutterfield. He met Dominique in the summer of 2006, after which the two began dating. On October 14th, while on a date together in Iberville Parish, Dominique struck Sutterfield in the head with a heavy object, rendering him unconscious. After his body was found, police interviewed Sutterfield's relatives, friends, and acquaintances, all of whom confirmed that they had last seen him with a man driving a black SUV, but they were unable to describe the appearance of his companion. In November 2006, Dominique came to the attention of police after Ricky Wallace, a resident of Bayou Blue, reported that Dominique had lured him to his trailer in mid-2006 with the offer of sharing banned substance and intimate with a girl. After Wallace entered the trailer, according to his testimony, Dominique attempted to convince him that his girlfriend liked being tied up, offering to tie Wallace up. Ricky refused, and he was allowed to leave shortly thereafter. Ricky provided crucial information that helped investigators link Ronald Dominique to a series of unsolved murders. Further investigation showed that Ronald's movements coincided with the locations where multiple bodies had been discovered. As surveillance operations and background checks intensified, investigators obtained a DNA sample from Dominique. Tests connected his DNA to evidence found on one of the victims, Oliver Lobanks. Although the initial match was based on mitochondrial DNA, less conclusive than nuclear DNA, it was sufficient to justify close monitoring of him. The brutality of this crime prompted authorities to take immediate action. On December 1, 2006, Ronald Joseph Dominique was arrested. Despite his frail appearance and need for a cane, police were confident they had apprehended the man responsible for at least 23 murders. In the beginning, Dominique denied any involvement during questioning. However, as the interrogation progressed, he ultimately confessed to killing all of his known victims. He tried to portray the murders as self-defense, arguing that his victims had attacked him first. Nonetheless, he later admitted to binding and strangling each victim. Dominique described his technique. He would entice young men with promises of money or by showing a fake photo of an attractive woman, claiming he was looking for someone to engage in intimate activities with her. Once he lured them into his trailer and restrained them, they were completely under his control. In some instances, he used blunt objects like iron rods to strike his victims before strangling them. After his confession, Dominique was presented with a deal. If he fully cooperated by disclosing the locations of the victims' bodies and providing more information about the murders, prosecutors would refrain from pursuing the death penalty. Dominique agreed to this deal. He guided investigators to several sites where the bodies had been discarded, enabling authorities to gather sufficient evidence to convict him. Out of the 23 murders linked to Ronald Dominique, police were able to conclusively prove 8. After accepting a plea agreement from prosecutors, on September 24, 2008, the court found Dominique guilty on all charges and sentenced him to 8 consecutive life terms without parole. Dominique avoided the death penalty by pleading guilty to all charges and was incarcerated at the Louisiana State Prison in Angola. Some families of his victims were upset with the plea deal, wishing he had received the death penalty. However, others found some comfort knowing that Dominique would spend the rest of his life in the very environment he feared, the general prison population, where his vulnerability and past crimes made him a target. As of now, Dominique is still incarcerated, serving multiple life sentences.